Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. We're about to break down some crazy, wacky, wild Runeterra action. Blevins, how you doing, buddy?
Oh man, I didn't know you were gonna break this early. Oh boy, am I gonna have to keep this ship afloat? That is a bad prospect. But other than that, I'm doing great, Casa. How are you, buddy? No, really,
okay.
how are you?
I'm not okay.
Should I call a professional?
Before we get into that, why don't you just break down the format? You know, let's get it rolling, Blev. Let's get into it.
Yeah, we are of course doing the same old double elim with 8 invited players. Every match is going to be best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. To win, players need to win with both of their decks, and of course, Casa, they are playing for their share, the sweet $200 prize pool. Speaking of that, let's take a look at the players that are playing in tonight's event.
Yeah, we unfortunately did have a player that had to drop out last minute, so we are just going to be on 7 today. So Garretz will be grabbing that bye as the first place from the previous week.
Okay.
And we got
extra perks for winning.
XGCV going up against Soggy, Slobster, Stan going up against Rice FT, and BBG going up against Successor. Now, our featured match of the day is, of course, going to be Stan the Man going up against Rice FT. And for no other reason than the fact that Stan is playing Yasuo, and we love him for it.
Yeah, this harkens back to your old Twitch Rivals deck, Casa.
It does,
This one is not only is this deck relatively spicy. Okay, it's very spicy. It's very spicy, but also every other deck in tonight's fight night is just so bland that the normally quite spicy Yasuo Swain is like ghost pepper level. Casa, did you think did you have Thorn of the Rose being played as a 3 of in a deck on your bingo square this week?
I did not, but I do love this deck. I think I am one of the best people to actually speak to a Yasuo Swain deck because the original one that was meta was kind of designed by myself, Encephalopod, and Yatsuba back for Twitch Rivals forever ago. Now, this version is, quite different. It's evolved quite a bit from the previous versions. There's been a lot of new cards added since. But I like this take. I'm very interested in seeing how it performs because Whispered Words is something I absolutely love the idea of, and I had been toying with recently for a Yasuo list, especially because Fae Blade Twirler can get you those 5-attack swings to get reputation going. I'm just curious if in practice it's actually going to work out in that kind of abstract that we have for it in our minds. Like, is Stan going to be able to get enough for the draw? At the end of the day, Whispered Words is still just salvage without the toss, so it's still a good card at 4 mana. But being able to reduce that and being able to actually set up a strong board here is going to be a very interesting prospect overall. Also, just, is this good in the meta right now? Because my initial thought is no, it actually shouldn't be very good against a lot of these. There is some heat with Intimidating Roar being disgusting against TF but I'm very curious to see if this will perform. I am hoping that we get to see Stan queue it up first and we actually get to watch it. Or that Stan at least gets to play this deck at some point. I just want to watch this deck.
Well, I believe that Stan has actually been playing it on ladder as well and has gotten some pretty good results, I believe, unless those screenshots were fake. He's pretty high up on the NA ladder right now, or on the America Shard rather ladder right now. Another card that's interesting in that deck is Homecoming, which is the same cost as Old Will of Ionia, which is one of the most complained about cards and just one of the best interactive spells in the game. And you've got actually a lot of options to get value off of the bouncing your own thing, but. Casa, I know we've had our fun looking at Yasuo Swain. Let's take a look at the gold standard. As much as it disdains us, though, you think about this, Casa. We were so excited. Oh, how many weeks ago when Blazing Asian brought the Mind Meld, and now it's become. Are we?
I believe hipsters? I actually think I may deserve this, Blev. I believe I said something like, I would love to see TF Fizz every week or something like that when Blazing Asian
I
came
told
on,
you
and your
not to
monkey's
cast
paw,
with a monkey's paw in your pocket.
Your monkey's paw just pulled down, and we ended up getting TF Fizz.
Yeah. We would be
Forever.
super happy if Mind Meld won every week of Fight
Yep.
Night.
Yep. There it
The monkey's
goes.
paw finger goes down. Oh boy.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
well,
so we've got it, but
yeah.
we will see. Maybe Yasuo Swain can be the Slayer. It can be the hot tech this week.
Yeah.
We saw Ultraman. I believe he won with something fairly off meta. He was playing Prankster with Shurima, which I really was stoked about. This is something I talked about when I saw Shurima come. I think I talked about it on broadcast, where it was just like the next obvious step for Prankster is to play it with Sand Soldiers.
Yeah.
And well, we finally got it from Ultraman. He brought a fairly refined list, and he took the whole tournament.
Yeah, I've actually seen quite a few different versions of that deck floating around the ladder and players playing different things. I believe Ultraman had more of a, well, it's still very aggressive, but I would consider it more of a mid-range version where there's a number of 3-drops, there's the Stalking Shadows and whatnot. I've seen actually Drizzoff posted a list that was like hyper aggressive, where the top end was the Prankster. Like there was nothing else at 3 besides that, and you just played a bunch of 1s and 2s and spells to get you there. That was a very aggressive deck, but there's certainly a lot of ways to build that. And I don't recall what his other deck was, though I can actually check really quick, but I believe it was also it was discard aggro. Yeah, it was double aggro, pulling the Mo strategy out, and hey, it worked for him for sure. Actually going from the winner side and just straight 2-0ing, leading to the, I believe, the fastest Fight Night EU of all time. So, I mean, again, the meta and nature, it finds a way to correct itself sometimes. And I don't have a great Jeff Goldblum impression. I'm sorry.
Hey, I caught it though.
But you got what I was going for, especially after I explained it. But
yeah, well, and it's great to see, Topher has returned from his hibernation. But you do know that it says if Topher sees an avalanche, there will be 6 more weeks of SI Freljord. So we are going to be getting Lissandra for quite a while from now on. Which is okay, at least it's somewhat new, some new cards.
Hey, it's new, so I'm still on board with it. And also I'm the degenerate Lee Sin player, and Lissandra Trundle feels a lot like Lee Sin, so I'm happy.
Yeah, but we do have the Lissandra Trundle going up against Fizz TF, so we won't be getting Yasuo in game number 1. But I believe, that is going to be Stan's TF Fizz going up against Rice FT on the Lissandra. Got a smiley face on the screen, of course.
Yep.
Rice FT going to be... Our production said, I forgot about that, so I don't even know what to say about that. We're running with it. We got Lissandra potentially for turn 3. It probably will just be a ramp into a Trundle, though, as we do have those catalysts. And on the other side, Stan has every single card draw card available to him.
Yeah, I'm so Lissandra Trundle has been a deck that has done really well for me on the Plat/Diamond ladder, mostly because for whatever reason people think that Trundle matters and that Lissandra doesn't, which is actually the inverse. So I imagine that we won't be seeing a Lissandra on 3, because a lot of times, especially when you're playing against a player of the caliber of Stan, you don't really want to play your Lissandra out until she's either already leveled or about to level. Because if you kill her before she levels, it's kind of hard to win with this version of the deck, because it's more of the combo and less of the Ledros, like, alternate win condition. It's just full combo, essentially.
Yeah, it is, the matron version, so of course it is looking to just kind of cheat out that Watcher, get the attack in, and of course, either way, even if you might want to play a turn 3 Lissandra, you've got Catalyst and Trundle, so realistically, ramping into that turn 5 just board domination that you can get with the Trundle, of course, since he's been nerfed, it's a little bit less imposing, but at the end of the day, it's still a 4/5 with regen. It's a bit of a beast to come down on turn 4.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle is still same old Trundle. It does have 1 fewer health, but that's okay. And this is really sort of playing into the plan of Rice FT here. Stan has played one pick a card and absolutely nothing else. The hand looks quite lackluster. And Rice, this deck loves the pass. It will take the pass as much as possible. Especially if just given the free opportunity to. So this is not looking great for Stan, but of course, TFiz can really kind of win from anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it really can. He's just going to draw an additional, chunk of cards going into the next turn as well. And Rice doing a great job to pass after the fact that there had been a pick a card played. You know your opponent has to play cards, or else they're just going to discard all their fleeting cards. So you can go ahead and wait, especially because inaction is still perfectly fine for this deck. That is just trying to ramp up and scale. Rice FT also noticing, hey, one more fleeting card. Let me just wait a little bit longer, see if you actually want to play that or if you're just going to discard it. And if you discard it, then cool. Next turn, I'll play Trundle. It doesn't really matter. I can still bank a couple mana. Yeah,
again, unless you're really given the opportunity, the main win condition, of course, is the Watcher, right? The secondary win condition is technically attacking, with Trundles or Spectral Matrons the old-fashioned way. But the difference between those two win conditions, it's like primary, and then it's like, what comes after tertiary? Quadrary? I have no idea. But it's like 3 or 4 steps below that, right? It's you really don't care much about the Trundle attacking. You don't care about the Thrall from Lissandra. In fact, if you could remove the ability to create a Thrall from Lissandra with this deck, you absolutely would, because it takes up board space more often than it turns into an 8/8.
Well, especially because you're looking to play her so late in the game, right? So like you mentioned, it's just once you get to that stage of the game where you actually want to play the Lissandra, it's like, well, okay, well now what? Am I going to wait 8 turns for this Thrall? No, I'm not. It's not going to happen. So yeah, it is interesting to see how that gets played as Stan overdraws in his attempt to actually find something to play, as all he's been able to find is the ability to draw more cards.
Yeah, and I know that Stan is supposed to be our hero this week with the Swain Yasuo deck, but man, seeing TFiz brick like this really does bring a smile to my face.
I don't want it to brick for Stan, though, because then there's a world where TFiz gets 2-0'd and we never see Swain Yasuo on broadcast. Right. I feel like we do a pretty great job at remaining unbiased on this cast. But screw that. I'm a Stan fan for today.
Yeah.
That is what I am. I stan Stan, and we just want him to succeed with his Yasuo Swain deck. So let's unbrick this hand, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go, Stan. Let's see it. I mean, I never try to remain unbiased. So I've just sometimes I am unbiased. I never try to be. I just sometimes am. But it's not looking great for Stan. I mean, you think of the win conditions for Fizz TF. It's a flip TF. It's a burble chain. It's incremental damage and burn. None of that looks very good against double box Withering Whale Catalyst with the turn 8. Now the full combo is actually realized now, because we have Trundle, we have a Trundle Pillar, we've got a Lissandra. I guess we're technically 1 8-drop off of doing it safe, right? Because the matron wants another. The matron theoretically wants to either copy another matron or the Watcher, so we're 1 8-drop off of the full combo. But it's not
shouldn't be hard to get there.
Yeah, technically Rice could play Lissandra and then entomb Trundle to create another pillar in a couple turns if he really wanted to. But yeah, it's not that's really not usually too big of a threat unless you're really getting beat down.
Yeah, I mean, we also just have the additional Trundles could come out. There's also the fact that there are 3x fading memories that could be used on like a pillar or something to to give another 8-drop. I mean, there are just ways in this deck to actually make this work, and I don't I don't feel like there's a worry at all. There's even actually Spirit's Journey as a 1-of tech, which I believe if cast on an Ice Pillar will actually generate you some mana, or does that not work?
No, because Ice Pillar is weird because it's technically a play effect.
Oh,
and not
it
a
is.
Summon,
You're right.
You can't matron the pillar. And boy, oh boy, did I find that out the hard. You can matron the pillar, but you will not be getting mana for it. And yes, I did find that out the hard way.
I did forget about that. Is weird.
Yeah,
it is a very weird card in that way.
Because it's a skill, or it's a play effect, but it's not a skill.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep. So yeah. Otherwise, we could see something like the matron come out, play matron the pillar, then play the real pillar. I guess that actually still wouldn't be enough to level, or it would level up Lissandra, but you'd still be minus. You'd still have a full cost Watcher. But regardless, can't do it anyway. So Rice is perhaps opting or hedging a bit towards the beatdown plan, which makes sense. You do want, well, you theoretically want these units to not be on the board, because the more space that is used on your board, the more likely that you're going to whiff your matron or not have enough space for the matron. But this is exactly what Rice wants. Having burn spells used on a Trundle that, again, I reiterate, means absolutely nothing to the win condition of Rice FT, other than the, third or fourth option of killing with damage. So this really signals a bricked hand for Stan if you're Rice. Not to mention the fact that basically nothing has been played this whole game besides pick a cards.
Yeah, I mean he's realistically just been cycling his deck the entire time. Meanwhile, Rice is trying to construct a Lissandra victory. Actually going to go ahead and play one of the two fairly early on here. Maybe get that Frozen Thrall rolling and just kind of set up for trying to make this level up come up and get that Watcher down for the Spectral Matron.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turn before 8 mana for Rice. So theoretically, if another 8-drop is drawn, if there's another Matron drawn, I guess that's technically the only 8-drop that you could draw naturally. But if another Matron is drawn, we could see Rice go pillar into Matron, copying Matron, which would level up the Lissandra. Could just be Matron copying Matron, which would level up Lissandra. The next turn, you would play the second Matron copying the Watcher, which would not only put a ephemeral Watcher into play, but would also reduce the cost of the Watcher to 0. So you could play an additional one if needed. But that does not happen.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Stan. He's found his burbles. He has found, a suit up. He's got ways to actually start constructing a board.
Yep.
But on the other side, the responses needed to stop kind of that large board construction do exist, right? We've got the box, which is going to be able to answer these fleeting burbles because Stan has to play them on this turn, right? Stan cannot wait. Yes. He has to play them now. Which just means the box is going to be a great answer to be able to respond to these. Especially if Stan goes even wider, plays out like the Ballistic Bot. I think going up against this deck, he would be remiss to actually commit all of his resources. So I do expect it's more likely that we just see the singular burble. And then the idea being that he would want to use Suit Up and Mystic Shot on this turn to just get full value out of his fleeting cards. Probably rest for post-attack. But the Suit Up going to be committed early on to the Fizz, and actually just going with only a single burble. So this could prompt an early box, which does allow that second burble to maybe land onto the board. Of course, it'll still die to a Withering Wail. It'll still die to anything else, but it might be able to land on the board and require an additional resource to be expended. Going to be the Withering Wail straight away, however. And yeah, I mean, this potentially opens up for that burble to either eat a box on its own or to maybe come down fairly safely.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is an interesting sequencing from Rice. Yes, the Withering Wail does technically get a bit of extra value by killing the Zap Sprayfin as well, whereas the box wouldn't have. But you do have 2 boxes, and for the most part, the Withering Wail and the box are going to act similarly. I guess the box is better, of course, against iterative improvement, so you would potentially want to save that. But because Stan gets to play this Burble post-combat, you know, once the turn passes, it's no longer boxable, right? So perhaps a little bit awkward on the side of Rice, but still Rice at a very healthy life total, not really able to, or not really in any sort of danger right now, and is really just waiting for an additional 8 drop to set up this combo.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing for Stan, right, is I think he needs a little bit more time. Because we look at Rice, and yeah, the box, of course, is going to be very good if Stan continues to flood the board. We see this iterative. I think it maybe Stan knowing that this is, I believe, 3x box.
It's 2.
Okay, it is 2.
Yeah, I just checked.
He may not play out the Burble on this turn, but play the iterative. And then I would like to see him play the Mystic. And even if he just sends it to the Dome, just take that damage. And it allows you to kind of manage your resources and play them slowly out through multiple turns. And there is a world that, yes, he just actually passes here. He banks the mana. He lets the Mystic go unused. But you know there's healing. You know you need to get as many points of damage onto your opponent as you can. I think taking 2 here might feel actually quite good, as we actually see Rice tap below the box. So this does open up other angles of play.
Yeah, now I think Stan is going to be pretty happy to play the Burble now that the box mana is no longer there. Again, you just want to get it out of the box range. So now the AoE options are off the table, with the exception of the Ruination, which of course is slow speed.
Avalanche.
Yep, and Avalanche as well, yep. Notably, oh no, there's 3 Blade Ravines as well.
Stan's going to kill this Lissandra. So he pings it with the Mystic, which does set up for this gotcha to actually be able to kill Lissandra.
Ooh, and that is just in the nick of time, because combo could be assembled right now for Rice.
Again.
But it's going to be disjointed, which will give Stan enough time to actually play the box, which means that Rice will have to play the other Lissandra, and I'm pretty sure that you cannot play a Lissandra and go off in the same turn. It's impossible unless there's some weird mana reduction shenanigans going on. Not possible to do it. So Stan essentially going to need to gotcha on this action specifically, or else it is actually over.
Yeah, and it might be over regardless, but he does need to gotcha right now. If he gotchas right now, then Stan is on the clock of kind of needing to win on this turn.
Yes,
I believe. But or win on his next attack turn.
Yes.
Sorry, win on his next attack.
Yep.
Which might not be possible. But to even get that chance, we need to see that gotcha come out. And it looks like it's a Twisted Fate instead, which I believe... Is that going to give Rice the ability to level this Lissandra and get the Watcher right now?
Yes, he gets to memories the the pillar. Oh, but board space, Casa. Board space is going to prevent Rice from getting the Watcher. Is going to prevent the Watcher from being matron.
Right.
Which is what I mentioned before. The board space is actually super tough to deal with sometimes, and playing the Babbling Bjergs and the Avarosan Sentry actually not being the Bjerg was good because it brought you closer to matron, but that Sentry may have been a mistake on the side of Rice here, as actually just not able to go off this turn.
Yeah, Stan is going to have to wait one more turn to actually be able to close this out. And maybe this can create enough time for Stan to turn it around. Or I think Rice rather has as needs more time.
Yeah.
I just think that with the tough Nexus, however, Stan still just is really kind of out of it. Doesn't really have too much of a shot to bring this back.
Yeah, I believe that I believe unless it was pick-a-carded, that Stan's Mind Meld is gone as well. So this game is over. It's just not over on this turn. The double box is still there. Not to mention the Ice Shard that's going to be generated from leveled Lissandra as well. The Matron can theoretically be played defensively if that somehow was relevant. It can be played defensively to make the 0-cost Watcher, which can then be played and then open attack to take a Nexus. Notably, Stan, does have both of his champions, but is not actually able to cycle champion spells to create a deck because pick a card will deck you anyway, and Playful Trickster can't be played unless you're attacking. So once the deck's gone for Stan, it is gone, and that will be a win for Rice.
Yeah, I mean, that is where we're at. And tough Nexus means it's pretty much impossible for Stan to put together enough damage. Like you mentioned, that Mind Meld is either gone or was pick-a-carded, but it is not in hand, is the major thing here.
Right.
Stan would need to be able to cast it right now to even have a shot at being able to win this.
Yeah, and actually, the Ice Shard is a... Well, okay, Ice Shard plus Vile Feast is actually quite relevant if it did happen, but
yeah,
this one is looking just about over here.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way.
Yep.
Stan, all I ask is after you fall the Lissandra here,
to Yasuo, please.
Is do it for the fans. Do it for the fans. Swap to Yasuo. You have to win with it anyway, right? You got to win no matter what. You have to win with it. Just swap to Yasuo.
Yeah.
Do it for the fans.
We're hoping for it. We are definitely hoping for it.
There's a burble. Got an iterative. None of it's going to matter. There's too much.
Yeah, leveled up Lissandra is one of the cooler champions I think we've seen in a while. I would argue that Aphelios is also really cool, but because of his power level, he becomes less cool. I think because he kind of goes from being cool to dominant very quickly. Lissandra, with the exception of the combo element, feels rather fair until the Watcher comes down and just kills you in one turn. But besides that, I think everything else about Lissandra feels very cool and very fair. And if, Lissandra were played in like a control deck, I think it would be a very interesting champion potentially. And I also like the combo, but I'm a filthy combo degenerate.
Yep, so here is the answer. And we're not going to get anything at all here from Stan. He's just going to suit up.
Yeah.
Punch into a tough Nexus. It's like punching a brick wall, honestly.
Right.
It's just not very effective.
Only taking 6 from this when you're at 20. I mean, even if the Ice Shard weren't there, it would be 2, 4, it would be 10, right? With the suit up. Or no, it would be 11. It's not that good, Cass. It doesn't even matter. Rice could have just pressed OK and been fine.
Yeah, he could have. He absolutely could have. It's really just it's just a waiting game to get this Watcher down. It's one of those where it is it's been done for a couple turns, and
Yeah.
Rice just has to go through the motions. And for Stan, he's just trying his best to turn it around. He doesn't know that Rice has Matron in hand.
Right.
He doesn't know that this game is effectively over right now. He's probably got an idea, but he still is like, okay, well, what are my outs here? It's like, okay, whiffs Matron for X amount of turns, and I beat down with these Chum the Waters and a Wiggly Burblefish, and maybe I can get there. Of course, it's not going to be the case, but that is kind of the way that he's got to look at it.
Chat brings up a good point that Stan actually does know that there's a Spectral Matron because of the Babbling Bjerg. So, I mean, you still got to play to your outs. Maybe Rice doesn't play it. Maybe, you know, I don't know. You can get a little bit of information because theoretically, Rice could have played the Matron to end a turn here and then played the Zero Cost Watcher, a line that I presented a couple turns ago, but instead just going to play the Ephemeral Watcher and then Stan. Just show me you have it. And that's enough.
But now the important thing, because that didn't matter. We didn't.
Yeah.
It was just TF Fizz versus Lissandra. Like, you know, what do you expect, right? Now, Stan picks Yasuo. Yeah, he picks Yasuo for the fan.
Is Stan a homie, or is Stan trying too hard and just wants to get his win with? No matter what,
he has to win with Yasuo anyway.
Right.
So you got to play it. So you pick Yasuo and you queue it up, and then you make Blevin Casa happy. Yes,
we got it. Okay, we got it. We landed.
Here we go.
We landed on Mars, everybody.
We are here, and we've got the Yasuo from Stan. This is all I really wanted today. Like, I'm now happy. I get to cast the Yasuo Swain match. I'm stoked. I'm ready to. I mean, Thorn of the Rose in hand, gonna get pitched. I don't think you want that to start out. That is a nice thing to have in deck, but you're looking for that Blade Twirler, and he does find it straight away. He's against TF Fizz, so actually, he's looking for Intimidating Roar as well.
Yeah.
It is a really important card in this matchup. He wants his Yasuo and he wants Roar. With those two cards, he can set up positions that are essentially checkmate for the deck. Like, he can find positions where he wins around having those two cards. And so that is kind of the two card combo that Stan is certainly going to be looking for. The Blade Twirler is a great start, though. Having some proactivity on two is always going to be great.
I wonder if Rice could have gotten an attack in there. Just send in the bot. There's no punish. It's just 1 damage for 1 damage, and you can't block with the bot. You can't ever block the Blade Twirler, right? Like, it's never.
It's probably never safe.
Probably doesn't matter, but like, these are the little things, Casa. I feel like I bring them up like 1 or 2 a week, where it's like you maybe could have gotten 1 damage in there.
Look, Blev, if Stan lives with 1 health at any point in this game, remember this.
Or if this Blade Twirler, doesn't die to this Mystic Shot, right? Like,
I don't think Stan would block.
I don't think so either.
It would be weird for Stan to block.
Yes.
So
exactly.
Right. That's what. But
if
that's
he
what
does, then you just open up, like, this Blade Twirler can get out of control potentially. I mean, it won't because of the Get Excited in hand, but like all of a sudden your Mystic Shot gets turned on. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, Bluff. We watch. You know, if Stan ever survives with 1 health, you know, we know what happens.
Right.
We know what happens if Stan lives with 1 health.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, now we've got this pumped up Ballistic Bot. I assume that Rice will attack in with that second Blade Twirler coming in. This does open up Stan to punish a Ballistic Bot attack, because actually trading a single Blade Twirler for the Ballistic Bot might be worth it. So we could see, the attack in from Ballistic Bot, and you go for like a stun onto the Poro or something else to crank them up. But I will be interested to see how Stan does navigate overall. He does have big parts of his engine available, but no Yasuo just yet. We see the Minotaur Reckoner alongside the Leviathan, so that's a lot of your kind of late game power that you tend to be able to put up, but no Yasuo on 4, no Yasuo on 5. unless it gets drawn here, starts to get a little bit tough for this deck. You really want to be finding that Yasuo.
Stan is going to be able to kill the Twisted Fate in response to the blue card in case a suit up is drawn. When I do that play, my opponent already drew a suit up and I just get punished and I concede the game. I've had that happen multiple times. Where I'm just like, I guess they had it. I'm not long for this game. And I just exit out. But Stan making the correct high EV play there. Now this attack from Rice is got to be free. There are, I believe, yeah, there are no Steel Tempests. Not that those would be a punish anyway. I mean, I guess they kind of would be because
you can use it for a trade, yeah.
Well, yeah, you could use it for a trade. You can also just use it as a free pump for the Blade Twirler, but this attack seems pretty free. I think, you know, the Ballistic Bot has gotten its value. You know, the Ignition is always going to be nice, but these Blade Twirlers, because of the Intimidating Roars, because of all of the other cards we've been talking about, can be quite scary and can end the game very quickly.
Yeah. This hand is really tough from Stan. It's tough to execute here. You're on this Concussive Palm, which can lead to the Blade Twirlers being a lot more threatening. And so there is kind of part of me that wants to expend that, right? You want to go Conk Palm Ravenous Flock, deal with the Ballistic Bot, and then just pressure Rice to respond to your now 3-3-3-3 quick attack 3-2 board, right? Like to deal with that. And try and get some of this aggression going and put the pressure on Rice to expend resources to try and stop you, instead of just putting resources in being aggressive, where your next few big turns are, you know, Minotaur Reckoner going to use all your mana and then trying to move to Leviathan turn. So there is some merit to trying to be the aggressor here if you are Stan. It does seem like Stan wants to go the route of potentially a Swain instead, which might end up being a bit too slow. Also, Rice has the option to potentially block the Swain with the Ballistic Spot and remove it, which is not the greatest scenario. Stan also can just go the passive approach. As this deck does like to wait around, you do a lot of passing with TF Swain. It's just that Stan has not been able to establish any of those engines that you normally like to have on board before you start these long chains of passes. And TF Fizz is not a deck that allows you to be too patient.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the plan from Stan is to just get to a point where, you know, maybe it's 6 mana, maybe it's the 8 mana for Leviathan, but get to that point in a relatively healthy state, not, you know, get potentially blown out. I mean, right now, the Rice has Twisted Fate blue card plus pick a card mana, technically, so that is probably something that is in the back of Stan's mind, does not want to let that engine get going, because that is certainly a way to get punished. Right now, the board is not super threatening. The big Ballistic Bot, again, you know, we see the Conch Palm, and like all these threats in Stan's hand, Swain, Leviathan, Minotaur Reckoner, like they're not really doing much against this board right now. So Stan wants to find a place where it's going to be relatively safe to play them and not get completely punished by something that Rice can do.
Yeah, I didn't love that pass from Stan on the last turn, and I'm sure that someone can argue with me on it that knows a little better right now. I just am very worried for Stan with his current hand state,
right?
In being too passive against a deck that can. I would have liked to see the Ballistic Bot dealt with and then start to threaten, essentially saying, hey, if I have like one more stun, I'm threatening lethal next turn. That was the direction that I would have liked to see Stan go with these the big Blade Twirler board. Now, I am going to get kind of my wish here, as we are going to see Stan go for the Conch Palm, likely into... Well, I guess he's just going to go this trade. This is fine as well. buff up 2 of these, stop an extra damage, and trade with the ballistic spot, I think is reasonably good. The downside to this is Rice FT could just clear away the Blade Twirler that is going to trade with this ballistic bot and just keep that as a threat on the board if Stan decides to opt for this route.
Yeah, this is still going to be 3 damage coming in, going to go to 10. There notably is no...
Okay. Right. I prefer this. I like this a lot. This is what I want. I really was worried that by placing this blocker, we were going to see Stan not stun this ballistic bot. But I think stunning the ballistic bot, potentially just going for the flock as well. I don't see much reason to hold on to the Ravenous Flock. And then just going, being able to attack in with the triple Blade Twirler. I definitely prefer this line.
Yeah, I like this now. Yeah, I do like this as well. You know, having 12 power on board kind of out of nowhere is certainly helpful. Of course, Rice does have the ability to chump block a lot of this for a while, but it is, you know, really just an intimidating roar away, or even, you know, if we can get Leviathan set up or Minotaur Reckoner potentially can start, you know, dealing with and actually pressuring Rice's life total.
Yeah, this is now a very scary board for Stan. Like he actually has like a lot of pressure. 3 times 3/3 quick attack is pretty good. The TF Fizz deck does not have blockers that can actually block them. It'll all just be chumps. Now it is the onus on Stan, however, to create enough pressure that he won't just die on this backswing, because Stan is not currently presenting lethal, and that draw of a Ravenous Flock is a completely dead draw in this matchup.
It absolutely is. But the play of the Swain is quite nice because currently nothing to be able to block that from Rice. So if Rice wants to block or stop the Swain from hitting, either needs to TF Gold card or needs to Iterative Improvement a Zap Spray Fin, and Rice goes for the gold card.
Yeah, it's just a gold card, and I mean, are we just kind of awaiting specific draws that get Stan out of this? Because I think Rice just goes, okay, I'll take this much damage. You know, Stan, you're not killing me with direct damage from 7.
Yeah.
I will keep my board as wide as possible here. Can iterative, you know, a Poro or iterative a Zap and get more aggression down, and well, you can't stop my elusives.
Yep.
And
excited.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's
it's done.
In hand.
It's done. 8 in hand. There's no possible way for Stan to stop the rest of this other than an intimidating roar, which is a slow speed spell.
Yeah, not looking great.
No, I mean, this hand was very unfortunate for Stan in the matchup. He didn't get any of the things he needed. No Yasuo, very few stuns. He hit multiple Leviathans and multiple Ravenous Flocks, which are 2 of the most dead cards in this matchup. And it's just not enough. I mean, it's not going to get there. Iterative Improvement, that's really cute. I actually was wondering how that was going to work. It does just give you a Tail of the Dragon. I think Rice was literally trying to see the interaction. I think he was actually interested in the interaction because he just is that far ahead. He's like, I win anyway. Let's see how this works.
Right. What does Tail of the Dragon read? It might actually read specifically when I'm recalled.
Specifically recalled. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
But that is cool. That's cool. He checked that. We did some science. Did a little bit of science on the broadcast. You know, this is a science show overall. We do a lot of testing, a lot of hypotheses, try and figure out what the cards will actually do. And today we learned, even though if you read the card, I guess it does make sense that iterative will not give you stun in hand. And Rice FT will be 2-0ing Stan the people's champ, bringing Yasuo going down in the first round.
Yeah, and you know, that game, I mean, yes, You can argue that Stan had a pretty low roll draw for that matchup, but I think that game was really a course in the power of Twisted Fate Fizz in general, and the fact that you have so much power packed into these 1, 2, and 3 cost spells versus, the Leviathan, Minotaur Reckoners, and, the Intimidating Roars, very powerful cards, but when they cost 5, 6, 7, even, Swain, 8 mana, it's just that equation never turns out in the favor of the high cost cards.
Yeah, I like the build from Stan. I just think this meta is really tough for Yasuo Swain.
Yep.
I think TF Fizz is just not a good matchup. There is game. You just need specific hands, and I don't know if it is consistent enough to hit those. Unfortunate for Stan, but he does have the losers bracket to try and crawl back in. But we are going to go to a short break. When we return, we will continue Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight into game with Soggy, Slobster going up against XGCV. Looks like there is quite the board from Targon here with Aphelios coming down next to a Great Beyond at 14-12 stats, and Soggy Slobster on the other side. Playing Fiora Shen has dropped very low and looks like might be running out of answers to deal with this Great Beyond, but will have the attack token next turn and maybe can start to put something together as we slowly get our bearings here, Blev. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to get yourself acquainted, but to me, it's kind of looking like a beatdown of a big dragon hit in the face of Soggy's Lobster.
Yeah, this is looking like a how many box to pie are left in the deck, maybe, or yeah, this is interesting. He looks like he's hovering over box to puss, so perhaps just not remembering how many have been played. Would certainly be unfortunate to pick Crescendum when there are no box to puss in the deck.
No box to pie?
No box to pie for me. Okay. Maybe wants a different option now, given new information.
Yeah, I mean, what? You take Gravitum and you just stun the Screeching Dragon, get rid of Challenger so that there is, like, no random world where it gets buffed up and kills your Great Beyond, I guess?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be realistically the only thing I see here, but Shen being the potential stun instead.
Yep. Looks like Shen gonna be stunned. Of course, you do lose out on the double stun value, but that doesn't really matter that much because Great Beyond, of course, has elusive. I don't think there's a reasonable way to kill the Great Beyond. It's more like, let's not allow my opponent to eat my Aphelios for free, or perhaps even let's not allow my opponent to attack with the River Shaper for free.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right now, the 4/5 is fine. The River Shaper drawing cards is certainly a way to get buried here.
It feels like you could just stun the River Shaper then, right?
I mean, yes. But does the River Shaper... Well, I guess if the River Shaper can attack now, but essentially it would come... You would either be just trading for a card, which maybe XG is fine with, or it is at the cost of your Screeching Dragon, which seems less likely. The Slobster just says, nah, I don't care what you wanted to stun. I was going to counter it anyway.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so we get the Nopify. Going to swing in with the Screeching Dragon. Eat Aphelios and try and get a free spell with the River Shaper. I mean, there is a single combat that can answer the spell shield. The question becomes, can Soggy Slobster find a way to buff up his units enough that a concerted strike could potentially deal with this Great Beyond? We are going to have the riposte buff Shen up to 10 attack. So, I mean, yes, the answer is yes. This Great Beyond can be dealt with the proper draw.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a way to rally, but it's 4 mana. There's not enough mana. The open attack right now is still a win.
But is the XG... Or, sorry, Slobster still is putting a win condition on the table, at least. Although, doesn't cast the single combat. I guess you don't need to do it now.
Oh, there's a block.
Oh.
Sharp sight.
Well,
Sharp sight off the top.
That'll do it. Oh, is there...
Sharp sight off the top. I mean, that's it, right? That just means Soggy Slobster's winning this. He just gets the block, and then there's
more
no
than
cards
likely.
left. I mean, that's it. What a top deck. What a top deck. That is the best card that he could have pulled. Now, granted, I don't think it was the only card that won here, right? Single combat concerted.
Oh, he just circled the sharps. Oh, no, he's circling the cards that he can get off of. Okay. But he circled the sharp side, and oh boy, is he going to wish that he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, single combat would have done it. Concerted strike would have done it.
Yep.
But it is the sharp sight that was found. And, I mean, Spell Thief can find a way to maybe keep the Great Beyond alive, but he's not gonna... I don't think he wins off it. I think that, you know, this Spirit's Refuge, yes, you heal the full, you protect your Great Beyond, but I believe that Soggy Slobster should still be able...
Unless...
Wait, he's got he's got another dragon. He's got Brightsteel Protector for it and the Shen buff. Like, he's got plenty of ways to increase the damage enough to clear this dragon away. And there's a rally. There's going to be a board full of cards.
Yep.
I mean, this has got to be Soggy Slobster taking this.
I don't... Oh, Slobster not even going for the rally there. Probably doesn't need to, I suppose.
He can probably rally this turn and potentially get more like damage out of it, I guess, is potentially a something.
Yeah, my only thought is that you had a guarantee... Actually, yeah, no, you did have a guaranteed kill onto the Great Beyond, whereas now there's an unknown card.
Right.
That
Star Shaping
also... Right.
Could be
an unknown card that could also be giving +3/+3 to the Great Beyond. But it is just a Zoe. That is not going to be enough.
Was this played incorrectly? Like, shouldn't you just buff the... You can give multiple Shen buffs to one target, correct?
I'm
Or
pretty
shouldn't it
sure
just be Protector onto the dragon and then buff it up to kill the Great Beyond straight away?
I know that the Caretaker gets it gets big with Brightsteel formation, regardless of whether they have barrier or not. I'm not positive that Shen works the same way. I'm pretty sure that it does.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they get larger if you give them multiple iterations of barrier.
Yeah.
But now that Soggy Slobster has not once but twice decided to not do that, is making me question everything.
Right. Well, regardless, we are
it's
going
over.
to
Regardless,
Golden
it's
Ages.
over.
Yeah, it is quite over. Perhaps the play was a little sloppy from the Slobster, but does not matter. That is going to be taken by Soggy Slobster. And with that game, the match taken 2-1 in round number 1 here.
Yep, round number 1 going to the Slobster. Gonna be picking that one up. 2-1. And we'll be moving on to face off against Garretz, actually, who did have that kind of round 1 bye. So we will be seeing Garretz versus Soggy Slobster coming up next as well. Garretz performed amazingly last week, and I'm curious if he'll be able to reprise his role as champ this time around. His previous opponent who he faced in the grand finals was Stan, who has dropped to the losers bracket, and we'll see if he can make the run with Yasuo and try and set up his tent like we've seen in the past from Stan in Fight Night when he arrives and sticks around for a couple weeks. But yeah, losing round 1, not the best start for him. As
certainly makes it much harder.
Yeah, as Rice FT was able to take that. And if we I'm just looking down at kind of what the next rounds are looking like, it's going to be Garretz versus Soggy Slobster and Rice FT versus Successor, who has been kind of a top Brazilian player for a very long time. And he was top 32 of the seasonal as well, the first season, Monuments of Power seasonal. Successor made it there. And we've actually been trying to get him on Fight Night for a bit, but there have been issues in the past with Successor not being able to stream to Twitch. And now he's able to stream, and we were super excited to be able to have him on this week. And I'm looking forward to see how he does. I mean, he already took down BBG 2-0.
Yeah.
He's moving on to face Rice FT, who just defeated Stan. And I have really high hopes for Successor as a player. I think he is an incredibly strong competitor and someone who has not had as many chances in not only our tournament, just other tournaments in general, other invitationals or other, different spots. He's been a bit overlooked. And I think that Successor has the potential to be, just one of the best that we've got.
Yeah, I mean, if Stan does not return multiple times, perhaps Successor could be the successor to Stan. Perhaps could be the successor of the multi-time top finalist Stan. We'll see, but he's gonna have to go through the player who beat Stan 2-0 in Rice FT. And well, I mean, BBG, of course, one of the most storied LoR streamers, but also for the OG tournament watchers and players, many of you know, BBG has been making top cuts and winning events for a long time in LOR. So beating BBG 2-0 is absolutely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in BBG, even in Fight Night, has had fairly good results. I mean, I believe he's won one in the past, but also he's just constantly been near the top. Like BBG, Stan always just top 2, but BBG pretty much in every Fight Night we've brought him to has top 4. He's always getting, he's always making the pay cuts. So I know that he definitely does well in this format as well, and it's always interesting to see if someone could come in and take him down. So the fact that BBG versus Stan is going to be in the losers bracket in one of the first rounds is definitely a surprise, as we are going to have one of the biggest names in Fight Night in LoR dropping out in the very first round 0-2. And that's something that we do see sometimes in Fight Night, because we just invite these stacked lobbies, but it is still rare that we see kind of those top of the top, the cream of the top, the cream of the crop. Fleb, get knocked out early on.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, that is the beauty of Fight Night, is that we essentially just skip right to a top cut. We bring the best of the best here, and sometimes the best can fall down for sure, and that's why we love Fight Nights. We see legacies born, as well as legacies continue to dominate here. But we talked about this earlier, and we were memeing a bit about how we were standing for Stan. That's because Stan was really the only one in NA who thought or in Americas rather, that really thought outside of the box here. We've got a lot of Lissandra Trundle, a lot of TF Fizz, a lot of Zoe Aphelios, a lot of Fiora Shen. So if you like those decks, I think you're in for a treat here, folks. And if you're looking to maybe improve your matchups either with or against some of these decks, get your notebooks out, as these will certainly be good ones to watch.
Yeah, get the Peppo G's, get them out, start writing it down, and figure out how to play these decks, as we've got Garretz versus Soggy Slobster.
Casa, I know we joke about how the winners of Fight Night stand atop of Mount Targon with the wind blowing in their hair, but I didn't think it literally was the case with Garretz.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing from the top, Targon Peak.
Yes.
He is not playing Targon's Peak, but he's playing from Targon's Peak.
Yeah.
As you can see, just the magnificent man, just the wind blowing through his hair. It's like a commercial,
Right. It's like a Fabio. What he used to do, what was it? He did a commercials for like cream cheese or something really lame. But I remember in like the early 2000s or late 90s, there were some Fabio commercials, and this reminds me of that. But everybody knows Fabio. My production is yelling at me for people not knowing Fabio. Type a 1 in chat if you know who Fabio is. Type a 2 if you feel bad for me and just want to support me anyway. Anyways, I don't know, Casa, do we need to change the winner criteria and have it not be in not be on top of Mount Targon because we're now in Shurima, and the Shuriman desert is quite vast. And
I made a joke about the ascending at the end of last week. We did change it up. We changed it up because it is the Empires of the Ascended. So we're no longer using the climbing the top of the mountain thing.
Right.
It's all Shurima.
Ascending.
It's always ascending. You know, taking their place among the Empire of the Ascended.
Yep.
And Garretz is the first one to do that. Second one. There's been 2 Shurima ones. I don't know. I just work here, man. We've just been watching a lot of TFIz.
We're almost at 30 of these. I'm surprised I remember any of them at this point.
They're stringing together recently because it's all been the same deck. And and you know, once again we just have the Veiled Temple. We got Aphelios, the Boxtopus, hanging out, going up against TFIz. They're back. They're back at it again. And you know, the war of the fish and the octopus rages on. As we once again have Fizz versus a Boxtopus on board, and it's just a perpetual state of war between these two factions. And we really wish it would stop. We do, but you know, the fighting should cease between what is this? What are octopus? What is their like? They're not. Are they? I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember what they are. Maybe I can. Let's see. What does Wikipedia say about octopi?
Are they cephalopods? They actually are. Okay. Well, the cephalopods.
They are. Well, there's approximately 300 species of 8-limbed mollusks of the order of Octopoda.
Octopoda mollusks.
Okay, the order is grouped within the class of Cephalopoda. Okay, so depends on if you're, you know, going order or class or perhaps kingdom or phylum. And yes, I'm flexing my ability to remember something I learned in 6th grade. And I don't remember everything. That's it.
I mean,
phylum.
Really, we could just make this all about octopus facts as well.
We could.
That is possible. Also, Fizz is an amphibious yordle, so not a fish, but you know, the yordles and the cephalopods have a deep rivalry that has been going on for quite some time now. Across many patches.
Yes. While I will, I can agree with the fact that Fizz is an amphibious yordle. I think it's a stretch for anyone to be able to claim with such authority that he's not also a fish. Why are you applying human and earth logic to the world of Runeterra? That doesn't necessarily work, right?
I guess not. Yeah, I guess there's no rhyme or reason.
Why does everyone speak the same language in Runeterra? Wouldn't there be like a bunch of different languages? How come everything's in English when I play the game? We're going all the way into that detail, if you're gonna make these points, why don't you go even further and complain about those things too? Okay, sorry. If you're gonna do it all out.
Actually, Blevins, there are a vast number of languages across Runeterra.
Yeah, but how come they're not played in my game? How come I don't hear people talking Noxian in my game? Checkmate.
Yeah, actually, Riot.
Checkmate.
Please,
Twitch
Riot
chat
should get on this. All of the different cards should speak in their the
native tongues.
The native tongue of the region that the cards are in.
Yeah.
And none of us will be able to understand them because they're fictional languages that Riot has created for lore. Yes. But I will be like at least 35% more immersed. So I don't know.
Yeah, you can
pretty good.
Instead of having it be in English, you choose Runeterra, and then it just converts it. I think it's worth. I think it's it's definitely worth the endeavor. The hundreds, if not thousands, of hours it would take to do it, plus translate everything. Definitely worth it.
Yeah, I agree, Blevins.
I have a one in chat if you also agree, chat. And if we get 300 ones, Riot will do it. I can at least guess that is the case.
Why are you asking for our chat to be flooded with 300 ones?
Because I'm hoping. Oh, also someone keep track too, please. Anyways, back to the match. We've made it all the way here, and you really can't call these games because they they aren't over until they are. And while that does sound like nonsense gobbledygook, it only partly is, because the game is kind of back and forth up until a point, and then there's, you know, a Living Legends big turn into a Giant Celestial, or perhaps a multiple Burble chain into a Mind Meld and the game ends, or leveled up TF and the game ends. But up until one of those, you know, crucial turns, the game is really kind of back and forth, and it's not super easy to tell who's going to win.
No, I mean, absolutely. It really, it ends up coming down to a lot of the time, either these Veiled Temple decks, you know, getting maybe an Infernum and just getting something that's too massive that it just ends the game very quickly.
Right.
Or them actually kind of being able to weather out some of the Fizz TF cards and actually find a way to win through the box bosses or through the box buy or through some kind of celestial that they've been able to invoke. Whereas on the other side, it's just about, you know, building up enough elusives that you just eventually are able to run over the other side. And a lot of times that these kills happen when the opponent is on something like 15 life or even, you know, 10 plus life. It doesn't necessarily happen over a slow burn. It ends up happening very quickly and sometimes out of thin air.
Yeah, and how many cards were just cycled through for Soggy Slobster? I think
a lot. Yeah,
we're mod checking right now for TF. Soggy Slobster just looking around, wondering where the Twisted Fate is. Interesting.
All right. I mean, he's even got more draw. Like, he's just been cycling so much, and he's on, you know, still rummage, pick a card, and a stress testing. So, like, we will just be, we'll still be seeing ones come in. There'll be more cards drawn than ones that were in chat. You know, that's the kind of place we're at.
Chat. I'm just saying. So yeah, the problem for Soggy Slobster is that yes, all these things can happen. You can cycle through. You can pick a card. You can commit all these resources, but if you're not winning, all the progress you're making right now is just going to be reduced by the fangs. And in fact, it already is being reduced by -3. You did -3 damage this turn. Congratulations. And you lost your Fizz.
Yep. Lost Fizz, dealt -3. There is a way to try and deal with the fangs now, but it's a risk, right? Like, you can chuck a Get Excited at this fangs right now, but if there's a heal in Garrett's hand, it's a massive punish. And I don't know if Soggy Slobster wants to take that kind of risk. Like, yes, it's only 3 cards for Garrett's, but how many star shapings has he played? How many guiding touches has he played? I think it might be 0, right? And there's a star shaping off the top. So now that's completely off the table. You can't even go in that direction anymore.
Right. There's 1 star shaping, I think 1 pale cascade. I don't think any I don't believe that any guiding touches were played, but yeah, now you definitely can't go for it, because now the just play 2 spells also counters it with the temples. And Soggy Garretz is not even in a rush to attack. Not that any of these attacks are very good anyway, but Garretz, you know, can happily sit atop his mountain, wind blowing through his hair, just looking down at the board and saying, "Not good enough," and just keeps passing until Soggy Slobster actually puts forth a reason to do anything.
Like, Garrett also just kind of has the vibe of, like, he's just sitting outside, like, he's like driving past in a convertible, you know? And he's just kind of like, he's jamming out.
Yeah.
And Soggy Slobster's just there, and he just like looks over at Soggy Slobster and just nods, just like unbothered by the existence of the presence of this TF Fizz deck right now.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
And he's just cruising along. He's just cruising along in his sports car, in his convertible, just vibing to whatever song he's got playing. Just completely unconcerned with this TF Fizz that is trying to mess with them right now.
Yeah.
And the guy now, like, Soggy Slobster's like flipping him the bird with this Get Excited.
Right.
And Garretz is just like, it's all cool, man. It's all good. Like, let me just throw up this star shaping real quick. We're chilling. Like, we're just hanging out.
Yeah. Garrett's potentially considering not casting it, but it seems like it's just such good value too. You want to cast the Star Shaping anyway. You're already at 18. The Scourge is certainly a way to threaten to end the game quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's potentially what you're just looking for if you're Garretz now is like, okay, well, the Fangs is going to get me so far, but I do need to find a way to actually close it out eventually here. And, well, that's what the Scourge is going to be for.
Absolutely. And back up to 8 mana. Doesn't really... And playing the Lunari there accomplishes getting the +2/+2 on the Fangs, which is nice. Puts it out of a second Get Excited range. I believe if there was another Get Excited, it probably should have been cast on the stack. Actually, I don't know how big the... yeah, I don't know. It was not a good... It was not a good... it was not necessarily a good time to use the Get Excited. In fact, you know, like you mentioned, Casa, Soggy Slobster did technically have the opening to get the Get Excited off last turn, but opted not to. So it seemed a little weird for him to go for it this turn.
Yeah, it did. It just increased the odds that Garretz would actually have an answer. And well, guess what? He didn't have the answer before, but he had it now.
Yep.
And Garretz was able to protect his Fangs and continue to buff it up. And having the lifesteal unit be the thing that is getting buffed is really pretty much worst case scenario for Soggy Slobster. He's completely unable to be effective with these elusives and actually killing off Garretz. And you know, the only way that we end up eating our words is if he just kind of rips a mind meld off the top here and just ends the game instantly. But you know, that's clearly not going to happen at all. And nothing I say right now as far as caster cursing it or blessing it is going to affect the outcome of whether or not he's going to draw it.
I'd say, I'll just put it out there, 0% chance he draws a mind meld on this following attack token and ends the game. There's just no chance that's going to happen. I don't believe that it's even possible. And in fact,
he's actually not even running it. I can't believe it.
Oh wait, really?
I went to check because I'm like, there's normally always one, and like,
right.
I wanted to keep memeing it up.
You don't deserve to win if you're not paying homage to the great Blazonation.
It's not in the deck. It's not in the deck.
Okay, right. Well, I was joking when I said 0%, but I was actually correct.
Oh, I thought you looked. I did. I thought you looked and it wasn't there. So I had to check as well. And no, it does not exist. There are no mind melds.
Yep.
So in all of this caster blessing memeing going on, we were just spitting facts that in fact, Soggy Slobster will not be pulling a mind meld off the top and ending the game in one turn. It will be an end round offer. No attack. Garrett takes that every time. Are you kidding me? He takes it every time.
That's a bingo card right there. And he's just jamming out.
Look at him go. Dude, I told you. He is just a guy. Yeah, look at him.
Oh my God. New favorite. I just don't.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, the convertible thing is so good. Just and there's a little Soggy Slobster kid on the side of the road yelling, "Hey, mister! Hey, mister!" Soggy Slobster just jamming out. Doesn't care.
He also has energy of the what is love bit from SNL.
Yes.
And he's just cruising. And like he's just I don't know, like I absolutely love it. I don't know. I'm loving Garrett right now. I really do.
I mean, a star is born before our eyes.
Yeah, and he gets the Scourge down. He did have his setup to go aggressive on this turn. It is answered by the Twist of Fate. Finally, Soggy Slobster is going to find that, but
I thought he was going to replace the Scourge, and I was going to be like, this madman.
Yeah, I mean, Garretz is stoked. He's cruising. He's chilling. He's moving and shaking. You know, I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, that has to be a bingo card of play. Living Legends, burst pass with Living Legends into your opponent passes back, and you just say, "I'm ending the turn with 7 created cards in hand." I don't care.
It
I
felt
love it.
so right there too. It was like I felt that pass. It's like Garrett's like, yeah, of course. You're representing to hit me for like 12, 13. Yeah, give me the token back. I got a scourge in hand.
You can make that pass just knowing that somehow, some way, even if they're not watching the broadcast, Rattling Bones and Fresh Lobster are smiling right now. just the on the Mount Rushmore of passing, you've got Rattling Bones, you've got Lobster, and I think perhaps now we may even have Garretz.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, the Rattling Bones and Lobster are joining him in the convertible, and they're all jamming out to Alloway's greatest hit, What Is Love. Yeah, that is what's going on right now. They're all. I just want that image, really. I just want their three faces photoshopped onto that video clip, and just with the caption "passing with a handful of created cards." Like that's. It's Jay Sensational's got the meme account, and I just need him to make it at this point, honestly.
Right.
Like,
we're summoning the meme. It's got to happen now.
Really, I just need that meme summoned.
So good. Anyway, I mean, the game is either very close to ending or nowhere near close to ending, and we have no real way of telling.
Yeah, TFS may still just be winning here. Like, it's just to be complete transparency. Like, look at all these burbles, and there's no answer right now except for this Equinox, which is going to help a little bit, but end of the day, I mean, it's still a lot of damage that's being stared down right now by
8, 12, 15, 17, and it's all at once, so it's not even could actually be 18 if you want to replace the 3/1 burble with a Poro.
Yeah,
it's not even star shapingable.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he doesn't die in the one hit, he's got the lifesteal to go back up and the star shaping to go back up. So realistically, Garretz can be okay as long as Slobster doesn't hit something that changes that. Does that get him there? That suit up.
Yeah, it does. It would be 4, 8, 12, 16, 19. He'd have to play a Poro over the bot. 19,
but he ignitions down to 19, but that does leave open star shaping. But the shroom is also, I like the play to put the shrooms in because you might be able to set up to just win with that.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays the Poro over the bot, suit ups either the Poro or the Zap, it actually is lethal.
Is it 20 on that?
Yes. Because it would be 4, 8. The Poro would be 12, 16 from Zap, 19 from the other burble, 21 with the other Zap.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
It looks like he's going to do it. And
all right.
Garretz, Soggy Slobster took that stick he found on the ground and chucked it as hard as he could at the convertible and popped the tire, and Garretz gets it into an 8-car pileup.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, that got unnecessarily dark. Let's just say that the car stopped.
Okay. I thought he had already committed this attack. I was like gonna freak out. I was gonna lose
3,
it.
4, 5, 6.
I was gonna lose it.
10, 18. Yeah, that's not enough, but this is. Who needs mind meld when you just put 20 on board anyway? Garretz, the classy.
Garretz. But he's still vibing. Look at him go.
You gotta.
Look at him go. He's still chilling in the car, unbothered.
Yeah.
Still grooving.
Just gets hit in the face with a stick and just like looks over and just continues jamming, like doesn't care.
He just keeps going. Love it. I don't know. I love Garretz, man. This is it's been great to watch him. Just vibing. And we'll see if he can bring it back. I mean, that was just game 1, right? Soggy Slobster gonna take game number 1 with Fizz TF.
Yep.
Which does mean he still has Fiora Shen remaining.
Yep.
But Garretz has Zoya Felios and Fiora Shen as well. So it might end up being a mirror matchup if he can find the win on Zoya Felios. There are hushes in that deck, which can be very good against the Fiora. There are ways for him to beat the Fiora list with this. And we are just going to start off with the mirror match between the two.
The mirror match. Always one that is just so fun to cast. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna peace out for a minute. Cassie, you got this.
I'm taking it. Well, really,
you got this, buddy.
The really just an important PSA is, the Shurima Desert is vast, and we're making sure we're prepared for the long trek through it. And to that end, patch 2.4.0 is focused on exclusively on bug fixes and miscellaneous quality of life improvements. Just the public service announcement for the rest of you guys. But yeah, here we go. We're gonna be going into some. Oh, he's actually gone, by the way. Just if anyone in chat was wondering if he was just gonna be quiet for a second, no, he's just not here anymore. So we're flying solo for a sec, as we see both Fioras hit the board, and they're gonna be going in for the trade. Both Fioras down, so no one going for the Fiora win con. Just a Shen available on both sides. Kind of just a mirror back and forth. Joseph, what's your take on this match?
I don't know, dude. All I know is that neither you nor Blevins sounded too enthused about this, but here we are watching it. I do really like Shen's art. Gives me some fighting game vibes. Big fan of that.
There you go. Yeah. Well, Shen just... Wow, they actually are just kind of playing the full mirror match, where they've got both. They played the Fioras, they traded the Fioras, now it's the Shens and the Dragons. And Blevins is back now, but it's okay, Blev.
I have no interest.
I got you, Blev.
Yeah, Joseph came in.
We got to.
I believe he's unmuted. I believe he's unmuted for.
What's up, chat?
Well.
How's it going?
So
wow.
We just have our producer here, just hanging out as well as we all watch this. And Glop is asking me to quote his subtweet. Let me just take a look at. I gotta go to Twitter. So entertain chat for a second.
Yeah, I'll take it back. We're the Slobster here pulling the Shen. Man, this is just mirrored entirely, isn't it? Sharpsight gonna actually threaten to kill the Shen here, and it looks like it is just gonna happen. Unfortunately for Garretz. And card advantage slightly in the favor of Garretz, I think. 2, 4, 6 cards versus 2, 4. Nope, it is just parity. And I mean parity and parody. Both T and D, chat.
Blevins, is deny important in this matchup?
Oh my God, Mason is here. It can be.
I see a deny in one hand, and that card just theoretically seems broken. So is he just winning?
No, because the only card that's actually even deniable in Garrett's hand costs 2 mana, and that's generally not great. Now, if you can deny a concerted strike, a key concerted strike, that is certainly can be backbreaking, but that the threat of deny is certainly going to be in both players' minds at all times, and are going to try to reduce the impact that the deny would have.
Cass, are you back? Can I leave now?
Yeah, I'm back, and Glop didn't even tweet anything interesting. I'm tilted.
Man, wasted all our time.
Nothing good. There ain't nothing good there. There ain't nothing good. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm back. We're here. We got
was
Shen.
correct that you were pissed when you came back, but I don't know if he was guessing why you were going to be.
Whatever, man. Whatever, Glop. We back into it. We got dragons. We got Shens. We got what? You guys were talking about deny. Yeah, I mean, there's no concerted here. It's probably not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
I do like this matchup has spots that get really exciting, but like the turn by turn when we look at a Shen Fiora mirror, like right. I get you, Blood. Like it's just like it's kind of a slog. Like until we get to the point in the game where they've traded back so much, where we're on like fewer cards and they're trying to guess what's left out of the spells. Right. Like those are the spots that get really cool. And until you get there, it is just kind of another, Demacia matchup where they're just playing for the board, and it's like an arms race where you just get, as much power as you can, and you're looking for a proper trade that actually work out for you, especially when we see the hands drawing so evenly.
Absolutely. I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, you called it a slog in these mirror matches. You know what what actually might be a good term for what these mirror matches are like?
I figure you're gonna tell me. Yeah.
A soggy slobster. That's kind of what these matches feel like. Is actually a soggy slobster.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Really. You know, the Shen Fiora mirrors are a real soggy slobster. You know, Blev.
I gotta say. Soggy Slobster might be my favorite name ever in Fight Night. I can't think of one I enjoy more than Soggy Slobster. It just every time I say it, I just am I feel like it's a Dr. Seuss world that we're living in.
Yeah,
and that just makes me happy.
The prophets in chat, of course, knowing that this is going to be a bright steal for Soggy Slobster, answered by Garretz, which is incredibly advantaged towards Garretz, being able to defend on a turn with his own barriers and then be able to open up with his own attack, giving new barriers. It is better to be the second to play it. We'll see if the Slobster here can figure something out with these single combats, but the fact that we've got single combat on the other side as well does open things up where Garretz is able to still answer this. So we're going to see if this can come into effect. The fact that the Soggy Slobster was able to keep his Shen alive, whereas Garretz is gone. Maybe that can open something up, but generally going to be advantage Garretz. I'm trying to look how this turn is going to play out, though, if the single combats are actually going to see use.
Yeah, I mean, the single combat... You can see single on to whatever is blocking the Bright Steel... Okay, so that was notable there. The Shen buff did apply. We were wondering about that before. The Shen buff applied even though they already had barriers. So, no trickery here on the side of the Slobster. Garret's just playing the past game. Says, okay, I'll take my damage, and now I get to attack.
Yep,
Shen on the side, but.
I get to attack, and you are undefended. But we do see the Slobster's got a couple stand uniteds. Maybe that can lead to an interesting opportunity here to turn things around. Concerted Strike also going to be picked up. That may at least force this barrier. But actually, because of the fact that there is a 9 attack follower to use with the Concerted Strike, there is good opportunity to play around a barrier by hitting with something else first.
Yeah. But if you kill the other unit in response, then the Concerted is no longer good. So I think it's still favored for Garretz. I think.
Yeah, I think the single combat on top of this is definitely helping to turn it around. But then there's the additional single combat on the other side. It gets really tricky here. It gets messy. We might have a stack here.
Okay.
In a second.
We should just start the game here because this is the first interesting turn we've had.
Yeah, we're gonna get a stack of spells and it'll be interesting to see how it gets played. So there is the strike first going on the dragon. We're just gonna see immediately Garret's opting into the trade.
Ooh. So
now, what do we see in response? There's a lot of spells still remaining. Sharp Sight is a completely reasonable answer.
Yeah, Sharp Sight is actually pretty insane. And also, yeah, and Garretz just has to let it happen.
So now he looks to clear this away with one of the challenges.
Yeah, but that Stand United potentially is going to be absolutely brutal here.
Yeah, does feel like a Stand United can just be good. Maybe you do. Actually, Stand United is pretty nice. It does trade both of them. I think that can be good in this spot.
Yeah, if you Stand United here, I mean, it potentially opens you up to other stuff, but you're ahead right now on board theoretically if you do that. So like if Garretz could have like another single combat. I don't know. I guess this is actually really tough because of course the players are playing without perfect information, unlike us who has it. So it's actually quite tough. To play around everything that's possible, right? Because, like, you know, on the side of Soggy Slobster's side, you got to think about concerted strikes. You got to think about additional single combats.
Jared's back to just vibing, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is gonna get denied, I think.
Yeah. No, only 2 mana, right? Only 2 mana.
There's only 2 mana.
Soggy Slobster. This can't get denied, so we will see the kill onto the Brightsteel formation.
Yeah, we could see single combat, which could trade 1 for 1. Actually, could just eat the dragon with Shen potentially, but that opens up other opportunities. And the rally will still go off regardless of whether the unit is destroyed or not. So the rally still happens. Of course, the barrier won't be applied because the unit is dead.
Yep.
But
we
still does
get the Brightsteel. Yeah, the Brightsteel kill still goes through. Which I think is incredibly important here because we look at the hand quality of Garretz, and actually, I think these 3 units are going to be more valuable than some of these spells that we're seeing on the side of Soggy Slobster, especially because 2 of those cards are denies, and a Golden Aegis is a brilliant pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. And Garretz has actually gotten usage out of his single combats before Soggy Slobster had the ability to nopify them. So this nopify is just essentially just dead now. Doesn't even have the ability to counter rallies anymore because Relentless Pursuit has been essentially removed from the deck in favor of the Golden Aegis. Yeah,
I mean it has, and the saving grace here, right, for Soggy Slobster is he does have these 2 dragons that are going to be able to deal with the board as it is now.
Yep.
This does set up where Garretz is going to have to try and refill. He's going to get an extra spell to help him out as well once he gets stuff on board. So this Spirit's Refuge is going to be really nice once he's able to start playing more to the board as well. He is down to 7. 14 left for Soggy Slobster. There are still good spells remaining with the 2 Stand Uniteds, and okay, we are going to see Garretz just drop it. Yeah, it looks like maybe there's just too much as far as the board state there. And Soggy Slobster going to pick that up 2-0 over Garretz, taking down the defending champ, sending him to the loser's bracket. And our SCA representative, Soggy Slobster from Singapore, actually won. They have an 8-player invitational that goes on over there, kind of utilizing the Fight Night format, but I think they don't use 2-deck. I think it's a 3-deck format.
Oh, nice.
But Soggy Slobster won that recently, is the most recent winner. And so we invited him over. We said, hey, come play ours as well. And he's going on a tear through the winner's bracket so far, as he is 2-0 in this match over Garretz, and he was able to take his previous match as well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, while the Fiora Shen match may now forever be coined as a Soggy Slobster, the Slobster himself was able to get the better end of the Soggy Slobster. Yes, I am just trying to say Soggy Slobster more times. Soggy Slobster, Soggy Slobster, Soggy Slobster. Just because I know production and Casanova both hate it. But anyhow, the Slobster will be our first entrant into the winners finals, and will be awaiting the winner of Rice FT and Successor. Successor looks like they are up a game here in this second round.
Yep, Successor is currently up a game, and we'll see how that matchup shakes up. I know I've been talking up Successor quite a bit today already, and I do still expect great things out of him. But Rice FT, I hadn't seen him in a long time. He's an old school player in the Runeterra community that I used to play against a lot, and we've seen in a lot of tournaments very early on. But he's kind of been Mia for a bit, at least in things that I've been watching. And happy to see him back, and he's having a good performance so far, taking down Stan.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of times the OG still coming back and doing well. You don't necessarily have to be up to date all the time. You can come back, still rest on your laurels and previous skill, and still perform well. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Topher, please come back to us. We miss you. Anyway,
Well, and it's really lucky, especially for a lot of these players that haven't played in months, is that it's just the same decks that they were playing before, and they're still around. And we're continuing to play those same decks, as you can see from this list. But on that note, we are going to send it off to a quick break. But when we return, we will continue with more Fight Night Legends.
Hi, chat. The Glop greeting is vast, and we're making sure we're prepared for the long trek through it. To that end, patch 2.40 is focused exclusively on bug fixes and miscellaneous quality of life improvements.
Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping into our other winners semi-final in progress. It is tied up 1-1 between Rice FT and Successor. We are going to see Successor on that. Fiora Shen going up against yet another TLC that people have been getting mad that we've been calling it TLC when it doesn't have Ladros in it anymore. But I'm going to keep call it TLC because I don't care about your feelings.
The L stands for Lissandra. Duh.
Yes.
How do you not know that? Here's the other thing. People have been trying to be like, oh, it should be, and then they say out this acronym instead. But TLC is TLC because TLC is a real thing. It can't be like TLW pillar PC.
TLC.
Like that's not a real thing.
TLC is TLC, and it will remain TLC even if it's a different TLC, and that's what we're getting at here, chat. And we're right, you're wrong. Nana nana boo boo. That's
I mean,
that's
if
all
you
that
think,
matters.
yeah, Chad, if you think you're right, just say something to us right now.
Oh,
Silence.
I don't hear anything.
Weird. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, clearly no one
Awkward.
said. Kind of awkward of chat to say all that stuff before, but now
really weird.
They're not talking.
Didn't show
so
up.
interesting.
Get some ha-has in chat. Anyways, back to the match. I think after that Soggy Slobster that we just saw, this is a little bit of a refreshing change here. Although a lot of people are already sick of the TLC deck here. I'm still not, so I'm gonna double down and take the good matches where we can. This is actually kind of an interesting scenario here because the Fiora win con is not really on the table for Successor, as there's just really not going to ever be enough units that are killable by Fiora generated. However, the beatdown plan, of course, can be presented by Successor, and there's not an OTK present right now for Rice. He can pre-level Lissandra if he wants, but it's not doing too much right now.
Yeah, he could just go for the Fading Memories, get the pillar down once again, just trying to get those extra charges towards the Lissandra level up, but of course, like you mentioned, not actually able to play the combo just yet. Instead, Blighted Ravine going to be the play just to heal up a little bit, take down that River Shaper, and wanting to set up for those future turns, looking for that Spectral Matron to actually be able to try and close this game out.
Yeah, this is this version from Rice FT is actually running one effective copy of Matron fewer than I normally see. I usually see, well, I guess 4. His version is 3 Matron plus 1 Bjerg. I personally run 3 Matron, 2 Bjerg, and I've seen 2 and 2. I like the 5th copy just because of hands like this, where I guess you're not technically really out of it. It's not like you're losing if you're Rice right now, because you're still playing a control deck, unlike a Lee Sin deck, which might just not be able to do very much at all if you don't draw a Lee Sin or at least a pumpable unit. You're at least playing a bunch of control spells, but it's still a little bit awkward right now if you're Rice.
Yeah, does get a bit awkward. The question just ends up becoming, can Rice hold on to get to the combo before he gets run over by the Demacia side of the Demacia Ionia deck?
Yeah.
And Ruination is a bit harder to actually use as your savior in this because Deny can exist.
Yeah, absolutely. Barrier coming out to try to save the Fiora, but Vile Feast here to counter the barrier. Now it's going to need to be a pump spell or a Nopify, which it is, to save the Fiora. Rice could cast another Withering Wail here, and Withering Wail will actually be good against everything that's not Sharp Sight, I think.
Yeah, it would be good against everything that's not Sharp Sight.
Yeah, nothing else. Yep, there's no other cards that save it. So There could still be a sharp sight. Although I think I don't know. There could, I think sharp sight is still in Successor's range here. But it does not have it. The Spirit's Refuge, I think in most matchups would be saved, perhaps over a sharp sight there, but in this matchup, you definitely would be valuing sharp sight more than the Spirit's Refuge because you're really not in need of life gain.
No, not at all. I mean, you're dead to the Watcher. You're not dead to your life total going down. It's actually almost completely worthless there, and just trying to look for that extra damage potentially later on with the sharp sight can also be really nice. And I mean, we're gonna see Successor trying to keep this River Shaper alive, try and draw through the cards, because maybe by getting enough spells, by getting through enough of the deck, you can start to get that beatdown plan online and actually protect that board from pretty much anything that Rice decides to do. But we are getting to another Trundle here.
Yep.
That's not the card that Rice was looking for as far as like ending the game, though. So this is
well, there are now going to be 4 copies of Ice Pillar. So
true.
We can just have a 0 cost Watcher.
That's right. You don't even need the Matron anymore.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that does get a little tough. That does complicate things. So Successor's still on a clock. There is a world where with a leveled Shen, you could buff things high enough for a Concerted to kill the Watcher when it comes down. And I guess that's kind of what we're working with if we're Successor.
Absolutely. Man, this is the type of thing I see on my ladder games all the time. The Trundle just does not matter here. There's no way that it matters. I can't imagine that this Concerted Strike coming down on the Trundle is relevant here. Now, granted, this perhaps reads that there is no way to buff up a unit big enough to kill the Watcher, so that you're just trying to clear the path for your board. So I can see it from that side. So perhaps I sounded a bit too I jumped the gun a little bit there. But in general, you do not really need to kill the Trundle. In fact, opening up the board space helps out your opponent a lot of the time, unless the Trundle's literally killing you right now. But this line of play does make sense with Successor, opening it up, bringing the beat down on, and trying to get as many spells drawn from
he gets the Shen level up off it too.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, this is a bit more interesting here because of the fact that he rallies. He's gonna get to draw another card to replace. He gets the Shen level up, which we talked about. He needed to level Shen to actually look for the potential of a Concerted being able to take down the Watcher. And there is a Bright Steel formation. So now lethal is represented with 4 mana. So you are safe to Ruination, because Rice cannot commit that and just risk it into a deny when you've drawn so many cards.
Yep. I imagine this attack coming. I don't know why you would pull it onto the big unit.
Yeah, I mean, threaten 18 here.
Oh, right. You're not at 20.
Well, I mean, Rice can heal the 20, but that's his game plan. That's all he can do.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see what whale catalysts or double catalysts. I mean, it doesn't.
It has to be double catalyst. Has to be double catalyst because whale can get denied.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Double catalysts, and then if Successor has any buff, it's game. 4 mana. This can be a sharp sight. This can be any. This can be riposte. It can even be riposte. There it is. Yeah, Successor's got it. I really loved that rally. I really did. I thought it was great. Brilliant Aegis. And he gets there.
Yeah,
and
that was great.
That's just going to be a 2-1 for Successor, and he's going to move on. I know I was talking him up a lot. And now he gets to go have a Soggy Slobster with Soggy Slobster, as they both got the Fiora Shen. We might see another mirror there. I know Blevins is excited for it, but it's going to be Successor moving on.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good one. I mean, again, like the TLC deck can brick a little bit, and those control cards are good, right? They are theoretically good in the matchup, but because there's not, like, unless you have the clock to back it up, it doesn't matter, right? You can kind of whittle away, you can gain life. A lot of the spells are for Twisted Fate Fizz because, you know, the Blighted Ravines, the Withering Whales, those are all much better against Twisted Fate Fizz than they are against Fiora Shen. A lot of it just ends up being kind of air and a little clunky, and Successor was able to really take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you look at the bracket now. We've got a chance to see Soggy Slobster going up against Successor in the winners final. The winner will be moving on to the grand finals, getting an invite back to next week's fight night.
Yep.
Stan, unfortunately, falling to BBG. So BBG's still in it, but Stan, one of our returning players from last week, goes 0-2 this week with the Yasuo deck, not able to make anything happen. And BBG moves on to face Garretz. Rice FT going to be dropping down a loser bracket to face off against XGCV. Try and move on further through the bracket, but we will be going to the winners final next. That is Soggy Slobster versus Successor.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the matchup here, we've got, I mean, if we're looking at perhaps arguably the 4 best decks in the format, they are represented in this matchup. Rice, of course, has the TLC deck, which we just saw, as well as TF Fizz. Successor brought the Fiora Shen, and
it's Slobster and Successor, so not Rice.
Right.
So
okay, so Rice, yeah. Forget what I said about Rice. He just lost. But yes, Slobster is, of course, also running the Twisted Fate Fizz and Fiora Shen. So this is a full... No, Successor is running Zoe Aphelios as their second deck.
We've got the top 3 of the format, and I mean, I guess you can include, you know, it really is a top 4. Like, it is hard to say, like, oh, this is the top 3 when TLC is kind of running around with this Watcher combo on top of it. So, I do feel like they are the best decks. I get why everyone's bringing them.
Yeah.
But we're still going to meme about it and pray for people to bring other stuff, because you look at EU and Ultraman just won with a Shurima deck. So you can't say that you can't win by not bringing them. It is something it cannot be said.
Yeah.
But I will not protest to the argument that they are the best. Like, I'm not going to fight you on that. Sure, probably the best 4 decks right now. There are ways to get around it. Prankster first place in EU. Ultraman, man after my own heart, playing some Prankster.
Yeah, the problem is that there are some counters to that. I mean, I want to see, and we've seen, you know, our EU caster Panda posted a deck, a Braum Vlad.
That is
Braum
Tease
Vlad
baby.
Deck.
That is Sparkling Eyes Tease baby. Our producer on EU,
yes.
actually. Yeah, producer on EU.
I know. Yes, T has been playing it. Panda has been pushing that one. Let's see that one in the mix. I mean, I've been playing it a bit on ladder. It can feel kind of dumpy sometimes. That's the best way I can put it. It just kind of, sometimes it just feels kind of dumpy, not that great, but it also can be very powerful. And, you know, sometimes that's what it takes. You know, you don't have to be playing these mirror matches all the time. You can kind of come from a different angle. And maybe if it's a tier 2 deck or 0.5, it can sometimes beat certain tier 1 decks based just on the matchup. So, you know, we've seen that happen before, and we saw it in EU happen. We saw it happen in EU earlier today.
Yeah. So PSA, if I see one more target on deck, I'm gonna scream. But either way, we are gonna run to a short break while the players get set up for this winter final. But we will return with more Fight Night Legends in just a moment. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We got the winners finals coming up for you. It is going to be Soggy Slobster going up against Successor. Might get another Soggy Slobster here for Blevins with the Fiora Shen mirror potentially in the cards, as they have brought a lot of the same cards, as they both have that Fiora Shen deck in their repertoire to play today. So we will see who comes out on top here, Blev.
Yeah, I mean, we talked. You know what? We've been joking all day because Stan was the only player who brought an interesting deck. He went 0-2, and we kind of just wrote this one off as it'll whatever happens sort of night. But and memed about how the Fiora Shen mirror is a Soggy Slobster. But we look back to that game and we thought that Garretz was actually in control based on that setup, right? It was he got to play a defensive Brightsteel into his opponent's offensive Brightsteel, which lines up very well. You get to then open attack potentially and have your barriers actually get value where your opponents got countered entirely. That game did not end in the favor of Garretz. It ended up going against him. So really, maybe this matchup, this Soggy Slobster, if you will, the matchup, not the player, is not quite as solved as we may think. Maybe there's a little more nuance and intricacy to it. I'm really trying here to get something interesting out of these matches.
Yeah, it can be a bit rough to kind of juice the Fiora Shen matchup for something interesting, especially just because we've seen it so much, like sometimes those mirrors can be a little bit more interesting the first time around, but once it's a little bit more solved, it becomes a bit less, and it becomes, like you mentioned, a slog, or as you've been lovingly calling it, a Soggy Slobster. But we'll have to see if it continues to be a little bit of a snooze fest, or if we actually get a little bit more excitement between these two players with it. I mean, some of the rallies are a bit interesting now that they don't just get nopified every time. It does lead to more exciting moments with the Golden Aegis. So we may have some opportunities for these decks to really pop off. And it's not the only decks that they brought. Of course, we do have TF Fizz, as always, going to be represented. And the other side is going to be Zoe Aphelios, which, of course, the crescendo going into the Boxtopus is still going to be incredibly powerful and should not be slept on, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, it goes without saying at this point, right? We've seen the power of the Bilgewater Aphelios deck. Going with the Zoe over the Twisted Fate, which is really a stylistic choice. Looks like we're going to be getting into the match really soon here. We're only going to have one hand again because there's a little bit of a desync on the player side, which is okay. I think having that happen every once in a while is fine, because then we get to flex our chops and being able to read what possible cards could be in the opponent's hand without being able to see them. But here we go. Successor into Soggy Slobster. Successor on the Fiora Shen. Soggy on the TF Fizz.
Yeah, and we can be a bit predictive of the TF Fizz, but it is so difficult with that deck because it draws so many cards that trying to hand read becomes an absolute nightmare. However, Blev and I will do our very best to try and do that, as we do have Successor going up against Soggy Slobster. And this is a matchup that I have liked the Fiora into in the past. It can still, you can still randomly lose to a TF Fizz getting a really good burble turn with some iteratives, but overall, especially if we can get the Fiora online with some barriers, there is a lot of room for that Fiora win con even, as long as you are playing very protective of your Fiora.
Yeah, and Successor's actually going to be able to attack on odds, so can play the Fiora and potentially attack, though. Could be a little bit risky. Potentially the only real backup is the Sharp Sight right now. So if there was a get excited, that's not going to be good enough to save it. Granted, you do have a second Fiora. Successor actually looking potentially to pass here. I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Go for the pass. Try and wait for a future turn where you've got additional mana to try and protect whatever you're trying to get down. I think he also is interested in seeing if there would be any other cheap cards played, but generally it's going to be that turn 4 Twisted Fate that we would see. Kind of like a Twisted Fate plus a pick a card kind of angle for that turn 4, try and get that level, that turn 5 leveled up Twisted Fate. And Successor maybe wants to try and answer that with a Fiora as a potential option. Is just going to get in for 2 though.
Yep. Yeah, the issue here... Okay, never mind. There is no Twisted Fate potential now. And I think that feels like it pretty solidly reads as there's no Twisted Fate in the hand of Soggy. I feel like... or could just be a Twisted Fate with very little additional draw. I feel like even with the ability to play a challenger into open attack to threaten the Twisted Fate, you're still probably pretty okay playing it, getting a blue card off for free, and using the extra cards to try to deal with whatever is threatening the Twisted Fate, because there's really not a ton on the side of the Fiora Shen outside of just combat and like a single combat, which not the hardest to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is a bit easier for this deck to handle in general compared to a lot of other decks that have been struggling with it in the format, which is one of the reasons that it's been so good, and also one of the reasons that Fiora Shen tends to have a reasonable matchup into the FizzTF, as we are going to be able to see an answer to Get Excited with the riposte. And actually, even if there's a way to ping away this barrier, Successor does have the sharp sight.
Yeah.
If they want to commit to continuing to protect this, which it might be worth it at this point. If you're going to invest, the resources, you might as well kind of go in on this Fiora, especially considering this hand, where you do have some late game insurance with the Bright Steel formation and the Dragon, but also you do have these Golden Aegises that are going to allow you to get a lot of attacks in with the barriers and try and go for even more with the Fiora.
Yeah, this is interesting. Third Aegis. This is interesting from Soggy Slobster. I guess you're just saying you don't have 2 answers. It did seem a little interesting there. I guess one of them needed to be sharp sight, so I don't hate it too much, but was perhaps a little sus there to go for that kill, a little ambitious, if you will. Especially when they Get Excited and Mystic Shot can go upstairs. I mean, you look at Successor's life total already down to 11, and 5 burn was just expended effectively for nothing.
Yeah, and we see, Successor just passing on everything there because of the fact that Aegis would have just lost the game to a Mystic Shot.
Yep.
And even though he probably would have loved to be able to just play that and go for another kill with the Fiora, flipping the game to a Mystic, it doesn't feel like Successor was at that point yet in this game. It was like, okay, we're probably good to play it slow. They're dropping a little bit low, but we have this Spirit's Refuge on the side, which is going to give us the lifesteal, and you just want to continue to play for this win con and protect this Fiora, as Slobster's just going for the ignition to soft pass, and that might set up for a full pass on this turn.
Yep. I think Successors are in a really good spot right now. Has a Concerted Strike to potentially answer like a Twisted Fate or something like that that's scary immediately. Of course, has the biggest punishes of all with the Golden Aegis for any overcommitment. There's a non-zero chance that we see a Golden Aegis come out on this turn. Yeah, just because there's a pick a card coming out next turn. There's not going to be a better time to use it. There's not going to be a lower likelihood of having the Get Excited. It's only going to increase there. And Successor, I think arguably makes an all right call there, but does get massively punished by it.
I think he absolutely makes the right call. I
don't know why he didn't attack there with. The
I was gonna bring that up as well. I don't know why he didn't do that, but flipping the game to a Mystic earlier didn't sound great. Flipping it to a Get Excited right there felt like the right call. And
yeah,
it's gonna be done, I believe. I mean, he's got the Concerted, but I don't see this being a one game for Successor from this point forward.
No, there's just no pressure whatsoever from Successor. Like, it's, I mean,
yeah. And the Nopify coming in on this turn is insult to injury. Successor, of course, would have been able to defend his Fiora had that come a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I mean, Successor, had an like I was saying, he had a pretty good read that Slobster didn't have a Get Excited, because a Get Excited, there's
get
the
them all.
third Mystic. The Get Excited before would have been good on that turn, on that exchange where Slobster went for the kill on Fiora and Successor was able to save it, right? The Get Excited, I believe there's enough mana, still could have came out and killed the Fiora. So pretty all right read that there wasn't a Get Excited there. Or that it would have been drawn in the following 2 or 3 turns or whatever. So only a couple of looks at it. Of course, the following turn, that turn we just saw, there was a pick a card active. So there was never going to be a chance. There was never going to be a turn where there was a lower likelihood for a Get Excited to exist. So I really do like the call out there from Successor to go for that Golden Aegis, but as we saw, did not end up going well for him.
No, it did not. And we are actually going to see Successor swap over, opting out of the Soggy Slobster, opting out of the mirror matchup between Fiora Shen and Fiora Shen. Just going to go for the Zoe Aphelios first, at least. Save the mirror for game 3 and only play it if he needs to. So we are going to see a Zoe and an Aphelios in hand and Veiled Temple. So this is kind of a lot of everything that you'd want if you are Successor. And even going to be able to get a super cool star chart off rip. Be able to have that ready to start pulling into anything that they would need. Maybe, things like Moonglow. Equinox can be good against the River Shaper. There are some decent pickups that you can get off of this star chart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Crescent Strike can stop a Fiora attack from coming down. The other ones you mentioned, of course, are good. Messenger, pretty much always good. Or at least always fine, right? You're always fine with a 2-mana 2/2 that draws you a card.
Ooh, I like this. Maybe you can even just get your temple down already this turn. He might just hold it for later. There are like other applications for this. It doesn't need to just be that, but
yeah.
I do think that, getting the Veiled Temple available for activations can be really nice, but we do have the Nightfall on this Lunari Priestess, and you're going to be able to try and grab something good here. The Comet's not bad. Of course, it can just be deny fodder down the line, but it is, a deny check to be sure. It will be able to help you deal with some of the bigger threats in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't a ton of great options. I mean, there was the Cosmic Rays, and I don't recall the third card. But I feel like a lot of times that Comet is just going to sit in hand for most of the game. Unless, I guess, with the Veiled Temple, you can potentially weave it in there and get some value out of it. But for the most part, I think this is just going to sit around, not do too much. And the Shen was great on the side of the Slobster here, able to get a free attack in with River Shaper and keep up the value going, and not get overrun by this Veiled Temple.
Yep, gonna be able to continue on with the value generation. There was not an Equinox picked up, so there wasn't even one offered. So there hasn't been the ability to actually get that silence onto the River Shaper to stop the spell generation. And, I mean, now the Aphelios is going to start to get buffed up, and this is the opportunity to start to come back for a Successor, but we do see Golden Age is just going to come out, rally straight away.
Yeah. This reads.
Gravitum.
Yeah, this reads like a Nopify, because it. Although actually, when you play Aphelios, it doesn't tell you what spell, right? It doesn't tell you what you originally take. It will tell you what you it tells you what you phase into, but I don't believe it tells you the original one. So this does make sense. Soggy probably putting Successor on a Crescendum, but Deny is there regardless.
Not an Opify. It's a full deny here, so that is one down. Potentially being taxed for a Successor to actually cast a Comet later, but the commitment of a deny there does make me partially feel like there is another deny in hand, but also, I mean, this is just an angle where Slobster is trying to continue to cycle through his spells, so he doesn't necessarily have to have another deny in hand to cast that one.
Chad is also saying that it doesn't tell you what you phase into anymore, so that's interesting. I know for a fact it used to, but apparently that did get changed. I know they changed something with the Aphelios moon weapons. That is interesting.
Yeah, and here's a Shen level up.
I feel like we've seen Shen, more leveled up Shens this fight night than I feel like I've ever seen.
This deck levels him a lot more than it used to. I mean, I think that's like a big part of it. And I think, you know, Golden Aegis is part of that. Attacks means more Shen buffs, plus it's an additional buff that's being put on. And a lot of the Shen level ups that we've seen have actually come off the back of Golden Aegises.
That is very true. What are the chances we'll ever see a Shen deck that doesn't have Fiora in it?
Oh. When another character comes out that synergizes very well with barriers, I guess.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's less Shen not being able to be good with anyone else and more like he is just so enhanced by Fiora.
Right.
That it hasn't made sense to go anywhere else with it.
Yeah. But speaking of enhanced, that is a leveled up Zoe. Kind of
Ooh, that was pretty
quietly and quickly leveled up. I mean, Zoe plus Aphelios, that'll do it.
Yeah.
That will do it. Especially when you've got Veiled Temple bonuses happening as well. And we're going to see old 8-Punch Pablo come out here unless this Crescendum is dealt with, which will also give everything on the board Challenger.
Right? I mean, it's just a concerted onto Aphelios. So we will be seeing that Challenger come down. I mean, yes, that is going to stunt the generation of keywords, but I think overall, that much mana being expended, I think you're kind of okay if your Successor, with your Zoe on board, potentially going to be able to grant Overwhelm soon enough, and Spell Shield with that Destroyer being picked up.
Just have a big boy. Yeah. It's coming out now. Yeah. I wonder. Okay, gonna save the Destroyer.
Don't you just jam the Destroyer though, because it gives everything Spell Shield? I mean,
that's my thought, but you know, and it looks like it's Successor's thought as well. Gives everything Spell Shield and Overwhelm, and is a 9/7 in its own right.
Yeah, we're gonna, you know, it just seems kind of, it seems not possible that you would not jam giving all your units Overwhelm and Spell Shield when you have that as an option. And Golden Aegis going to come down again for the Shen.
Yeah, the only real consideration, I think. What?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that came down afterwards.
Yeah,
it came down afterwards. I was a little confused there as well. The only consideration to not playing the Destroyer is that you're missing out on a Veiled Temple proc. But this is, yes, some units going down. Rip 8-Punch Pablo, but this is a good chunk of damage coming through. And Soggy Slobster, no fear whatsoever. Just throwing the Shen into the Thralls of Battle, as well as the River Shaper, going to be drawing yet another card and dealing 7 damage to boot, unless Successor wants to block with the Zoe, which he opts not to.
Yeah, and Sharp Sight going to keep Shen alive. Another turn here.
Yeah.
Successor down to 4. Attack token going to the Slobster. We are going to get another Invoke coming out, but none of these spells should be castable into the potential of Deny.
I mean, how many times does River Shaper hit? 3 or 4?
Like every time.
Yeah. Maximum number of times. Perhaps, arguably even more than maximum.
Ooh.
Oh, and the
Finally.
the latest Equinox of all time.
Finally comes around.
Yeah, but I feel like the damage is mostly done at this point. The Karina emote. Now there's what, 2, 4, 6, 8. There are a full grip of 10 cards in Soggy Slobster's hand. I don't know what, 3 or 4 of them are generated or spells that were drawn from River Shaper. Certainly, I would imagine there is a veritable bevy of options on the side of the Slobster here, and really it's just going to be managing what the best ones are. Now, all this is all happening, and both life totals are at 4 right now, so this is on a blade's edge for both players.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough, though, for Slobster because his board isn't wide enough for shenanigans, and he's probably always dead next turn. So Slobster has to kind of find his way to win this, but widening the board means he doesn't have enough mana for really any tricks.
Yep.
And now Successor gets to slap down the Fangs, widen the board even more, get the lifesteal, and that should seal the deal on their game.
Attack. Aphelios weapon coming out. Goes for a Calibrum.
Yeah, I don't think Slobster can do it. 3 mana. Too much healing available with the lifesteal.
Yep. Gonna potentially pull an Aphelios. And the funny thing is that if Successor blocks with Zoe and the Zoe dies, he just gets to give his whole board elusive. So
it's true, yeah.
The putting the Shen into danger is not even the actual the scary part here for Slobster. It's the Zoe dying.
And now Calibrum just gets to be cast, taking down the dragon.
Yep.
Getting Gravitum. Continuing to cycle moon weapons, and even with...
Hold on a second. Did you just see Nopify's name in...
I did not.
Is this is this Portuguese?
It should be Portuguese, yep.
It's like nana nama or something like that. Does anyone in chat know the Portuguese translation of Nopify? Because it looked hilarious to me.
The localization on it maybe is...
It looked like nana or something like it looked something like that. Someone in chat has to know, please. Which is hilarious, by the way. I mean, Nopify is pretty hilarious. Where's Deech when you need him? Can chat collectively summon Deech?
Yeah, chat, try summoning Deech. Try really hard.
Is there a Peach emote? Spam this Peach to summon Deech. Anybody?
See if he arrives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Slobster can win here. I think we're gonna get the mirror match
Yeah.
Coming in hot. I'm trying to think 10 mana, what spells get you through this, and I don't think they exist.
There's what? There's 10. Yeah, we don't even have like Shen's. We don't even have Shen spell. We could have Concerted Strike. Yes.
Single combat, concerted.
Okay,
2
that
life
keeps him
left.
alive.
But we do. It is exact, right? This is just, you can just play the Tail Cascade.
Yep. Just needed, and now you also get the temple proc. So yeah, definitely.
And chat's got you, by the way, Blev, saying it's just like saying no, 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 no.
Oh, okay.
Which is still
now okay.
pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, that is hilarious. I wish that Nopify was just called no, 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 no.
Oh,
no.
okay. So Sharpsight actually
All right.
is able to get there. A lot of healing still for Successor, but the game's not done straight away.
We found ourselves a game here, Casa.
Potentially, I mean, the board's wide. There's a little bit of mana here for Successor. You can start to get some more chumps down.
Mm-hmm.
And that way we'll be able to potentially set up or just a Great Beyond closing things out. But at least for now, this Slobster started to turn it around.
Okay. Larry T sent me the Mobalytics picture. It is nana nana nanny now. That is amazing. Na na ni na now. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm changing my client to Portuguese from now on whenever I play Nopify in my deck. So good.
Okay, we got it in chat saying it's like a childish slang, like telling
like nana nana boo boo, which is what Nopify should be called.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying
FYI.
nana nana boo boo. That's
in case you're listening, Riot. Nopify can be changed to nana nana boo boo. You have my blessing. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Anyways, we're actually still in this game, which has gone very much back and forth. Of course, Slobster on the back foot for sure. This attack not looking as strong as it once has, though. The Shen and River Shaper have really been holding on the fort quite well. Was this turn 3 River Shaper, turn 4 Shen, and they just have lived this entire time? I
think so. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. The River Shaper either was on 3 or 5. The Shen was on 4, though. And they've just been chilling.
Yeah.
They've been trucking along. They have been moving on through, staying alive, but Successor's been able to deal with them without actually removing them and is still in a very favorable position. Golden Age is still likely available in Soggy Slobster's hands, so the rallies probably exist, but I don't know. This still feels like it's in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, Great Beyond is gonna be tough to deal with. But you can't necessarily commit to Great Beyond because it's so committal.
I don't know if I would like Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That's pretty soft to another Nopify.
Yep.
Another nana nana boo boo, as we say.
I also still like I will just follow up by giving my entire board elusive. Although you do have that with the Trickster as well.
Okay, so Zoe down.
Yep.
Blocks are available.
Shen still not dying. How many attacks has this Shen gotten? The Shen and River Shaper have just been holding down the fort.
The warrior on board. I mean, this is like, okay, well, if Aegis is there, does Soggy Slobster win? If not, everything's going to have elusive and Soggy Slobster's probably dead.
Right.
I mean, he might have another sharp sight, but if everything's elusive, he's at 2. It's pretty unlikely. Well, I guess it could be what? Sharp Sight plus Spirit's Refuge?
Did we already see a Spirit's Refuge? I don't recall.
I don't remember seeing one. I mean, am I thinking of the wrong Shen Fiora deck? Maybe Slobster doesn't even have it.
There's two Spirit's Refuge in Soggy's
okay,
deck
yes,
anyhow.
he's got it.
So
yeah, got
there's definitely could be. And considering the number of times that that River Shaper attacked, there probably is one.
Also, Spice Alert, there is a Tiana Crown Guard that could come into play for Soggy Slobster's deck.
It technically true, though. On basically every attack token for Successor, lethal is going to be pretty easily presented. So probably not going to be able to... Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Single combat, yeah.
Okay.
And that's a lot of healing.
Casa, we still got ourselves a game here. Lethal not currently being presented on the side of Successor.
I mean, it's sure about to be. It's sure about to be presented. Great Beyond about to hit the board.
Right, yeah. Oh, grande. Sorry, I can't try to do my Portuguese pronunciation is not great.
Yeah,
and that's going to end it.
There we
that's
go.
sad.
I mean, after all that,
yeah.
He was fighting back. He was trying. He was trying to fight that one back. He was trying to bring it back. I mean, really, Soggy Slobster, it felt like did everything he could with the cards he was dealt there. I didn't really see any plays that were too suspect. I think there was one attack that we thought he could have taken that he didn't, but for the most part, it felt pretty clean. It was just like did not have enough at the end of the day, even with all those draws, all those resources coming from that River Shaper. Not able to have enough in the tank, and now we are going to get the mirror match: Fiora Shen versus Fiora Shen. And we'll see if the first couple turns are super interesting. I know last time we kind of memed about it didn't get interesting till what, like turn 8.
I don't even think I came back until turn 8.
Well, yeah, the last time we had this, Blevins went AFK. So that's what I have to say about this matchup. Going into it. Is I lost my co-caster the last time we had this.
I will say Soggy Slobster has that champion mastery on lock, so just by definition has to be favored, right?
Put me in, coach. I've been watching this for 30 weeks.
Okay, so here's the thing, Blevins. Does it matter what we say about this matchup, or if we just spoke nonsense, is it kind of the same thing?
I mean, I think it would probably be roughly the same thing.
Roughly the same if we just speak nonsense. Well, what about a poem that is essentially about nonsense? One of my favorite poems of all time. What if I just read a poem to chat? What if we just while this is going on, we just read The Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll, and we just
you go for it.
We just we just sit around and we just Papa Cass has a nice little poem for the children in chat.
But you have to read the lines of the poem in the same intonation that you would be casting it.
As if I was casting.
That's the challenge.
Well, 'twas Brillig and the slithy toes. Did Gyre and Gimble in the wabe? All Mimsy were the Borogroves, and the Momrath's outgrape. Beware the Jabberwock, my son. The jaws that bite and the claws that catch. Beware the Jub bird and shun the frumious Bandersnatch. He took his Vorpal sword in hand. Long time the Mangsock foe he sought. So rested he by the Tum-Tum tree and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish though he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffing through the Tuggly wood and burbled as it came.
Wait a second, it literally says burbled?
Yeah. 1, 2,
wow.
1, 2, and through, the Vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock, Blevins? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O Frabjus de Calu Calais, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas Brillig and the slithy toes, did Gyre and Gimble in the wabe. All Mimsy were the Borogroves, and the Momrath outgrabe. That is it, Blevins. That is the Jabberwock.
Wow. Well, I did get Hearthstone Shutterwalk Shaman flashbacks. So thank you for that, because the Shutterwalk, of course, is I don't know if you would call it a parody, but perhaps an inspiration or got inspiration from the Jabberwocky. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it a lot. And in that time, we have seen Successor kind of beat down a little bit. So.
Oh God.
Oh yes, Skarzik's got it. My jaws that bite, my claws that catch, and just hearing that over and over and over and over again, because it keeps getting copied over and over again. I loved that deck, by the way. Imagine, let's see, what would it be akin to in it would be like Lee Sin combo, except when you played the Lee Sin, it just kept casting spells over and over again and making copies of Lee Sin. And then you killed your opponent. And then also there was a spell that would like keep copying like Warning Shot, but it would only do it like one at a time. So it would just do it like 20 times, and it would take like a solid 5 minutes to actually finish the animations. It was great. It was a great
yeah. Would you say that it gyre and gimbled in the wave? Generally,
it did. Yeah, it did gyre, and it certainly gimbled.
Yeah, I think it generally did do that. It might have even Mom Wrath's outgrade, I think, potentially, as well, but I'm not sure that it hit that. But when we look at this match, clearly, the Vorpal sword here for Successor on the Fiora, trying to slay the Bandersnatch on the other side, which is that Screeching Dragon.
I would say that
stack that up a little bit.
A Screeching Dragon certainly is a Bandersnatch if I've ever seen one, which of course I haven't, because it's not a real thing. But if I had ever seen one, it certainly would look like that. Anyways, I would say back to the match like I usually do, but I really don't want to go back. We're in the midst of a Soggy Slobster from the Soggy Slobster himself. And boy, oh boy, this River Shaper on the side of Soggy Slobster is just doing work, although it is going to get taken down here potentially.
Great concerted. Even with the follow-up answer to a single combat is available as well. Now, there is a couple of answers, actually. There's the Nopify. There's also just their own single combat to try and deal with this. And I think that overall Successor's position is incredibly favorable. Even if this concerted weren't to resolve, as it does feel like it is going to, he is on Cythria into Brightsteel formation to follow this up, and Successor really is just mowing this down and looking like he's going to complete the reverse tweep. I think, really he just rested by the Tum-Tum tree and just stood a while and thought, and when he came back, he decided, I got concerted into these bombs, I got the win here.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Yeah, I mean, was also able to put down. Oh boy, there's the Golden Aegis as well. Able to actually lay down some pressure so that not actually giving the Slobster any time to really set up and get a foothold down. Instead, able to put the pressure down so that any time taken off is just going to get punished, and you're able to win on the spot. Here though, Slobster going to try to counteract this Golden Aegis a little bit to at least try to kill the Fiora, but as we can see, it could be prevented, though it's possible that Successor just allows this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's the angle of going for the single combat to make the trade happen, but end of the day, I think just going in for this attack here feels pretty good for Successor.
Yep.
You just continually have better follow-ups, it feels like, unless Soggy Slobster looks exactly the same in hand with, a Cythria the Bold and a Brightsteel formation. That would kind of be the only way to match up punch for punch with what Successor is about to throw down. And you don't want to throw down with Successor right now with this being his hand.
Yeah, I mean, even if Cythria the Bold came out right now, Successor could theoretically single combat to kill it before it even attacks. That did happen. So now Successor has to decides not to do that. But This is putting Cythria into harm's way. Pretty clean trade here, potentially.
Yeah. Oh, I like the single combat. I just don't give any value over to the Fiora. You get to trade away the Cythria and just set yourself up for a lot of success in the following turns. He's really abusing that eye right now. He's really just will not stop. I think I'm going insane actually looking at this.
Gotta keep checking. Gotta check. You gotta check it exactly 17 times just to make sure.
Oh god. Okay. Nopify though. We can just Nopify in response.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean this is if Nopify is the card in hand for Soggy Slobster, you gotta feel good on the side of Successor here.
Yep.
With these final two cards going up a single card. You have the two, pretty much the two most powerful cards in your deck in hand versus you're hoping that the other side is not the exact duplicates of what you are playing with.
Right. And Successor actually, not playing out the Brightsteel, because as we saw before in one of the earlier matches, the Brightsteel followed by an opponent's Brightsteel is just so lackluster. This instead will also still be threatening lethal, and if opponent has a Brightsteel, you're forcing them to play it out for maybe a little bit of value, and then you have your own on the backswing, or you have your own to counter theirs potentially.
Great use of the Saragi emote.
Yeah.
Thought he had it. He thought it was just done, and exactly
just screams
Spirit
instead.
Refuge.
Yeah,
is the only thing that keeps Soggy Slobster alive for a little bit longer. And so he is going to hold on, and there is the bright.
Yeah, there it is.
As you mentioned.
Great play by Successor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Manasia pointing out that it was a really great use of Soraka emote, because that could have been avoided by switching up the attack order, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
And now, Successor able to get value out of their Brightsteel here on the open attack. Does Slobster have two? No, Slobster only has one Brightsteel formation, so there can't be an additional one played here. So if there is something like a concerted onto...
Ooh? No, single combat could potentially answer that, but I think the board is also just too wide. Yeah, it doesn't even need it. And that is Successor. Going to be... I mean, you asked at the start, will he be the successor to the King Stan?
Yeah.
And, well, he is. As much as I groaned at the joke, he has made it all the way to the grand final, where he will be waiting on who he will be facing from the lower bracket. But he has earned his spot back into next week's fight night. Congratulations already to Successor on that. He has been an incredibly strong player, and I've been talking him up a lot, but for good reason. Successor is great, and we're glad that we finally are able to have him on a fight night.
Yeah, I mean, again, we literally memed in the middle of that match, but the ending, the apex of that match ended up being really great. But I'll get into that in just a sec. We can take a look at the bracket here. We see, of course, Successor winning 2-1 over the Slobster, and boom, there he is in the grand finals. But it is not over for the Slobster. They will be playing against the winner of Rice FT versus BBG, but we need to get to that point first, as Rice and BBG are playing as we speak.
Yep, we will be going to Rice versus BBG next. And then the winner of that will face off against Soggy Slobster for a chance to play against Successor in the grand final and to earn their spot back in next week's fight night. But before all that, we are going to run to a short break while the players get ready for their match. We will see you all in just a few minutes with more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have had quite a fair bit of Runeterra action, and also Blevins and I I mean, really going off the rails tonight. But we do have,
for sure.
yeah, a real slobster, absolutely. But we do have a couple more matches remaining. We are in the lower bracket now. We will have BBG versus Rice FT coming on up in just a moment. And you know, we do still have a bit of the meta. BBG going to be running that Trundle Lissandra control, that TLC.
Yep.
And TF Aphelios, where on the other side, Rice FT is TF Fizz and Trundle Idris, or Trundle Lissandra. So that is going to be kind of a bit of the same, but we're getting a little bit more of the new cards with the Lissandras.
A little bit. You know, we have been memeing about the what we coined the sloggy the sloggy slobster snoggy snob. Wow, I'm blanking here. But the Fiora Shen mirror, we talked about that being a meme. The TLC mirror is actually very much a meme, especially in these versions. But of course, we don't care about that. We're gonna be jumping into GeoGuessr with BBG.
Yes. So we got to look here now. Look at the road. Can we see which direction they're driving on right now?
Good call.
So I need BBG to look at the sky here. I need to see what hemisphere we're in by where the sun is at.
Right. Yeah, we need to know. Now, there's moss on the side of that tree. Now, everyone knows that moss grows on the east side. Okay, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Okay, he's going down the street. Okay, we're looking at these cars here. Can we see anything from the plates?
They're literally parked in all directions.
Pretty quickly here. It looks as though...
language?
Okay, so they're driving on the right side of the road. So what does that tell us here? That's got to be, you know, it can't be the UK. Okay.
BBG,
well, you know, we weren't able really to determine where he was in the world at the moment. He wasn't in lobby, however. That's what we do know right now.
That is true.
That is what we do know. But we will see, you know, soon enough as he will be starting the game with his opponent Rice FT as we do move on in the losers bracket.
Yeah. So before we were transported somewhere on Google Maps, I was pointing out that we're not getting the match. We're not getting the mirror match here. We are going to be getting the Zoe Aphelios, I believe, versus the TLC. A note I wanted to make on the TLC mirror is that it is actually extremely uninteractive, especially in these versions of the decks, because there are... Okay, Rice does have 2 Vengeance, which is an answer, or at least a stopper, a roadblock for the Watcher. But on the side of BBG, it just has no interaction in his TLC deck with an opposing Watcher. So it will literally be who can get the combo out faster, and with basically no other determining factors.
Yeah. I mean, it is. You know, we talked about the Shen Fiora mirror, but oh boy, that one is going to be a little even a bit rougher, as you're saying, to try and.
Well, I'm looking at the decks. I think it's actually going to be rougher for BBG specifically because he has I don't want to go too deep into analyzing a game we might not see, but he has no catalysts and no vengeance, which Rice has both of. So that seems points towards Rice here. But this match, on the other hand, certainly can go either way. BBG does have access to Hush, which can delay the Watcher kill a turn. Has a veritable bevy of different stun effects that can be generated from invokes, as well as straight up kills and comets and whatnot. So, you know, BBG does have the ability to actually play a game versus the Watcher, which is not the case for a lot of decks.
Yeah, it will be good for BBG in this specific matchup. He might be able to find that victory. I mean, of course, TF Aphelios, incredibly powerful deck, is, you know, one of that upper echelon of lists right now. We've seen a lot more people pivoting to the Zoe over the Twisted Fate, which I still just find incredibly interesting. I still feel like TF is just outstanding. So But we are going to see the TF Aphelios this time around from BBG. And he's able to grab Crescendum, you know, as the great prophet, please don't hack me, once said, just pick Crescendum, man. And yeah, we've got it here from BBG.
Yeah, and of course this Crescendum is locked and loaded, ready to pick up the the best possible answer, which is a Boxtopus. But of course there are still 2 more BBG's deck, so don't need to worry. This is not like what was it? Was it last week or the week before when MajinBae drew the 3rd Boxtopus, and it was like a switch was flipped, and Majin's Fight Night chances and Fight Night game just kind of went down the drain. It seemed like at that moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you really do not want to be hitting these. These are actually terrible 2-drops for you to play. But when you pull them from Crescendum, it's like the best 2-drop in the game. There are small niche scenarios where, yes, playing a 3-1 challenger is still fine, but for the most part, you absolutely need to be pulling it from the Crescendum, and so we will be seeing BBG try and cast those fairly quickly after finding them in order to ensure that he does not draw into the Boxtopus, especially because you want to just thin your deck too and find your good Targon cards that are going to potentially invoke into your win conditions as well.
Yep. And here, Rice, I think... Oh, actually just going to play the Blighted Ravine here. Interesting. So this kind of hamstrings BBG a little bit. Not a ton that he's going to be super interested in playing. The Spacey Sketcher is going to come out, though. I think, you know, partially for the Invoke, but also partially to generate the Moon Weapon. Moonglow, a pretty good pickup, and actually just going to be thrown on the Aphelios now, which I like. There's actually not a ton of good ways to get the barrier, or sorry, the spell shield off of Aphelios. There's actually none in Rice FT's hand, right? With the exception of the Vengeance. But if Rice is using the Vengeance to pop a spell shield off of Aphelios, I think that's a winning prospect for BBG.
Yeah, I think we take those. I think is the turn of phrase that BBG would probably have for that scenario is we take those.
What's a crazier play? That happening, a Vengeance to pop a spell shield, or the open passing with Living Legends into full passing, discarding 7 cards?
I mean, it's definitely a crazier play to just raw Vengeance into a spell shield. But crazy has different definitions in those 2 scenarios, I would say.
I mean, Rice could fire it off now.
Yeah, I mean,
just set up to potentially kill it later. I mean,
play one too many Fiora Shen mirrors, and you might find yourself just firing off some Vengeances into spell shields just for the fun of it.
Yeah. Just to see if I feel anything anymore, man. Anyways, BBG back here is offered the round end, but it would be at the cost of additional development as well as 8 damage.
Maybe I'm greedy. I want to hit that. I want to hit him for 8. Always.
Yeah. I think in many matchups, the Aphelios TF deck is fine being the pass master. In this matchup, I don't think that you really are. You need to actually have your tempo, and you need to have your pressure, because turn 8 is a watcher turn, though we know it's not going to happen, or it is unlikely to happen this turn. It would need to be like many, it would involve multiple fading memories into spectral matroning a Lissandra that is leveled up. So it'd be like 3 pillars into matron Lissandra that would actually get it there on next turn. But that all being said, like, maybe not this attack token, but likely the next attack token for Rice FT is going to be an attack with a Watcher. So BBG needs to be able to be putting on pressure in between those turns to actually end the game, because right now he has the Hush to stop one of those turns, but after that, potentially does not have the ability to do it.
Yeah, and ends up going for the TF, gonna lose it to the box. I mean, end of the day, your TF is probably not sticking in this matchup. There's too many things that can actually kill it off. And the first Ice Pillar hits the board. Trundle level up. We do see the Spectral Matrons. Of course, no Lissandra. I think you had mentioned that already, where we don't have the Watcher just yet for Ice FT.
Mm-hmm.
But the full combo minus Liss is there, right? Like it is.
Right.
It is ready to go. And BBG just has to find lethal before that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here, I mean, it is just Lissandra away. And now this is actually one of the rare cases where we're going to be going for attack damage. So this makes sense. This is less to try to kill BBG and more to try to kill Aphelios. Which makes sense.
Yeah, you're killing the board. That's the
Right.
goal here. I like it. I actually really like this aggression.
Mhm.
You know, you've got you actually have the fading memories as well as an additional spectral matron. So, you know, why not? I think you have all the tools you need once you hit the Watcher. So this is all good. But the Aphelios, there's enough buffs to actually get him tanky enough to live, and you're just gonna sustain a bit. Ends up not really having much of a difference in HP following that turn.
Mm-hmm. And another Hush and a Gravitum. So honestly, if you're Rice, you might just need to start thinking like, okay, maybe the Trundle plan is online right now, because you do also have the Vengeance. So maybe you can go a cheeky, you know, attack with a pumped up Trundle, Vengeance the blocker, that sort of thing. I mean, of course, that's still not great against Hush, but you know, if you can eat a Hush, if you can burn a Hush, and have it not be used on the Watcher, that's maybe fine. But right now, I mean, it's the only thing that that Rice is going to be caring about right now is drawing that Lissandra. Nothing else really matters. And you know, if Rice draws a Lissandra, then all of a sudden the clock is swinging back towards them, at least. But for now, BBG is certainly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think, you know, of course, Avarice and Sentry, that's going to help out Rice trying to get additional draws here. He's probably on pretty good odds for Lissandra. I mean, he's what, like maybe approaching halfway through the deck. Still has 3 Lissandras left. It is tough though. I mean, I always wonder with this list. I always wonder, Blev, is this an entreat list? And it feels like it probably isn't.
Yes.
Oh, really?
I think yes. I snap run entreats. The number of especially when you're running the the matron combo. Like if you're not like I've seen some earlier lists were running like a more traditional TLC with Ledros and Atrocities, but when you cut those and just go for the combo, you got to run entreats. And Rice is actually running
Rice
3.
Is on 3.
Yeah, Rice is running 3.
We've got 6 cards left that well, it could hit a Trundle still, to be fair.
Right.
We've got 6 good draws for Rice, though.
Yeah, I mean, the game, like, BBG is not actually ending the game quickly at all right now. I mean, attacks here. BBG can eat a pillar. And nothing else really looks great. Unless you want to use another Gravitum. So, you know, this round end seems okay, but again, that goes back to the like, you can take the mana, but Rice FT cares not about mana. Rice FT cares about time, and time specifically to draw Lissandra. So I imagine. I don't know what that Boxtopus is doing. If anything, Rice FT wants to just sacrifice this sentry here. Build Temple perhaps is, able to put forth some pressure. I mean, Aphelios is potentially getting pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. I mean, Rice FT's just got a great board at kind of dealing with what BBG is trying to put up. And it's making it where BBG is kind of desperate to push the damage because he knows, okay, well, I do have some hushes, right? I can stall out a Watcher, but I am not going to survive that long once that hits the board. He did pick up the Gravitum, which will help as well with slowing things down, but even if he continues to slow it down, where does he then go from there to try and pick up that win?
Right. I mean, it could just be like make a gigantic Aphelios, like have Aphelios grow every turn from the Veiled Temple, and then use a Infernum, give Overwhelm, maybe attack with that a couple times, possibly. Now Trundle, a young Trundy coming out, attacking, doing some good damage here potentially. We mentioned BBG really not putting forth a ton of pressure right now in terms of actually killing Rice, and Rice also, effectively has 3, 6, 7, 8 healing in hand, with the Blighted Ravine as well. There's a Flash Freeze too, which will also potentially open up a good way to deal with Aphelios, or at least deal with that Aphelios spell shield. No longer has to use the Vengeance to pop the spell shield.
Yeah, gone are the days of vengeancing but one spell shield. Now we have Flash Freeze Blevins. Now we can deal with it.
Okay, and this Blighted Ravine
also does
technically threaten the Aphelios, though we see Guiding Touch. We see, the Veiled Temple itself. A buff from that would work. That's actually it, but could potentially, well, it's too late now, but could have potentially phased into a moon weapon that gave him an extra health, I think. Gravitum. Actually, no, maybe not. No, I think you can Gravitum into Infernum, I think.
Yeah,
forgetting my phases.
Goes Spacey Sketcher into Cosmo, picking up the Messenger. Just wanting to draw more, potentially looking for things like Star Shaping, trying to find that big win con, like the Great Beyond or something of that nature. Because Crescent Strike was offered, and I was thinking like, okay, your board's getting pretty big.
Right.
Maybe with Crescent Strike plus Gravitum, you could set up some kind of play.
Yeah.
Where you just try and go for lethal with enough stuns, but it's really tough to actually make that work. Considering this deck has so much healing, it has removal, it really is a hard situation for BBG to be navigating at this point.
Mm-hmm. I'm also curious about the ordering here. Where does pick a card and drawing the cards for your turn happen in regards to Blighted Ravine? I would imagine that Blighted Ravine happens first, but I also don't assume anything happens the way I think it would until I've actually seen it happen.
Is Ravine is round start or round end? It's round start, right?
It's round start. Yeah.
Round start is before you draw cards anyway.
That's what I would think,
yeah.
But again, maybe pick a card randomly is before even that. So, technically, if BBG had a pick a card, maybe could have got. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Didn't happen anyway. Now, Twisted Fate Level Up Dream is gone. The Make a Giant Aphelios and Infernum Dream may be alive. except for the fact that we see multiple ways to deal with that.
We are going to see Calibrum picked up off this phase. Not sure where that's going. I mean, Crescendum, I think he's already seen all the Boxtopie have been picked up.
I believe so.
So that wasn't going to work out for him. But this Calibrum, I mean, there are targets. It's just a matter of how useful is it really. Maybe it is just something that you could cast and it wasn't completely useless. So that's really what he wants to do, just for the Veiled Temple proc.
Yep. BBG notably here has no bastions, so the Vengeance is a pretty safe target onto Aphelios here. There's nothing in the deck that would stop that. I mean, obviously you have generated invoke spells, but all of those are at slow speed, so it wouldn't work. And when you look at this board without Aphelios on it, it doesn't really look very threatening. So.
It really doesn't. The Traveler, great card at generating value.
Yep.
Not it being a massive board presence. Same, of course, to be said for the Solari Priestess. And really, even if these get buffed up by the Veiled Temple, they're not incredibly threatening. They don't have keywords.
Right.
They're just vanilla cards once they hit the board. And that just makes it so Rice is able to pretty easily just continually deal with them. And maybe even just win with this Trundle in the upcoming turns because, well, BBG's down to 6. I mean, if he has to start using Hush on Trundle, then when the Watcher finally comes around, I mean, there's nothing much you can do. And I just, I think, Rice is continuing to put himself in such a good position where BBG, as hard as this is to navigate, really, it feels like no matter what he does, it's like for naught. He can't really quite find enough footing.
Right. And BBG has a wide attack here, which is nice. But the Vengeance can come down on Aphelios. Trundle is actually just going to get pulled. So actually Trundle's going down here, but we could see Vengeance plus Flash Freeze potentially. Though you don't need to commit the Flash Freeze yet. Not until, the Boxtopus is actually laid out.
Yeah, I mean, BBG does get the chance to attack in to try and go for the Trundle, but of course this is not killing the Trundle just yet. What spell is being hovered currently? Did we see it?
I mean,
the box?
Oh, it could be the box.
Or was that cast for the TF? I'm trying to remember what spell is left. Okay.
Yeah, it was the box.
It was the box that swapped into the Vengeance for the Aphelios. Yeah. And now you threaten the Trundle, which this can be answered by simply a freeze.
You can also just press OK.
You could,
and not be in too terrible of a spot.
Yeah, you definitely can. I'm curious if the Trundle is worth it though, because you can just threaten the game right now, right? Yep. And I think that is worth enough.
I agree.
Especially because that there's Hush in the deck, and that is the way that BBG is going to be answering your Watcher if he doesn't hit an Equinox off the Spacey Sketcher. So I do like saving the Trundle in that spot.
Yeah, I do as well, especially since Lissandra is apparently floated to the bottom of the deck, which does tend to happen sometimes. Trundle is doing his own Watcher impression. Fading Memories. Okay, on to the Spectral Matron. I like it. Just get 12. Just put 12 power onto the board. I like it. All right, and a very large attack coming through on the side of Rice, maybe. Yep, just changing the order. No, but he should put the other ephemeral one first. You should swap those two ephemeral ones. I'm kidding. That doesn't make a difference, chat. I was seeing if you paid attention. And BBG just says, that's it. Not gonna try. I think maybe he had the ability to survive there. I don't recall, but BBG
no,
says
I don't.
no.
Yeah, it was a bit too much for BBG.
Yep.
To be able to get through, and that is going to be the victory for TLC. Grabbing, I believe, a game number 1. It does feel
That
like 75 years since that game started. However, it was still it was still a very close fight between those two decks. I think, BBG having to navigate through that was incredibly difficult. He really had a few opportunities there, but never quite enough to punch through. And he had the Hushes to deal with the Watcher, but he didn't have a good way to deal with the Trundle. And because of that, the Trundle was just able to put out too much pressure and prevented BBG from actually being able to build a counterattack. And he never found a star shaping, so he was never able to actually find a big win condition to really complete that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all came down to BBG really needed to actually be putting on pressure to Rice's life total to actually make it awkward for Rice to pass, right? Inherently that TLC deck wants to pass, and if BBG is he wasn't necessarily allowing those passes like by choice. It was just his hand was just a little bit awkward, and then when the Aphelios went down, the rest of the ship came tumbling away as well. So anyhow, we're into game number 2. Rice playing a good old-fashioned TF Fizz, BBG with the TF Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean the battle, the duel of the fates, right? The TF Aphelios going up against Fizz TF. This is kind of been the prevailing meta for a bit as far as Twisted Fate being just the top of the game. We didn't see as much of this at the seasonal just due to the champion lock format. And of course in our tournament you don't see them both in the same lineup either because of region locks. But yeah, I mean, even with just prevailing amounts of Bilgewater, it was generally we would see the TF or the TF with Fizz, and then we would see, Aphelios Zoe or Aphelios X, Y, and Z, Aphelios with anything. And it is nice to see BBG go back to the TF, because I still think this is the best version. I know some people are on the train of the Zoe with the Mountain Scryer cutting more bilge cards, but I really like the TF version. And I'm wondering if BBG is going to be able to take it all the way to the top.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of it I think is stylistic, because I think I would tend to agree that the TF version is better. But there's a lot of folks that have played these Mountain Scryer-esque decks, and this just feels like it feels like the Zoe version is the best Mountain Scryer deck, whereas this is just a good Aphelios deck with Twisted Fate. It's slightly different, but probably more of a stylistic thing than anything. But doesn't really matter too much what style you have when you've got to suit up on a Fizz and attacking in.
Yeah, suit up Fizz. Been kind of the biggest bully going on, and now Moonglow going to be baiting out a Mystic Shot here, actually. A little bit loose from Rice. Going to be firing that off with 2 mana left, but maybe just looking for a cheeky way to gain a massive advantage if that had gone through. And does get punished by that Guiding Touch, and now a Boxtopus with potential to get cranked up, which will be able to kind of block on offense with the Challenger trying to take care of some of the pesky elusives.
Yep.
BBG might be able to start getting himself positioned for a really good spot moving forward.
Ooh, the Serpent is interesting because now that is actually going to proc the Veiled Temple here. Could potentially just trade with the Fizz, though. I think the value play likely going to come down. Although maybe not. We could just see a full board clear here from BBG. clear the board, you know, be left with a spacey sketcher, and you know, come back with a vengeance with the star shaping. Could just go for the value play instead as well.
BBG, I guess, considering if the Boxtopus into Fizz trade here is worth it for him. This option is interesting as well, right? You just go for the kill onto the Poro, and then you continue to try and buff up your Boxtopus these next 2 turns, right? Then it would make it, you know, a 6-5, then you get the value trade. But it might end up being a little bit greedy. This is accepting that you will be taking 4 additional damage. There was the potential that you could have just killed the Fizz and then buffed up this Serpent instead. And potentially gotten a similar result where you are still protecting your life total a little bit here. However, that Pale Cascade was not in hand when that initially happened, and maybe there was concerns of like a first action Twisted Fate's red card or something of that nature, completely, you know, wiping your board, and then you have no challenge or no way to actually deal with any of the future elusive. So, I mean, thinking about it, there's plenty of merit for the way that BBG has played this on the Boxtopus and trying to keep it alive for as long as physically possible to help deal with the threats.
Yeah, I think, you know, BBG, the if you boil it down, it was really, is the star shaping able to beat the pick a card cards? And the answer is probably no in general. Or at least it's not a bet I'm super happy to make. I mean, maybe it's super tough. It's super tough to make that call though. And BBG makes a slightly more conservative line instead. And it, you know, I don't know if punish is the right answer, is the right word, but like it is, you know, he's going to be taking a good amount here.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a beatdown going to BBG's face here. And he does have the star shaping, right? So it's not all lost.
Right.
Well, okay, wait a minute. I have
Unless...
let's take account, right? Let's take account real quick. We got Burble 1, Burble 2, and Burble 3.
Burble.
And we've got the Fizz at 5-5. Now, there is, of course, going to be this this zap on the other side, and a Burble pickup. Okay, so BBG's fine, right? Looked a little bit scary for a second, but it is going to be fine. As he was able to build enough of a board of blockers, and Burble as he came, right? So
yeah,
it really is something that he was able to fight against. But I think without these elusives, BBG was in big Burble trouble.
Yeah, he was able to build a board of blockers to bash the bouncing burbles from you know, Rice. But of course, he is the big burble god. Of course, is what BBG stands for.
Yeah.
So he's able to find them. This is about as good as blocks get. There's no Pale Cascade shenanigans that are able to trade up with a Fizz. Of course, the Boxtopus is not able to block anything either. And Pale Cascade to save a zap, about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of best case here for Big Burble God, if you will. Like, he's going to be able to maintain one of these elusive blockers. He has the Boxtopus to try and deal with the Fizz on our following turn here. And the Serpent is going to be able to answer the Twisted Fate. So there are some big plays that are being opened up, and with his own TF pickup, that might be able to open additional opportunities, and also having star shaping, if he can survive, then BBG is going to be able to actually turn this around with a win con pulled if he could find a big boy from the star shaping.
Yeah, there certainly is some outs here from BBG. This attack just straight up trades out the board, which, I mean, is not necessarily great, right? Because Rice has a lot more cards in hand than BBG, and of course is threatening to have even more cards. But
Ooh.
the options from BBG are rather limited.
Yeah, a parlay pull from the Burble. I missed that earlier. That is actually huge. Being able to deal with an elusive blocker off of a free generated card that came from your Burble. And now we are going to see the gold card whipped up from BBG just to try and deal with the Fizz, try and stop some of the onslaught of damage. And the Burble plus the, chum the water plus the get excited, even with the star shaping, we are getting a little tight on damage here.
Yeah.
With Rice being able to push that extra little bit.
I'm a little interested to know if Rice was considering just firing off the get excited on firing off the get excited there to save the Fizz. I believe Fizz's ability will stop skills as well, right? I'm pretty sure it would stop the gold card there. And it also could have killed the Twisted Fate.
If I remember correctly, this is something we learned in TF Ezreal, right? Gold card does not count as a target.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah. Like a big talking point back with Twisted Fate Ezreal, where it was like,
Gotcha.
Actually doesn't target, so it doesn't work. But that is a stress testing being thrown away with a get excited, making room for a mystic shot on top of this other get excited, and it's going to be Rice FT taking the 2-0 over Big Burble God and moving on to the losers bracket final to take on that Soggy Slobster that's been waiting there. Waiting. It just sounds like I am like harassing him actually. Hey man,
that is the name that he chose, not us.
But he's gonna go fight off against the Soggy Slobster in the losers final for that chance at the grand finals for the big bucks and the opportunity to return to next week's fight night. But yeah, there it is, the tail of the tape here, Blev.
Yep. Rice FT able to take it 2-0 versus BBG. Impressive run from BBG, but not quite enough. And Rice FT, the OG, we will see if he can be a champion now. I ruined it. Yeah. Yes. Representing TLG. Yes. See, that was such an easy one, and I blew it. Anyway, we'll be jumping into that match. The losers finals. There we see it here. Rice FT able to take down BBG 2-0, and now we'll be seeing the Slobster back on cam. I know, I imagine after this fight night, we're going to be seeing a lot of new Soggy Slobster fans, but he's going to have to take down TLG Rice FT.
Yeah, I mean, both of them looking to get a crack at Successor. Both of them fell to Successor earlier on in the bracket. Successor took down both of them winner's side, and both of them want revenge, and both of them also would like a chance to come back to next week's fight night. So there's a lot on the line on this match. Realistically, we always talk about the losers final being sometimes a bigger match than grands because of the implications of being able to return to the next fight night and get another crack at it. So I'm excited for this match. I know we're not going to have a ton of mirror matches between these two, if I'm remembering correctly. There's a lot less overlap. It is going to be TF Fizz.
Let's go to break.
Okay, so I am getting word. We are going to be taking a short break, and then we'll come back and we'll have that match for you. I don't know if he was unmuted for you guys or not. He made it sound like he was. I don't know what that was, but we're going to a break. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. I'm here, as always, with the Blevins. We're going to be jumping into the losers finals shortly. But first of all, I want to take a look at the bracket and have Blevins break it down on how we got here.
Oh yeah. So of course we started off at the beginning. Rice FT taking down the consummate top 2 finalists Stan in a commanding 2-0. We then, of course, we didn't see it, but Stan did end up falling to BBG and being removed from the event. But Rice FT ended up losing to Successor, but outside of that loss, has won 2-0 every single one of their games. I'm just realizing. And the Slobster falling down to Successor as well into the losers bracket. And that is where we are. Both the Slobster and Rice FT have had very impressive performances against everyone, with the exception of our winners finalist, Successor.
Yeah, they've been both really popping off this tournament. Successor, of course, being the only one to defeat both of these players. They have not lost to anyone except for the person sitting in the grand finals. And now one of them will lose to one more player, as they do have to take each other on here in the losers bracket final for a chance to return to next week's fight night, but also a chance for the big bucks in the final, trying to go for that lion's share of the prize pool, with first place taking 50%.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're here for, right? Yes, growing the community, supporting the community, being able to play, practice, all that. That's all great. At the end of the day, you want that dub, you want that money, you want that cashola, and you also want that invite back. So you mentioned it before. Yes, there is technically the winners finals, or the grand finals match is a $50 money match. But this one is arguably more because of the potential, the guaranteed invite back next week. I mean, it could be infinite, right? You could be on the fight night train forever if you keep making the finals.
Yeah, Stan tried that once. He made it like 5 in, so we've seen people go on runs. Rattling Bones as well, someone who's been on for like 3 or 4 in a row.
Yep.
There are players who have done it. Marcus won 3 in a row. So, you know, there's definitely ways that you can continue to come back, and everyone really does just want that, that coveted top 2 spot. Ensure you're coming back, but they also want the title. They also want that we've been called the clout tournament before. I think you brought that up.
Yeah,
it was like, having a fight night title, get some swagger with that. So we'll see which of these players will come out victorious. Will it be Rice FT? Will it be Soggy Slobster, or will it be Successor, who is sitting there already partially ascended, just trying to finish the ascension and not become a Bakai, as he looks down upon the peasants in the lower bracket trying to join him in the grand finals.
True. There can be only one truly ascended winner, but of course, Casa, we do know that the Shriman Desert is vast, and because of that, we are going to be okay. Sorry, does it hurt, Chad? I'm sorry. Too soon. Yikes.
We've read it off like 3 times already today, and it's just. I mean, it just doesn't get old, Blev. It really doesn't. It just is so vast, actually, that you need to read it so many times to actually cover the distance that is there. The vastness, yeah.
Yeah.
But we
just got huge tracts of land. Anybody get that? That is a boomer reference. That's a boomer reference.
I did not. I didn't pick that one up at all. I get some of your boomer references. That one really went over my head.
Okay, so for what it's worth, the reference I made didn't really fit with what I was saying, but regardless, someone will get it.
I digress. We have Rice and Soggy Slobster coming up. Tia Fizz versus Tia Fizz, and Fiora Shen versus TLC. Those are our deck lists. We have Rice FT on the TLC and the Tia Fizz, Soggy Slobster on Tia Fizz and Fiora Shen, as we of course saw him play those Fiora Shen mirrors earlier on in the day. He's looked pretty good on the deck, but TLC has looked pretty unstoppable overall throughout the day. I don't know if we've seen it lose yet. I think a lot of the losses have come on the other lists that have been played in the lineups that are representing TLC. So will be interesting to see if Rice FT continues that tradition. We look at the matchup and it seems pretty feasible that it would.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, definitely still feasible. Pulling up the decks here. Yeah, Rice. I mean, I do think that this TLC deck is certainly positioned really well against Soggy's lineup here. I think it pretty much is it's favored into both lineups. So it's really what deck do you think Soggy is going to queue up first? Maybe try to get a win right off the bat. And then, of course, you're left with your TFIs, which can can just win against anything, Gaza.
Yeah, it absolutely can. Now, of course, this is the matchup you do want into the TFS, right? You do want to be playing your TLC into it. That is kind of one of the reasons it is risen to prominence. And of course, the deck is just good regardless, has great matchups, but particularly the fact that it is good against TFS does help it quite a bit. And I mean, I am interested to see, you know, we've seen TFS just kind of pop off anyway, especially right now we're seeing Fizz into the drawn suit up
Classic.
for turn 2. So just the classic from Soggy Slobster here. And that does make things a lot more difficult. That is one of the ways that TFS does find the wins against TLC.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that Rice can theoretically go Avalanche into Blighted or take a hit, Blighted into Blighted, and deal with the Fizz, but sometimes that's just not enough. It's not going to be fast enough. It's not going to be good enough. Here, at least, you know, depending on what Slobster wants to go for, Rice might actually be able to get a decent amount of value off of an Avalanche this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Ballistic bot, right? Like, you could Avalanche this into Blighted on the following turn. I almost prefer your idea of kind of just going Blighted into Blighted and just hold the Avalanche for a later time when you can play it in response to maybe like a Burble pop-off turn.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, you're going to be taking some damage here, and you are spending an immense amount of resources to just deal with a 1-2 punch of Fizz suit up.
Yep. In here, pretty easy pass. Just block the bot if it came in, which it didn't. You're taking your damage post combat Avalanche. I don't mind it. You get another look with your Sentry, and you want to be casting either Blighted or Avalanche next turn. So might as well do it now. Or rather, you have to do it now if you want to cast both.
Yeah, Blighted's pretty interesting because if you play Avalanche, then Soggy Slobster can like redevelop.
Mm-hmm.
But by playing the Blighted, there's no opportunity for Soggy Slobster to develop. If he wants to spend mana, it will have to be on spells this turn. Which, looking at that hand, I don't think he's upset about it. But
more than happy to.
he also can just pass and bank the mana. There's plenty of options for him. But I still do certainly prefer the Blighted to the Avalanche, and I'm glad that Rice goes that direction. We are going to see that at least be able to clear the Fizz and the Ballistic bot. And, you know, realistically, as of right this second, Rice is still in a reasonable position.
Yeah, he is. The issue, well, I guess there's not too much of an issue. Trundle coming out here is pretty fine. Rice can just pass. I mean, the general rule of thumb is if you're fine with getting attacked with what's on the board or getting open attacked, just keep passing up until a certain point, right? Turn 8 is obviously a key turn. But regardless, I think, you know, Rice is fine passing. Here, you know, after the Poro is developed, the Bjerg looks a lot better. Blocking the bot feels good here because it really turns on the Withering Wail. Because now it'll be a 3-for-1 as well as gaining life. Avalanche, of course, comes online too. And it's looking pretty decent for Rice. He's got, you know, when you're in a position where you can pretty safely pass, you're feeling good. Kindly Tavern Keeper can also come out and mitigate life loss here, effectively gaining at least 6. the 3 from the actual life that's caned, and then being able to block the bot as well.
And, well, pick a card coming through. Soggy Slobster, full suite of cards, has the TF yet again. A couple of rummages alongside that stress testing are going to open up opportunities to potentially look for the level up. But this is not a matchup that we generally will see a TF level up. Of course, it could just die to an avalanche or a blighted ravine or really any number of things. If it's getting too dicey, we'll see even a vengeance that can be committed. So I don't think our SFT is too worried, and because of that, we're just going to see 4 mana thrown out for probably a blue card. And
I mean, if there's another rummage drawn right now, it's actually leveled up Twisted Fate. Right? I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the stress testing. Yeah, another rummage is just leveled up Twisted Fate right now.
Yeah. Let's see.
And yeah, in traditional MajinBae fashion, just go for it.
I mean, he's recognizing, I think, that he does have the opportunity. It is just a matter of, okay, is this going to win it for me, right? There is no more mana to answer it if I can get there. And also, if you flip it here, it lives for a turn.
Right.
The question becomes is like, okay, can I not win if I don't level the TF? Like, if that's the case, then you actually do go for this. It actually is worth going for. But is there an opportunity for us to win without leveling the Twisted Fate here? And I think generally you'd want to argue yes, but I really like the idea of him just trying to go for it. I'm not. It feels like this matchup is so bad, but I might be kind of conflating it, and maybe it really is something that Soggy Slobster can still win from this spot without having to worry about this TF.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think that leveled up Twisted Fate is even super great in this matchup. So I can see not wanting to commit too much to go for it here. On the flip side, Soggy Slobster's not really committing. Like the additional rummage used there, yes, it does get rid of a couple of decent cards, or actually it would get rid of one good card.
One good card, yeah.
Right. So I also don't hate going for it. He would have drawn the rummage.
You would have found it. Oh my god.
So I mean, I don't think that leveled up Twisted Fate is like it's not a game ender in this matchup like it is in a lot of others. But also, I would if I were given the option to have a leveled up Twisted Fate versus not, I would definitely choose to have one.
Yeah, I mean, you would have forced an additional resource to be spent. It's just the thing is there's no way he's ever gonna know that it was gonna just be at the top. But oh my god, that feeling of like you could have done it. It was the top card. Oh, that is rough.
Yeah. I think the actual consideration was, would I rather go for the Twisted Fate level up now, or would I rather commit pick a card? And pick a card is arguably safer, though I don't actually know if that's true or not. I just think it's arguable that it is.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if these burbles just go the MajinBae direction of hitting rummages so you can level this TF instead, or if we're kind of doomed on that plan. But it does feel like in general, I'm looking at the hand of Soggy Slobster and the hand of our SFT, and there's plenty of answers to the burbles. There's plenty of answers even with the iterative burbles that it feels like a very tough spot for this to be a Is that a rummage on the right from a burble? Did he just
see, senor?
So he did rip. He just ripped a rummage from the burble. So yeah, I mean,
and there's a stress testing in hand too.
Well, okay, and another one. Is this close? Well, yeah, even it's still card draw. Just very slow speed.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's a good discard fodder. Another burble. That's another rummage, right?
Maybe another rummage.
Can also Now the resources are actually getting kind of taxed, right? Because you kind of there's that is interesting.
There he is.
Oh wait,
Yeah, he's there. He played.
oh, because there was a pick a card already played. That's right. There was a pick a card that happened on. Wait, no.
No, he played the
That's not
TF
how that
after
works.
that. Yeah, he just
Wait.
played a lot of rummages and
Wait,
blue card.
wait.
Blue card, 2 rummage, 1 was on stress testing,
But then, okay.
and then I don't remember. It doesn't
you know
matter.
what? The Shuriman Desert is quite vast, and because of that, we are focused.
Yeah, the Shuriman Desert is almost as vast as the amount of ways that you can draw cards in TF Fizz.
There's still a
And-
rummage in Soggy Slobster's hand after all of this.
He's still playing. He's still playing.
Yeah, and playing is exactly right. Playing with my emotions.
Like he can just like play the burbles, play him out, right? Like just go ahead. There's 4 mana, so you could just completely get blown out by an avalanche. But you've seen 2.
Right.
You've seen actually maybe there might only be 2. I know. Yeah, it's a 2-up.
Yeah.
So you've
no-
seen 2.
Yeah.
There's not enough mana to play Blighted Ravine because one of it is spell mana.
Right.
Play out the burbles, set up an open attack, get blown out by Withering Well.
Yep.
Wait a minute, get blown out by Withering Well. It's the Groomy.
The crew, yeah.
Yeah. It's like that's
Play
the
out
line
all
of
these
play here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does leave 1 back, and he does also have a suit up. So
Yeah, he won't get completely blown out, right?
also, Soggy Slobster can get very excited.
Yeah, he's stoked.
Do we know what 3 get exciteds? What a pack of 3 get exciteds is called?
I don't know, Blev. I'm hoping you're gonna tell me.
No, I think it's just got excited is what it is.
Oh
when,
god.
when you, I think if someone says get excited 3 times to you, you just say okay and start start Night at the Roxburying akin to Garretz. You just start jamming.
Yeah, well, when you've got 3 get exciteds, you get dressed to the 9s, as it is of course going to be able to push 9 damage to the face. And I mean, even with the meme of getting blown out by the Withering Whale, there's still already 6 that comes through that. And then the suit up. So the healing should be able to help quite a bit. It's just a matter of, is it enough to get through the get exciteds and the mystic shots? And I don't know. I mean, it might just be over time here. The next 2 turns, I think the Slobster might just have enough damage.
It's certainly looking like that. And we are also still, there's only been 1 8 played. We draw Lissandra this turn. We can we could copy Pillar. And no, it's not. We can get a leveled Lissandra, but we can't get a leveled Lissandra and a 0-cost Watcher. And also, by the way, 0-cost Watcher just gets TF gold carded. So
Yep.
Doesn't even matter.
Well, yeah, as long as Soggy Slobster can play enough cards, which he will be able to, then it can. But of course, all you have to do is declare the attack.
If Soggy Slobster can play enough cards in his full hand in a
Yeah.
deck that only has 1, 2s, and 3s in it,
Yeah,
I think he might be able to.
It would be pretty tough for him to do that, but I think he might be able to pull it off, considering the situation.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it might be
God.
possible for him to play 3 cards next turn. Maybe, especially considering he would have many actions to at least bank the first 2 of those cards.
I'm not sure that he can, but I think Soggy Slobster is a good enough player to pull it off. You know, really tough spot for him.
It's one of the rare scenarios where it's possible that if he just kept clicking cards and dragging them into play, he might still win.
Yeah, could
Just
happen.
like every once in a while, hit the A key and then space just to make sure that you actually fire off an attack. It is possible that he could win. Well, now Rice is in the unenviable position of needing to do a lot of things to even threaten to win, and also not even being able to do that. Basically, you can't even okay, so hold on, let me think here. If you Fading Memories if you Fading Memories a pillar here, and then you Matron a pillar, and attack with Trundle, I think you at least can threaten to win.
Okay, there's Eat. Yeah,
This doesn't even threaten.
He could have threatened to win.
Just press OK.
Right. You're right. You're absolutely right, Blev. He could have gone for the Fading Memories onto the pillar and looked for the win. Right now, we know he wouldn't have got there.
Right. It wouldn't have been even remotely close.
And of course, the stun's gonna come out. There's all these, all these different things. But
honestly, it would have been laughable for him to try. But he could have tried.
It feels like at this point there just could be a concession, right? Like you're going down to 1 here.
Yes. So you are dead to 2 cards being played.
Yeah.
There is a card in Slobster's hand that is in it that does 1 damage. And that there will be another one generated. Slobster just says, I'm not even gonna go for it. I'm not even gonna threaten the win right now. Who cares? I don't need to.
Yeah, what is the Darius emote here? I mean, is he...
The Darius emote is, I could have just at least cast Ignition and forced you to do something.
I don't know how to beat you here.
But instead, it's just like, don't need it. Don't need it.
Oh. Laugh. Why? Why did he pass?
There was no reason to pass. There's also no reason for Rice to be taking this long to decide on doing something.
Oh, God.
Oh, he could... Oh, no, Blinded Ravine wouldn't kill himself. Okay. Okay, now he casts the Ignition. Okay. Slobster might just be thinking that, like, he's so used to having the leveled up Twisted Fate that it's not actually worth playing cards when I'm not getting additional Twisted Fate cards off of it. So I'm just going to not play my cards when I don't actually get a Twisted Fate card.
You can just deal 8, but now it gets healed. Now he's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
But then you'll attack in and he's dead. I mean, it is done.
Unless... Does Vile Feast change anything? Vile Feast plus...
No, he's not dead right now, but he's not winning.
Oh, no, he is dead right now because he just decided to face twice and then the Blade Ravine kills.
We're safe. We're good, chat. We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on? What's the...
I
feel like roped, Blev. That's what's happening. I don't feel it.
Casa, this is a time where you're getting BM'd, you're getting bullied, you're getting who knows what, and this is a time where I bring up a classic poem by Rudyard Kipling, titled simply "If." And if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting or roping in this case, or be lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. That is the first stanza from the classic poem. We got there. We got more poem time.
He found the button. He found
He
the button.
found it. It was just in time. I had more stanzas to read, but I can only go so long.
The button.
Oh, we got there.
Oh,
Yes,
let's
we
go.
got there. Oh, I got nothing. I got nothing. I could not keep my head when all about me were losing theirs and blaming it on me.
The thing is, I respect the hell out of Rice and Soggy Slobster. I think they're both incredible players. That game was atrocious, friends. That was not it.
Yeah,
That was a rough one. That was a rough one.
I could, we memed about it, but I could really feel the vastness of the Shuriman Desert in that game. I really felt the vastness of the Shuriman Desert weighing down on my shoulders there. But we go here. TF versus Fiora Shen. I asked myself, Casa, when will it end?
When will it end? Like when will fight night end? When will this match end? When will TF Fizz as a deck end?
Yes.
When will the heat death of the universe occur?
I'm hoping one of those things. I'm hoping something will end.
Yeah.
We mentioned the Shutterwalk deck earlier, but there was a card when in that deck in Hearthstone that when you played it, its voice line was, "How long will this go on?" I'm feeling it.
Oh god. Oh.
A couple of passes here leads to me thinking that the end will not be near. Soggy Slobster takes the turn. Bryce hoping that this Poro cannon.
Is he doing he's doing the Poro Man's Fizz.
The Poro Man's Fizz, yes. You love it.
Yeah, Poro Man's Fizz. I mean, he's got the suit up. I imagine he's gonna play it here. I mean, no Fizz in hand. You might as well just get the aggression going. And I mean, if you are going to commit getting rid of your iterative to play out a Poro, I would imagine, especially against a Fiora deck, that you would be doing so in order to play this suit up and put pressure onto your opponent.
Yeah, I think so. The suit up can come out here, and then the question is, are you blocking?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I will trade my suit up and my Poro for your Sharp Sight and your River Shaper, which is exactly what's going to happen.
I don't know how happy you are about that, though, if you're Rice. Because that is also a card drawn by the Slobster here.
Yeah, I mean, he opted into that trade. I mean, that is absolutely like, there's no way Rice went into that not knowing about that situation. And I mean, looking here anyways, right? Rice is going to get down this TF with the blue card. He has pick a card. He has Rummage. He has Stress Testing. I mean, if Soggy Slobster does not play Bright Steel Protector into single combat, right, then we're seeing TF level, and this might just be done.
Yeah, I think if you're Rice, you kind of do you not just I guess the Twisted Fate is always getting challenged on the next turn, so I guess you don't just pass, but man, I felt greedy. I mean, the good thing for the Twisted Fate Fizz deck with pick a card is that you're not actually punished because you still get to draw the cards here. You just don't win the game on the spot. That is the punish, is not winning the game immediately.
I mean, he found a TF straight away. He could even go blue card into suit up. He will lose a burble for that. Yeah. But I mean, that's pretty solid on this turn, right? Blue card, suit up. You still got Rummage Stress Testing. Pick a card picked up once again. and Screeching Dragon. So TF is gone once again.
Yep. TF gone. Now the Poro Man's Fizz coming out again. But our good friend the Burblefish is fleeting. Gone.
Yeah, just burbling about. And we're gonna concerted to take down the poor man's Fizz. I mean, I guess it seems like a reasonable spot for it. What else are you using the concerted on, really? This is a threatening elusive.
Right.
You're pumping up the dragon a little bit more. I don't hate it,
Power
actually.
elusive is as big as it gets, right? And this
Yeah,
isn't
it
a
really
Fizz,
is.
so just go for it. Yeah, I like it. I mean, you'd obviously like to have an additional unit in play in case there's oh wait, I'm thinking of this backwards. No, there's not a riposte on the side of Rice FT. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, there's no real counter to that. Just take it. Even though it's, you know, technically mana inefficient, that's fine. All right,
Okay,
third Twisted Fate.
Third time's
is-
the charm, maybe? There's a Rummage with 2 stress testing.
Could possibly be.
Also a single combat on the other side.
The thing is that even if the Twisted Fate levels, Slobster can still just kill the Twisted Fate afterwards, and that is the end of Twisted Fate because we've seen the other 2 already. So it's not like in a normal scenario where it's like you can kind of overcommit and overextend to level up the first Twisted Fate because it will potentially help you draw into the second and third one, which will subsequently be leveled. Now this is the end of the line.
Yeah, it is the very last one. And I think that this Fiora Shen deck just has too many answers right now for this this TF to actually succeed. We do have these single combat, Nopify, gonna be able to back each other up.
Yeah, Rice is not even going to go for the blue card.
Ooh,
Slobster just says, "Nah, we're eating this Twisted Fate, and it's gonna be the last one." And the Bander's snatching this Twisted Fate right off the backline and eating it.
yeah, just pulling it in. It's gonna be another morsel for the dragon. Continuing to beef up. It's 7-6 now. And I mean, Mind Meld now picked up, but is it going to be? I mean, the deny was just kind of haphazardly used as win right now. Don't tell me. How big is it?
No.
No.
I mean, it's at least 6 because Fizz is leveled up.
Don't.
And there's also a Poro Cannon.
Don't tell me. After all that, you're gonna deny it a gold card, and it's done, isn't it? It's done. It's actually done.
It's not
Oh
even close.
my God,
Kessa.
it's actually done.
It's not even
It's
close.
actually just so done.
It's honestly hilarious that we thought it was close.
Oh, TF is, man.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Like
yeah.
GG, man. Like that's it, right? Like go next. Like now, let's see.
Yeah.
It's 1-1. We got Shen Fiora going up against TLC. That's gonna be the decider to see who wins. And to be fair, both decks have game against each other. There are rallies now in Shen Fiora. It does have ways to beat the SI Freljord list. It has ways to get through.
Yeah.
After all that, the deny flying a bit too close to the sun.
Yeah. I mean,
Going the way of Icarus. Getting his wings burnt up so he can't block the elusives.
I mean,
Smack him in the face.
Slobster
Right?
just he did so much, and then like you look back and you just see the mind meld drawn, and if you're Slobster, it's just like, what are you gonna do? Like, it just it just is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Oh God.
Well, guys, it was really nice being able to put on Fight Night for all of you this long, but thank you to Blevins for getting us DMCA'd with that.
I hope so.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Worth it. Worth it. Type of one in chat if it was worth it getting banned for that clip.
Okay. Okay. Well.
All right, we're getting a resounding number of ones.
Well, we're already on turn 3, Blev. Fiora down on the board.
Yep.
Lissandra Trundle in hand.
Yeah, this is close to combo. Need one more, either another Trundle pillar, a way to get a Trundle pillar. Technically, another Lissandra could do it in a cheeky way if you pillar the pillared the Trundle, though you don't, probably not playing the Lissandra out early. So
yeah, can be a little scary into the Fiora, especially if it levels, or actually more so, I would say, into the Screeching Dragons that exist in the deck. They are, she's kind of food for the dragons.
There's a way to do it too.
Ooh, yep.
You can use that card, whose name I definitely remember, Spirit Journey, to get an additional pillar in hand if you use it on the Trundle.
Consideration for a full pass here from the Slobster, but I don't mind the attack.
I mean, like, it's really hard for me to think that you are in a better position passing versus the TLC deck.
Yeah.
It has to. I can't imagine that there's a deck that benefits more from passing than TLC in general.
TLC is just like, oh, well, we both get to gain an additional mana crystal so I can play something a bit bigger. Okay.
Right. Oh, I'm closer to 8 and you didn't do any damage to me? Great.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, the only options for Rice, right? He takes 6, plays Blighted Ravine, and then clears away Fiora, right? Like, that is what would happen on that attack, which is not bad for Rice either. He was kind of in a win-win spot, but overall, like, he does not hate the passes, right? Like, he's really happy with these passes.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. It feels like the way to win is going to be with more aggression, especially considering I think that pass is probably okay from Slobster when we look at this hand, right? Like, he didn't need to deal 3 there because he literally has Aegis and Tiana in hand, right? Like, he's looking to win in 1 or 2 turns with these rallies. True. So I think this was a spot where it's actually okay. But when I look at like overall game plan, right, of the Demacia list into this TLC, like, I don't think passing a ton is really that beneficial, especially on those early turns. Maybe you can find later turns that it does work out where they're already past like 8 mana and you're trying to like force them to commit early, right? Like, sure, there I can see it, but early on, I think there are rare circumstances. And I will, to be fair to Slobster here, I think this may have been one of the few spots that it actually was probably pretty okay.
It's definitely close. But here we're in another precarious scenario potentially for Rice. We could see like the Sentry thrown down just for blocking. This is going to, Dragon is going to eat the Trundle. Fiora is going to eat the Sentry. All this is technically fine on the side of Rice. We do have Spirit Journey mana, though I don't know. That's what we're going to see. And it's not.
This position, though, from Soggy Slobster has ended up being very, very good. However, is that the full
It
combo?
is technically enough, but we need to A, get to 8 mana, and B, have the Lissandra out, and C, I guess you wouldn't be able to. Well, depending on how many actions Rice needs to take on his attack token to actually attack with the Watcher, Slobster can weave in a Golden Aegis and attack first before that happens. So I do think, as it stands right now, this is Slobster. Especially considering the Golden Aegis, like any overcommitment, Golden Aegis just punishes it.
This spot is great. That's the point that, we were trying to make with the, like, normally a lot of time you don't like that pass, but the fact that he has Aegis and Tiana is like, okay, no, this spot is really good, right? Because he does feel comfortable with Rice being on only 8 mana. I think you can just commit this Aegis and just go for a massive swing here, setting up for your next turn, also being able to clear away an open attack.
Yeah. It would need to be if there was another Fading Memories, there'd be 1, 2, 3. Yes, if there was another Fading Memories, we could see Fading Memories on, if there's 2, there'd be 3 pillars, and then the matron would matron in Lissandra, who would be leveled up instantly, and also Watcher would effectively be leveled up or castable at 0. But that actually probably would be good enough here, right? So I don't think is this attack killing? Actually, is this attack just killing?
I think it's presenting, and looking at the hand of Rice. I mean, I think maybe if he presents a blocker, he might be able to survive.
Yeah, we're probably going to see matroning a Trundle.
Well, right, yeah. If you play matron, you're definitely living, right? Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're certainly living here.
We could. Oh, it doesn't do anything. We could. What happens if you just play Tavern Keeper, and then you can Spirit Journey to effectively just stop an attacker? Does that do anything?
I mean, that probably makes you live, yeah.
Does it make you live the open attack as well? Is the question.
No.
Because you need to win you need to win against 2 attacks in a row right now.
Yeah, I think that Slobster just has it, right? I think he's there.
Hackme is pointing out you need to Spirit Journey to cancel Aegis. It wouldn't cancel the rally though.
No, the rally still goes through, correct?
Rally does still go
always
through.
Rallies.
Yeah, it always rallies. The barrier does not cancel.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this spot was just. I think this spot was just done for, right? Like, I think Soggy Slobster is always winning here because of the open attack, and Rice is just a turn away from being able to kind of pop off. And that means that Soggy Slobster, I think this game was played really cleanly. I think his hand was great, and I think Slobster played it phenomenally. I know we harped on the pass, but when you look at the full picture of his hand, it did make sense. It's just more of the overarching game plan when you are Demacia versus a Freljord Shadow Isles thing made it less common for you to want to look for those passes, but brilliantly done from Soggy Slobster. And he will be advancing to the grand finals. I'm going to call it early, Blev, and we can see if I curse it, but but no, he is going to be advancing to the grand finals, and he will be returning for next week's fight night. But he has one more step to go if he wants to ascend within the Empire of the Ascended.
Yep.
It's been a vast journey through the bracket, but he will have to face off against Successor once more if he wants that $100 alongside the title of Fight Night Champion.
Yeah, I mean, it is, obviously it is great to make it to the grand finals. It's great to get the invite back again. It is even greater to get the bracket reset and to win it all. I I mean, now we're in the territory of Soggy Slobster for some reason is on the read not to open attack into Rice playing the Ruination. And then also Slobster forgetting that he has other cards in hand. Yeah, this one's over.
Yeah, I mean, the single combat, just insult to injury, take out the Trundle on this turn. No mana to respond. Literally would have to be a top deck Ruination and Soggy Slobster somehow deciding it was the correct decision to not go into it, and even then he still just plays something else and kills them anyway.
He would need to open on Tiana Crown. Actually, even opening on Tiana Crown cards still doesn't lose you the game. Yeah, that one was but yeah, no, on a serious note, I did call out that pass as being weird, but I do think you correctly read the situation, Casa, and also did the Slobster as he's able to take that one down, knowing that, okay, the beatdown plan is going to happen in 1 or 2 chunks. We don't need to get 4 in here, and preventing my opponent from developing is quite good.
Yeah, I just wanted to back you up on that because normally I actually do agree with you. This was a spot, though, absolutely, where Soggy Slobster played it beautifully. And we see it in the result, right? 2-1. Takes it over Rice FT, moves on to the grand final to face off against Successor. And, well, I mean, it's a rematch of the winners final. We see this, we see this a fair bit. Not all the time, but we see it a fair bit. And Successor took the first matchup 2-1. And we'll see if he can repeat it or if Soggy Slobster will be able to kind of run it back and pick up the win from the loser's bracket and win on the bracket reset. Because, I mean, he's been playing great in these later stretches of the tournament. He's only lost to Successor, right? He's been able to beat everybody else. And, coming over from Singapore, he won SEA's kind of answer to Fight Night. We don't have a Fight Night SEA, but there is a tournament there. I can't remember if it's like Lightning Horse or something like that.
We call this tournament Lightning Horse. That's a way cooler name than Fight Night.
I don't know, man. I don't ask me. I just work here. But he did take that one recently. He did take first place, and now he comes over. Dragon Summit. Thanks, Morp. Lightning Horse, I think, is a Brazilian tournament.
Lightning Horse is still cooler than.
But yeah, Summit, I think that is. It's awesome to see him, have that success there. Come on over, and now he's, top 2 already. He will be advancing to next week as well. And we'll see if he can take, that 2-peat. Win in Dragon Summit, win here. But we will be going to a short break. When we return, we will see if he can complete that or if Successor will stop him in his tracks and find the win. So find out soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins doing weird shit with his eyebrows. We're going to be going into the grand finals match soon enough. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and remind you guys what everyone's playing for, as Blev is going to break down the format of this tournament.
Oh, yeah. Should I do the super fast rating thing, or should I read it regular? I'll just read it regular. I'm not doing it extra slow. Double Elim bracket with 8 and no, I'm not doing it slow. With 8 invited players, every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks that do not have any overlapping regions, and to win, players need to win with both of their decks, just like the rest of the tournament has gone so far. But one interesting little caveat here is that if the grand finalist from the lower bracket, the Soggy Slobster, if they win the first best of 3, there will be a bracket reset and we'll play an additional one. But if Successor wins any best of 3, that is it. It is over and they will be crowned champion. And of course, they're going to be playing the classic $50 money match between first and second.
With that, let's take a look at the bracket real quick as we see how we got to this point of the tournament. Successor took down BBG, Rice FT, and Soggy Slobster, actually defeating every other member of the top 4 to make it to the grand finals.
Kind of crazy.
On the other side, the Slobster made it all the way to the winners final before dropping to Successor and only had to beat Rice FT, making it back in to the grands. And both of these players will be returning next week, as Blev already mentioned, but they are playing for that money match here. And, well, I think this matchup should be rather exciting. Of course, we saw it earlier. We do know that there is the potential for that Fiora Shen mirror. I believe this is the matchup that we did take just a brief moment to, appreciate the, impressive literature that Lewis Carroll had written previously with Jabberwocky. But it is still a matchup that we are going to potentially look at again.
Yeah.
And last time around, I believe it was Successor that came out on top in that best of 3 with winning that matchup. So see if it does go that same way, or if it can get flipped on its head by Soggy Slobster this time around, as we're starting off without a mirror matchup, as it is Zoe Aphelios going against the Shen Fiora.
Yeah, Zoe in, Twisted Fate out, although this keep here, or this opener on the side of Successor saying Zoe out as well. I don't know if I'm ever on the play, if I ever can bring myself to mulligan away a Zoe, even in a matchup where I know she's getting
on turn 1 attack.
Yeah,
token,
on attack token. Crazy. It's crazy. But here's the thing, Casa. His name is Successor, not failure. It's Successor. Get it? Because he's successful, not a fail.
Yeah, we get it. We get it, Blev. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to continue on with just passing back and forth. We pushed 4 damage already with the 2-1. That could have been 2 Zoe attacks, right? That could have been 2 super cool star charts. Had it been kept, which is, bit interesting for sure that we saw that passed away, but Aphelios going to come down on 3, and we've got Fiora on the other side with the attack token now for Soggy Slobster, and he's got the Shen on 4. So Shen Fiora on turn 4. Gravitum was picked up in advance, and he was able to actually take that down.
Yeah, able to stop the Fiora from attacking at least, but there theoretically could be a single combat that comes out, but that is it's really just asking for a trade, not actually getting value, and Slobster says does not want to go for it quite yet. Successor sticking on the stun plan here, picks up a Crescent Strike as well as the Crescendum to be able to pull out some Box to Pie, get that train rolling.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's going to feel pretty good, right? You're trying to get wide. You have the 3-4. It can at least threaten the Fiora. Of course, there are going to be plenty of buffs, but this does allow the opportunity to potentially deal with this, especially considering, you know, well, I mean, Pale, since it's nerfed, doesn't even answer Sharp Sight.
Right. Well, the consideration from Slobster, I mean, he does snap play the he does snap it off. The consideration is maybe like, do you just want to, you know, do I want to put these buffs and throw these buffs into a hush, right? But of course we see Successor doesn't have it, and Slobster also has backup answers, so not really that afraid of hush there.
Yeah, able to play around it and not have to even worry about the hush whatsoever. And because of that, now we're just going to see Successor in a spot where he's put some damage down, but he doesn't have good ways to answer Slobster's game plan right now. Right? He has this star shaping, which is going to potentially lean to getting a bomb to try and close this out. But the issue is not being able to deal with what's in front of him. And the Crescent Strike is going to help slow this down, right? Which is all that needs to happen for Successor to at least be able to find a way back in, is to just slow this down as much as possible.
Yep, absolutely wanting to slow this down. And Slobster offers the Fiora for Aphelios trade, and Successor has the backup Aphelios and is more than happy to oblige. Debating which starting point he wants to go for. That's going to be a single combat coming out and killing the second Aphelio. So Slobster, though stunned, is able to deal with the champions on the side of Successor. Could see a Calibrum come out. That would get countered by, I believe, exactly second Sharp Sight. So does not go for it.
Yeah, finally Temple as well. Start getting those buffs up, but we might see Aegis try to just put some pressure. So Golden Aegis going to come down. Calibrum in response, but there is another barrier potentially, and Gravitum going to be phased.
Yep.
Try to stall even more.
Yep, this is oh boy. Wait. Okay, did not
Oh yeah, okay.
Did not play it. And the Slobster, we know there's the combo. The Slobster combo, the Shen plus River Shaper. Who cares about Screeching Dragon? Who cares about Fiora? I just want to draw cards.
Yeah, just gonna look to draw a lot of the spells, give options, and still have the Tiana for a later rally to try and maybe close out the game. We do see Living Legends picked up by Successor so that he can get more looks later on in the game for the win condition that he wants to find. And Spacey Sketcher just going to get rid of that Pale Cascade, really wanting to find an Equinox, and actually hits it.
There it is.
So that is available for this River Shaper straight away.
Yeah, fired off at a time where Nopify is probably very much in Slobster's range, but that's not going to go away necessarily. So just fire it out at a time that is the least likely to have a Nopify.
Yeah, now we get to see the star shaping. So what big boy is available? And it's a Grande Alim. That is the boy, the great beyond.
The biggest boy. Oh, but we may be seeing the old guard, the Tiana Crown Guard coming out and potentially rallying here with Successor shields down at least a bit. We know that there are there's one star shaping unit, and then I don't remember where the Living Legends came from. It may actually just be from the priestess.
Yep, we're getting a bit of lag on Successor's feed here, but it looks like it's coming back as the attack comes in with
And
Tiana.
that was the Tiana that came out.
Yeah, it was the Tiana that came down. We got the rally. They are going to try and push through a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, not actually that much damage from that attack, but did clear up the board a little bit. We can potentially see a what looked like a 10 power, 11 power Great Beyond.
I believe it's 11. Yeah, I think it's at 11. It can be beefed up a little bit with the Living Legends, but not even going to go for that straight away. Looking at the Fangs, looking at the... it makes you wonder how close the Zoe is to the level up. It is 1 of 10.
Not very close.
Oh, God.
And the good old-fashioned Lunari Priestess is currently eating the buffs from the Veiled Temple, which is one of the worst targets for it in general. The elusive beatdown plan going to likely come to an abrupt end here via the sharp sight.
Yeah, I mean, just 1 kill for Fiora.
Yep.
There's double combat and concerted strike.
True.
Which is also kind of double combat as well. You see another star shaping. Give another look at a big creature, but realistically, it is just going to be the Great Beyond. Is that win con Successor has access to. We're going to swap over perspectives just because of the lag. Hopefully we can get a little bit more stable here on the side of the Slobster.
Yeah, and Sloppy, I mean, has a pretty straightforward, Fiora win condition while also threatening the lethal, just kill your opponent's face win condition. And it's always nice to have both.
Yeah. I mean, just this attack alone is presenting lethal. Now, of course, we will see Successor go for a block and not just let that happen, but it is, it's getting pretty brutal. And it will just kind of come down to that Great Beyond, but we do, of course, have the concerted. Like, the answers are there.
Yeah, I mean, we also are two... Well, after this Lunari Priestess dies, we're 2 Fiora procs away from winning. There are 2 small units on the board right now. So even if the Great Beyond comes down, could still just be game anyhow.
Yeah, and Fiora, level up here. 2 away. With all of these tricks in hand, ready to go, ready to be used. Living Legends finally going to come out. We're not going to get a chance to see what he's offered, but we will get a chance to see what he plays.
Are we going to see Successor do the... Okay, Successor does not opt to go the route of Garretz and do the Living Legends burst pass and to just take the full pass and discard 7 cards. No, I mean, that Moonglow is actually could potentially have been annoying if it weren't for the single combat coming down and eating in response.
Yeah, and we might have an unavoidable Fiora win con come out, actually. With a single combat plus concerted strike, only 3 mana left. Unless there is a hush in hand, it is done right now. And Slobster must hate poetry because he's been playing like an absolute beast here.
Yeah, Slobster has the read, is going to go for it.
He has enough mana, right? For all of it? Yeah, he does.
He has enough mana for concerted plus single combat.
Plus the repose to make it a Fiora win.
Yep, exactly.
I guess you don't even need the repost, but it is
It's bet. Yeah. If
he has the mana for it, I guess is my point. He's got the mana to play the 3 tricks. He doesn't need all 3.
Yep. Successor, wondering how this could possibly have happened. Slobster, it's another day in the office. The Fiora win con achieved on the Destroyer. That's going to be it. Slobster taking game number 1.
Yeah, Slobster grabbing it with the Shen Fiora. The enemy of poetry, as we will not have them here. But he will be attempting to reset the bracket. He's got one more deck left that he has to find the win with. He's got 2 chances with the TF Fizz to actually pick up the win over Successor. But looking at both of these decks, both of them have game against TF Fizz, right? Fiora Shen has game, Zoe Aphelios has game.
Sure.
But, you know, as we have seen in the past, TF Fizz can just kind of win any matchup given the right hand or the right draw or the quick level up, right? There are a lot of different tools, a lot of different ways for this deck to turn things around, and we'll see how Slobster is able to navigate this game. He's already got the pick a card in hand, which we've seen be kept a lot in recent history alongside a ballistic spot, so this is a decent start to be sure.
Yeah, and it's fine for sure. I mean, it doesn't really have much yet. Of course, like as you mentioned, the pick a card, of course, is can really kind of get you out of any jam. At least potentially. Ballistic Bot going to come down, start generating a little bit of value here. Maybe even get in for a couple points. Ooh, but 8 Punch Pablo threatening to just put an end to that now. And while this might seem a little bit weird, potentially, you know, Boxtopus, you know, maybe having more value. When you can get, when you have the ability to trade your, when you have the ability to trade your non-elusive units for anything in this matchup and save life, it's generally a net positive against TF Fizz.
Yeah, I mean, you always take that ballistic spot kill, right? Like that is something that is great, and you've bricked a Boxtopus, right? So the fact that he gets to take this bricked Boxtopus and turn it into a kill onto a ballistic bot, one of the 3 major threats. Of course, and that is before you get to the elusives. That's how scary this deck is. It's like the 3 major threats are TF, Fizz, and ballistic spot. But then you have to remember, like, oh, also in this deck are like 17 Wiggly Burblefish and a bunch of Zaps Wraithens. So, I mean, it's a threatening deck, but you do take the kill. You definitely do. And Successor gets it. He's going to invoke with the Solari Priestess. We go on to turn 5, and now, you know, we see Fizz come down. We see blue card from the TF potentially trying to set up for that level up going forward, but this hand is not very conducive to a TF level up just yet, and we'll see if it continues to fill out in a way that allows for Soggy Slobster to maybe take control. But this pass is definitely one that I think you take if you're the Slobster. The damage that you can actually put forward here is pretty underwhelming. He might greed out the Poro Cannon, which it could end up being completely fine, but that is going to give the option for a play from Successor with the rest of this mana.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting. And I feel like Successor. This is a kind of a perfect turn to develop something like a temple here.
Okay. Well, no temple. It ends up not being much of a punish, right? There was a world where it could have ended up being something else.
Temple.
That's rough, actually, for Successor a little bit, right? Like, you would love to have been able to play that on the previous turn, but gets it out now. Can start getting those buffs, but it does feel like this hand is probably a bit rough for Successor. And, you know, if I'm Slobster with this hand, I feel pretty good. It's not bad. It's not, you know, the best in the world as far as drawing to get that level up for Twisted Fate, but you've got the zaps. You've got some things to start doing, to start getting yourself in a strong spot. And wow, actually passes. This attack isn't even good from Successor overall. I eat that mana all day. Yeah, that was an interesting pass.
It really was. I I guess the thought is you get a Twisted Fate draw for free. Like you can,
right. It didn't hurt Slobster that much, right? Like it's not like Successor gained a massive advantage on this turn, right? It just felt like what was the reasoning why you couldn't develop? Was I guess my thought is like, is there something that you're playing around by not actually developing here? And I don't personally see it. I don't see why we couldn't go for a Zap or a Poro or something to try and pass back and forth. But it is just going to be the play that we see, and Get Excited's going to protect Fizz that has been hushed. And Slobster still, no matter what's happening right now, like it still feels like a good spot, right? Like you have your champions on board. There isn't a massive threat that has been built just yet, and you have a lot of elusives that you're going to start jamming out. You just dealt with the silence. I mean, this is a pretty nice spot.
Yeah, TF is at 4 of 8. He's hovering the sad Poro. I'm not 100% sure why. This will go to 5 of 8. Probably pick a card. Not enough mana to cast it.
The sisters gonna hit the board.
The burble. Counterfeit copies. No rummage. If that was rummage, Twisted Fate would be leveled, right? Yeah. Because he would be at 7 of 8 and then would draw here and be at 8 of 8.
Yeah. Yeah, he would. I mean, Zap can still get him close, but this is a preemptive hush that makes a lot of sense, but overall is just going to be 4-0.
Oh, no.
As the Mystic is going to answer the challenge, and there wasn't even a way for that card draw to come through, which Successor couldn't have known, but it is just a massive waste of a hush at the end of the day.
Yeah, why is that Golden Sister not coming into the red zone? I guess you're at 20, so you're not actually gaining life. Okay, I can see why it's not, but it was interesting. So we coming out, and Successor with the Golden Sisters at least has a pretty decent board in terms of being able to stay alive for a bit here. Oh, and the Trouble Bubble is going to is actually going to kill the Twisted Fate here.
Yeah, the Paddle Star follow-up will let it happen.
Mystic Shot will not stop this because the Paddle Star will still be generated. It's not how this works. Nope. It's not how it works.
Too late.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Too late. You allowed the Zoe to live for too long. Punished as the TF will go down. And potentially this does actually lead to opportunities for Successor to come back. I am curious on the hand quality. But this Silver Sister is continually getting buffed by the Veiled Temple.
Yep.
That is going to give a blocker for some of these elusives, and Successor sitting at 20. So the TF not surviving does make this potentially a game that can be come back from. And Equinox, a great pull, going to be able to stop some of the burbliness going on.
I wonder if Playful Trickster is going to come into play here.
Ooh, that is a lot of iteratives. We got another onslaught of burbles coming through. A barrage of burbles, if you will.
Yeah. Because there's only 2 elusive blockers right now, right? The Zoe... Let's see if we block on Fizz and block, let's say well, actually you don't even block the 3-1. There's no 3-1 elusive burble. So you block a 4-2. You could just kill Zoe preemptively. Oh, another Equinox is definitely helpful here. Death Ray, though, is also quite good. We could see an attack in with everything. Playful Trickster, whatever the lifesteal unit blocks, into a follow-up attack.
Yeah, it does
Could
feel
also just
pretty
be the
reasonable.
elusives.
You can just completely avoid the lifesteal.
But I think you want because you need to Playful Trickster something,
Oh,
right?
you want to
So
Playful Trickster something that it's not elusive. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you want to Playful Trickster. Yeah, this is fine. Just Playful Trickster anything. This will be doing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only going to be 16, though.
You can Playful Trickster the Burble, let the Fizz trade.
Right. Then you'll be hitting for another 8.
It feels worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's just not game right now.
Yeah, there's only one card in hand for Successor. You've got 2 already in hand from the Mystic as well.
Right. And actually, you can get in... Oh, wait. There's another Fizz, too.
Right. It can't get elusive.
Right.
You could go Poro, though. You could take 1 more damage.
Right.
It's going to be the Rummage instead.
Mm-hmm. Now, another Hush there would potentially have been maybe not backbreaking, but definitely would have been quite good. And
Ooh.
their Star Shaping doesn't necessarily take much more than that to get back into a game.
Right. I mean, absolutely. There is a lot of options that can help here. Cosmic Rays, trying to wipe a lot of this board could be solid, but also just getting a bomb. But I guess the issue with getting a big bomb here is like Slobster's at 20. You know,
Yeah.
One big unit isn't necessarily getting you out of here.
Right.
I think you want, Living Legends so that you can at least play multiple things. Maybe you can get a big bomb, but also do like an Equinox. And whoa, okay.
There it is.
Living Legends with a Mountain Scryer on board.
Now, will we see the past discarding 9 card? I don't think we're going to see it. I don't know if we'll ever see that again. The burst pass into just pass again.
Okay, so we get Golden Sister. It does proc the Temple, so we got 7 more mana. If there's some cheap stuff, that would be really nice for Successor. If you can get, like a Trickster out, if you can get an Equinox onto something so it can be blocked. If there's a Moon Silver into some kind of play. I mean, there are some good cards that could be nice. Potentially one of the bombs can work out. Okay, that's TF number 3.
Yep. How bad is just gold carding? Does that do anything? Red card would allow you to kill the smaller Golden Sister. Gold card would allow you to stun the bigger one. Now red card also allows you to kill a serpent. Ooh. Moonglow onto the smaller Golden Sister. This one may actually start getting out of the hands of the Slobster here, because right now there's going to be 9 life potentially gained. Now this can be prevented via Mystic Shotting and Death Raying your own units. I'm pretty sure you can Death Ray your own units. I don't recall. I'm pretty sure you can, but that will effectively be preventing 9 damage or 9 life from being gained on the side of Successor. But to what end is the question. Those 2 units are still going to be alive. And also there is an elusive blocker. There's another unit that's going to be taken out with the Serpent as well. And Successor may have found exactly what they needed to turn the tides here, Casa.
The Golden Sisters were huge, right? Like being able to find this lifesteal to try and just stabilize for a little bit longer certainly feels like it could be enough. And wow, another Serpent. That is huge.
Yeah.
Being able to get that additional kill on one of the elusives.
Yep.
This is a big attack that Successor is setting up.
Yeah, massive. And the follow-up is just really not even that great on the side of Slobster here. Actually just going to chump with the zap. Slobster just lets the blocks happen. Successor, I think, has to snap hit okay. Board demolished on the side of Slobster. 9 life gained for Successor, and now it's TF versus the world.
Yeah, I mean, now Slobster, it's like go again, but he's on 16 cards. He's been drawing through his whole deck already. Finds the rummage. I mean, this is there's some potential to put something together for the TF. Another elusive coming down for Successor. Wow. I mean, such great hits.
Yeah, that was a fantastic. Unless Casa.
Oh my God, another Serpent.
3 Serpents, a Golden Sister, and a Trickster? Did Successor get to pick his Living Legends?
Yeah, I guess so. Double Moonglow on top of that?
Right. And the Destroyer was the other one.
He filled his hand and he discarded 2 of them. That's it. That's it. He just played them all out.
Wow. That was yeah, I don't know the algorithm for how the Living Legend spits that out, but I think we can safely say that was pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And this pick a card is a potential way to get back into it, right? We are going to see that, like, this Twisted Fate is leveling. Like, I think we are accepting this as fact.
Needs to die this turn. Because
I mean, how does it die, right? We invoke a comet.
At this point, I don't put anything past Successor in terms of what he's able to do.
Oh, iterative into Mountain Scryer into Comet.
No.
How fast did he just pick that?
No.
How fast did he just pick it?
No.
Oh, it's
Meteor Shower does it too.
Still, it does it. I can't believe it.
That's actually just even better than we were thinking. Too small, Casa. Comet only kills the Twisted Fate. Why not also take a Burblefish?
Spell Thief into Iterative into Scryer into Meteor Shower takes out the TF. It doesn't even level up. And Successor now is in full control of this board, full control of this game, and is finding his way back into the series. I cannot believe it. The absolute insanity of this game coming off of that Living Legends where he played 8 of 10 cards that he generated.
Why does this feel like the whole tournament was just like kind of meh up until this exact game, which is like the best game we've seen in a while?
I don't know, but we still have the pick a card. Is it even done? Slobster still. I guess I miscounted the Twisted Fates. He must have played a TF's pick a card at some point and reshuffled. He got another.
That makes sense. Yeah.
He's got another. He's got 7 cards left though, so he can't he can't level this
attack himself
unless he shuffles this.
Oh wow! The deck yourself with Twisted Fate plan is activating.
As Slobster is going to drop down to 6 health, starts to refill his board, but we have elusives on the side of Successor.
Yeah.
He's got a Death Ray that can reshuffle in for draws, but it is Mark II, so there is only one more.
Right.
That will be coming out of that.
Slobster, no fear.
And he's drawing. He goes blue card. He can't really level this, right? Like, it's, if he does, he just loses to the blue card that it pulls.
Right.
There is one copy of Mind Meld somewhere in this deck. He has a counterfeit. He shuffled earlier. He shuffled earlier. He shuffled this earlier. I forgot.
Wait.
The counterfeit copies that he
What does
shuffled
he shuffle
earlier.
though? What should he? I guess it doesn't matter, right? Is he supposed to shuffle in
Mach
burbles?
2 Death Ray, and then he can make more.
Wow. I mean,
Right? Is it worth it,
You can do
though?
that.
Is it
You can
good?
do that. It's a legal play. The poor old man's fizz. That's what it looks like he's going for. 5 cards left.
Death Ray gives you the most cards, right? It gives you the most
Right.
time.
But
Because you can keep making more cards.
See, I would have. The thing is that you don't have infinite amount of time. So the fact that you get 5 extra turns or whatever doesn't really matter because you're not going to have that.
The Fizz, the Playful Trickster.
Okay, the fizz makes sense because you can theoretically chain those forever now. Again, I don't think you need to give yourself 2 turns so that you don't die. Giving yourself 5 turns, I don't think really matters. Though the death rate is still going to be good, so I don't hate it. I mean, this just might be it with Playful Trickster, depending on what Successor drew.
Bastion keeps the elusive alive.
Okay, for now at least. Mystic Shot still would do it. Successor is on a single Bastion, so you don't necessarily need to layer the Mystic Shot now. There's no threat of a second one.
Well, he's waiting. Not going to expend the Mystic just yet.
Yeah, I don't
Goes
think
for
you
the Boro?
need to do it now. You can get a little bit more information. It's still going to be the same here. Just going to play around a Pale Cascade here.
Wait, Slobster's the one with no meld, right? Yes.
That is correct.
Slobster's
That
the one
is
with no
correct.
meld.
Yes. So Slobster's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way here. And right now, I mean... Oh, Aphelios certainly is going to make things tougher.
Gravitum can help.
Gravitum,
Calibrum.
Both effectively do similar things here. Just attack with it all. Playful Trickster onto the Twisted Fate. Is it going to be enough through a Gravitum as well is the question.
I think it might be. There's only one elusive blocker. It dies
3,
here.
6,
8 left.
10, 11 damage coming through. Wait, how much damage is it just... Successor can just press OK. Successor can just press OK. There's you can't cast Playful Trickster. He can just press OK. But then he dies to Mystic Shot.
He would die to Mystic.
He's got to be looking through he's looking through now to see if there's any Mystic Shots left. I guarantee that's what he's looking at. Chad is saying there's already been 3 Mystics played.
Oh, if he just pressed OK.
How many Get Exciteds though? Oh no. Okay.
And there it is. Soggy Slobster's getting the bracket reset.
But is he though? Because there
I
can
think
be
so.
Gravitum on a 4/4.
Gravitum on the 4/4, right? And then we've got Chum the Waters. It's Calibrum. It's not Gravitum.
That is a more permanent fix, but
that's 8.
Prevents less.
That's 8.
Wow. Wow. So Successor playing around a Get Excited that's not there, and in fact, it is Playful Trickster. My vote for most underrated card in LOR is able to take it there, and that is a bracket reset, Casa.
Bracket reset. We got one more set to go between these two, and well, I mean, we complain about the decks, but I won't complain about that match whatsoever. That was
a great match.
super exciting to watch, and
Yeah.
I want to see more of it. Successor and Soggy Slobster will be continuing on. They're going into, they're going to go into set number 2 of the grand finals, as Soggy Slobster did come from the losers bracket.
Mm-hmm.
He does have to beat Successor twice. Successor having that extra life afforded to him by making it winner's side.
Yeah, that was such. Oh man, that was such a crazy game. That is I mean, I like to make these picks for matches I'd love to see analyzed. That is one of them because, boy, oh boy, that there were so many different lines that could have happened. I mean, let's not even take a look at that like immaculate Living Legends. That literally was the Living Legend. That's the one they're talking about. Was that one that was cast on that turn? But like, we see Calibrum picked over Gravitum. That made it so that it was exactly lethal, not by 1. We called it. I mean, again, we have caster vision, so it's easy for us to say just press OK forehead. Chat was saying there was between 1 and 2 get excited still left in the deck. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe if there are any number, you obviously have a pretty good chance of drawing one. You don't know what was counterfeit copies, so it's definitely a risky gambit to just take it all there. But it would have probably been. I mean, obviously, it would have been a better play than just losing, but it's a really tough call to make.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane. I think if Successor makes that read there, I mean, I don't even know how to describe that moment, right?
Yeah.
Because I didn't expect him to make it, and he almost did. He pulled back, right?
He did.
He waited a good, 10, 15 seconds. Like, do I just take this?
It was probably, this is my guess at the line of thinking. It's okay, gut reaction. Let's line up blocks. And then it's like, wait a second. How much am I taking here if I just take it? Look at the eye. I go down to 2. Then the last, as the timer starts to go down, you're furiously scrolling through the history to see how many Mystic shots are left, how many get exciteds are left. Chat was saying that all 3 Mystic shots were used, and there may or may not have been some number of get exciteds left. With the like 7 or 6 cards left in deck, can you really bank on him not having a get excited there? It's so close. I have no idea.
Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Probably not. You probably can't. He probably made the right choice.
Yeah.
But God, he was close to making the real right choice.
Yeah.
And finding a way to win through all of that. And honestly, how much of a 50-50 was that, right? It's either I don't block and I beat Playful Trickster, or I do block and I beat Get Excited. And he picked wrong, ends up losing the game there, and the bracket reset comes through. We are going to get a short break while the players get set, but we will have the final best of 3 of the night, the grand finals bracket reset, when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We just have one more best of 3 for you here tonight between Soggy, Slobster, and successor. Been a long
Soggy Slobster.
It's been a long one. It's been a long one.
Yeah.
There's too many S's there. I haven't tripped over it too much tonight, but I'm getting to the end of it, man. But
it's getting a little
we're gonna
soggy.
be jumping
It's getting a
straight
little
into
sloppy.
game between these two players, as we will see who will be the Fight Night Legends champion tonight. Both of them will be returning next week, however.
Yep, and then we see another, maybe an awkward hand to start off if you're the Slobster, though this is against Fiora Shen, so maybe not. You Get Excited is not too shabby if you can maybe pick off a Fiora or even a River Shaper. Not too shabby, but really not able to put forth a lot of pressure whatsoever here. And this is interesting because Slobster, who just won the last set, right? And then decided to queue differently than what worked for him before, right?
Yeah.
Which is interesting because, you know, it's kind of a little bit next level, but also a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't know, maybe we'll see if it pans out. Regardless, whoever wins this set will be our champion, like you mentioned, Casa, and well, we'll see here.
Yeah, I mean, Slobster dodged the mirror matchup yet again, as we are going to have the Fizz finally hit the board, and now it's the Screeching Dragon in response. Going to be trying to gobble up some of these fishies and aquatic yordles.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit different of, caliber of unit here. We have a gigantic, angry dragon, and then we have Fizz.
One
both respectable players.
Tricky boy or a massive Screeching Dragon.
Yeah.
Who would win?
I suppose we'll see here. I think in the heads up, it's probably going to be the Screeching, but I mean, you never know.
Weighing in at 4,000 pounds at 8'5" or 12'9", actually.
Probably bigger than 8 feet, I would imagine.
At 25 feet long and 4,000 pounds, we have Screeching Dragon on the blue corner. Coming in at 3'2" and weighing a whopping 40 pounds, it's Fizz.
I mean, I know which one's more annoying. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to get hit with that trident, but I think I would probably have to take my chances against Fizz versus the dragon.
You know what, John? We're going to have to take a look at that one. I think the dragon, pound for pound, is going to be packing a bit more punch.
Hold on. Pound for pound, though. If we're just going pound for pound, it might actually be Fizz, but I don't know. That's the whole, would you rather fight against 40 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Yeah, in RCO we had one where it was 10 morp-sized bears or one bear-sized morp. Yeah. Yeah, a great combination. Just trying to figure out which would be more difficult to fight against.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, age-old question, really.
But the real question is, would you rather fight against a Shen Fiora or a suited up Fizz? And that is a question that we're going to have to deal with right now, as they are going to be battling each other.
Aegis.
Golden Aegis has seemed like an absolute MVP in this fight night. There's the Poro Man's Fizz.
Yeah, the normal man's Fizz was also there as well, but
yeah,
gonna go for the Poro. Spread the wealth a little bit, considering that you want to have different diversity of threats when dealing with these challengers.
Yep. We've gotten to the point in the event where Panda shows up at the beginning to, meet and greet, takes a little nap, then comes back, and we're still casting the grand finals because of the bracket reset. The classic. You love to see it.
As, well, it looks like Successor is going to be dropping very low, and Slobster's got double Get Excited in hand.
Yep.
Potentially, we'll have a mirror once again between the Shen Fiora decks. Sharp Sight.
Okay.
That gives a blocking opportunity.
To start.
Does get out of reach of just the Get Excited, but still well within the grasp of the Mystic Shot and the overall burn.
Yep. I wonder, okay, so because the Fiora is not getting the barrier here, I'm imagining... Oh, Fiora's not even at 1 yet. Okay, never mind. Wait, Fiora has an arrow when she's not even at 1? What?
When she's in the middle of the attack, she gets a small arrow.
Oh,
to say
that's
like, oh, she's gonna be
weird. Okay,
yeah.
I never noticed that until now.
Never noticed that one. I mean, it is like fairly subtle, right? It's like it only pops up once she's actually in the activity of attacking.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, well, this makes sense. This is not going for any sort of Fiora win condition here.
So refuge plus single combat is unless Slobster he's not going to commit. He's just going to try and live a little bit longer. Now Rally just wins it. If we get another Aegis, Successor's winning.
I guess
get enough mana for face.
Sharp Sight doesn't win it, but it does force out the last Get Excited.
Right, which isn't. I mean, playing to the Successor must have refuge plus single combat or concerted. Is that
could also have
Nopify?
Could also have Deny.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's a lot. No, I mean, but either way, you lose to those.
Yeah, that is true. I mean,
okay.
I
no
like if you're going to
lose
to those cards, just try to win instead. Like this, I mean, you're beating this refuge with the burn to the face.
Yeah, that's true. You beat this refuge with burn to the face. You wouldn't beat it if there's a single combat, but you would beat it otherwise.
Right. I mean, you're not beating the single combat now anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, this always has to be. The face is always better here, right? Like, there's not.
Yeah. This was just This was a very interesting line that feels at face value to me like a play to not lose rather than a play to win. So it feels like to me. But now we could see. I mean, Cass, I kind of got nothing right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is probably Successor picking up Golden Aegis.
Golden. Yep.
There it is. Game 1 picked up by Successor.
Yeah.
He's just got to get one more win, and he will be crowned the Fight Night champion tonight after making it through the winner's bracket, but losing the first best of 3 of the grand finals and getting that bracket reset on the side of Slobster. So we'll see. I mean, still can be brought back. Saw the 2-0 previously. It could happen in similar fashion, right? Where Slobster's able to bring it back, win both, and actually take the reverse sweep from the loser's bracket after that bracket reset. I mean, we just have to see, Blev. Do you think he has it in him, or do you think Successor, now that he's got the Fiora Shen out of the way on this this Aphelios deck, do you think he's got it?
I mean, it's never good, of course, to be down a game as your opponent. Like, there's always the chance that you brick a draw. There's always a chance that your opponent has some sort of nut draw that you can't beat. But those things aside, I mean, that last game, that last line of play, and maybe if we saw, no, I mean, we saw Slobster's hand. I mean, that felt, I mean, we both kind of thought that felt kind of like a misplay there. A little bit of an odd play to try not to lose. Maybe it was a miscount. Maybe it was, I know, you know, it's certainly been a long tournament from the player side. I don't know. That just seemed a little weird. Could have went for the win and instead went for the not lose and then also still lost.
Yeah, and well, on to Fiora Shen against Aphelios Zoe. We've got the double Green Glade Caretaker. Potentially very aggressive start.
Yep.
Zoe in response should be able to... Well, actually, no, there's a sharp sight.
Sharp sight does come out, but I wonder if this is, you know, trading a sharp sight for a Zoe. We already know from the last match that Successor is not the biggest Zoe fan in this matchup. We saw him mulligan it away in the previous set. Successor may just be actively happy that that trade just happened.
Yeah, I mean, these top decks have been great, though, for Soggy Slobster. Starting to pull this back, because I was thinking might not have been that bad, but looking at just the board position right now, Successor still certainly on the back foot. Spacey Sketcher trying to grab something here. But we might see a bit of a steamroll from the looks of the start of this. Now, there is still 6 mana to spend here, but when I see Spacey Sketcher as the lead into this play, I'm not super confident.
Oh, see, this is interesting, Casa, because this, like, I think this opens up to Hush. I was gonna say that. It opens up to the Fiora dying to Hush. All of a sudden, your engine's off. The Spacey Sketcher, yes, it's still there, but the Spacey Sketcher can continually...
Calibrum.
Yeah, chump block. Calibrum can come out, kill off the Caretaker, and... I mean, all of a sudden, that board that would look so good just doesn't look that good anymore without the Fiora.
Yeah, I always forget, Blevin. Maybe you remember. But is it Calibrum that can phase into Crescendum or the other way around?
Other way around. Crescendum has to be first.
Oh, okay.
Crescendum is at the end and Calibrum is at the beginning.
Okay, so I'd like to see Crescendum here then, and then phase into Calibrum is kind of the way I'd like to see this played.
Yep.
Because I always forget between the two.
Yeah. It's Crescendum is at the end of the line. Calibrum is at the beginning. It looks like that's exactly what Successor
and he should
did.
And I would imagine if he can phase into Calibrum, he should go for it. I don't remember the two straight away, but he should find his way to Calibrum
or Severum. So I would imagine. Well, there's not really too much of.
I think Calibrum's just super great here with the with the Caretaker on board, but also just River Shaper as another potential card that can hit the board. It is pretty nice to have.
Yep, and it was Calibrum. Okay, was that this patch that they changed this Aphelios stuff? Because maybe I've just not even noticed that my opponent's Aphelios's cards have been visible. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is a new thing. This has got to be.
Well, it's definitely not what it originally was, because I remember wanting. I don't remember this.
I don't. Well, normally we have both hands a fair bit of the time.
Right.
But I didn't notice this last week.
Maybe well, I mean, I remember wanting this as a player, like wanting to not have to like go through and see what they phase, because it says what they phase. But now I guess it doesn't, but it just puts it in the hand.
Yeah, well, there's the Calibrum gonna get notified off the top. So, I mean, the Calibrum made a lot of sense. It was a great pick to deal with the River Shaper, but Notify ripped off the top, gonna be able to shut that down, and the draw engine will get to start for Soggy Slobster.
Yep, the Slobster combo, the Shen. He's not playing Shen Fiora. He's playing Shen River Shaper with a Fiora alternate plan.
Gonna get the barrier onto Shen, try and look for the level up on that.
Okay, technically presenting lethal if no blocks happen. Successor potentially going down to 5 here. Tail Cascade going
to make the trade.
Yep,
Okay.
kill.
Golden Aegis.
Oh, yep. Such a strong card. Absolutely been an MVP this weekend. Or this event here. Just, it punishes so much. I mean, it punishes even more so than... I mean, obviously, Relentless Pursuit was great at punishing as well, but, I mean, it just seems... You know, the fact that it's 4 mana, can't be notified. I mean, obviously not relevant in this matchup, but just in general, just seems so good. Slobster protecting his units and also leaving up the Aegis. Is he going to go for it now? Successor on 8 effective mana. Scryer comes down. Was that a miss?
Actually missed. Box to push on top. That is really rough for
That is
Successor.
Not what you want to see.
I mean, he needed that. He really needed either removal or just a big creature. And now that Crescendum is still okay. It's still going to be able to pull the box plus off the top, right?
Right. Are you ever supposed no? Well, I guess did he have the? No, he didn't actually have the Crescendum yet.
Yeah, because you need to play it first to make sure you
right.
can.
Yikes! All you can say is yikes.
That's a yikes.
Yeah, that is absolutely. That's a yikes. There we go. I would have done it with more oomph, but I've been talking for 6 hours and my throat hurts. So,
I am slowly dying.
I don't know how slow it is, honestly.
I am perishing swiftly.
Exactly. Anyhow, the Aegis comes out. The attack comes through. Leveled up Shen. Gonna hit for 4. But 4 is not quite enough. Successor. Oh, Tiana.
The Slobster.
Okay. Desperation blocks, potentially.
Oh, certainly. And Tiana.
Yes.
Coming down even if Successor survives this Tiana. Turn 9. It is just a Bright Steel formation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Scryer didn't miss there. But now, I guess, technically, if that Scryer got Comet, could hit the Tiana, block the 6/2. Could still have that opportunity available. Golden Sisters.
I mean, that saves it for now.
It's chumps.
Tiana's still alive. Bright Steel. What is the what's the name of the card that obliterates 2? Because that might be
right.
I used to remember all of these, but I had to make room for some. I had to make room for some Shurima cards.
It's called. No, you didn't. Supernova.
It's called
Supernova. Supernova. Yeah. The Shuriman Desert is so vast that you didn't need to leave any room because it's just so vast. Its vastness is. It's hard to find the Shurima cards to put in your lineup when
it's the vast amount of cards. Vast. Helios. That can give us Gravitum. Gravitum gives us some protection.
Yep. I mean, as it stands right now, we're not dead to open attack. If Gravitum hits the Bright Steel, you've got double block. You got 2 blocks. Okay, there's the Gravitum. Gravitum probably. Well, there's still one more? Is there still one more Boxtopus?
No, I think he drew one, and then he
Grabbed
played
two?
two.
Which is probably what he's scrolling through now to see. So that means that he picked Infernum, I think. You have to Infernum?
If he can't get Severum, I mean, Severum would be his number one, right?
No, Sephirum is on the other side, I believe.
Okay, Sketcher could give us... I mean, Equinox, but Equinox is, while occasionally good... Wow, that was a guiding touch that was thrown away by Successor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it, because if that was a... Okay, did take Crescendum. Interesting. Okay, open attack is not lethal. But open attack could... Open attack is Chump City. Probably... Well, actually, no. You can chump with the 1/1 on the Tiana, and the Silver Sister could theoretically block the River Shaper.
Yeah, but now the challenge is going to come through onto
but this could be
Sketcher.
Crescent Strike. This could be Crescent Strike from
Ooh, that's true.
Spacey.
Crescent Strike would be the perfect card.
Oh, there it is.
There. He finds the Crescent Strike from the Spacey Sketcher, and we see that the Crescendum so that he can face Severum and get the lifesteal back up from this elusive potentially, but it also might just be enough damage. Might be able to just push enough damage. So Slobster needs to find an out. He needs to find a single combat or a concerted strike, and the River Shaper attack is going to help with that. He goes Calibrum.
Yeah. Huh.
I suppose with the intent of dealing with the River Shaper.
So this is interesting because...
Sharp Sight.
Wow. Wow. And single combat.
And single combat.
Okay. Calibrum can come out to deal with the dragon, though that doesn't seem like it does much here. Is it another Aphelios in hand? Could be another Aphelios. I mean, it could just be trying to proc the...
Preemptive Sharp Sight.
That is interesting. Lunari Dustbringer, certainly not the card Successor probably wanted too much. Preemptively uses the Sharp Sight. And Successor can't attack. Another single combat. And I mean, unless Successor has something crazy in hand right now, this feels like it's just over. The blocks coming out. Blocks with the Silver Sister don't do anything. Yeah, and that's just going to be it. The Slobster ties it up at 1 game apiece in this bracket reset. Casa, this is the final game. No matter what, we will have a winner crowned.
Only one more remains. Aphelios Zoe versus TF Fizz. And we saw this matchup go crazy in the first best of 3. I mean, I'm just hoping that this one lives up to the hype that was in the first best of 3. That's all I can hope for. Doesn't matter who wins to me, but getting that level of hype once again could be astounding. And I'm glad that we get this matchup, this particular matchup.
Yeah.
Once again, instead of, a mirror matchup. Instead, we get this one, which is, it delivered last time. That much I'll say.
It really did. I mean, as much as chat wants, poetry night with Blevin Casa to continue, I'm happy to cast an actual game of Legends of Runeterra instead.
Absolutely, as much as we were ready, we were prepared for the Fiora Shen mirror again.
It's true.
We had one in the bank. We had one ready to go. Actually getting a hype game of Runeterra like we did in the previous set is gonna be fire.
I just want to say that if we did get the Fiora Shen mirror, I was going to cast the whole match in rhyme. So, chat, you really are missing. But anyways, we see the open up with the Fizz into Ballistic Bots. And again, not a ton of stuff in the hand of Slobster yet, but there's a pick a card. And another hand has 3 early Mystic shots.
Yeah, and we've seen this before with the Boxtopus being played very early on. Mystic gonna come down. I wonder if the guiding touch is there. We get a bit of a run back on that. And there it is.
There it is.
Ballistic Bot going down as the Boxtopus does get to survive here. Creating a 2 for 2, but the draw, the cantrip from the guiding touch, gonna be able to puts the Successor a little bit in the lead on that one.
Certainly does. Ho ho! And what do you know? Good old TF Fizz was feeling naked. He just wanted a little bit of armor. I will say that they should make it so that if you cast Suit Up on a champion, that the art reflects the fact that it's been suited up.
Just give them Vi's fists.
Yeah, just put it on there. I'm sure that is not that hard to implement.
Sure, man. Yeah, very easy.
Okay, Moon Silver coming out. It is a cheap Aphelios. Pick a card. Gonna throw that Vi arm back into the deck. Our good friend Boxtopus gonna be coming on out.
Yeah, Crescendum getting that first 3-4 Boxtopus. Going to just try and put some damage on the Fizz. Maybe a, Hail Cascade. Going to put the threat down, and this is a great way to take a commanding position on the board. Yes, Double Mystic is going to answer it.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, there is, of course, the pick a card coming through, right? So it does look a lot worse when if you just tuned in than it actually is for Soggy Slobster. But it is just this pick a card, and if he kind of whiffs on the pick a card, it is going to be a very tough spot.
I'll Twisted Fate's the first thing that happens. And oh boy. You're opening on Twisted Fate here. Poro Cannon can also draw an additional card with the stress testing. Double that, in fact. Okay, and Successor maybe thinking that this is a turn that can maybe be, taken off a little bit. Gonna cast the Veiled Temple, and uh-oh, Casa, are we on leveled up Twisted Fate, leveled up Fizz out of nowhere?
Yeah, I mean, we very well may be, right? This is going to be another pick a card ready to be fired off.
Yeah, and what's hilarious is that if Successor, I was gonna say, if Successor has a Hush, could potentially use it on the Fizz there to try to kill the, this is gonna get Mystic Shot. Okay, to kill the Fizz, but is instead, going to kill the Twisted Fate there. So, all in all, not too bad from Successor.
Yeah, that is a great Spell Thief. Really, really good. And so many Mystics had been played. Pretty high odds. Actually pulling that back in. Oh my god.
The options that Soggy Slobster had off of that pick a card, they were just so vast. The vastness of options just so vast.
just, I mean, just disgusting.
Okay, Bastion. Okay, so this is a little bit. Wait. Okay, it's gonna stun. This will still stun the Boxtopus. Doesn't kill it. Okay. Stress testing gone. Herbal now drawn. Okay, so I mean, before this Burble draws a Rummage. Okay, it didn't work. The Twisted Fate, not really too threatening in terms of leveling up right now.
No, not at all. I mean, we'll see what we get off the Zap Sprayfin as well.
Okay.
Get excited. I mean, there is a stress testing, so there is an additional opportunity for draw, but we're gonna see the Calibrum hit on to the Wiggly Burblefish.
I'm gonna vulnerable up the Silver Sister. Good ol' Longtooth. Zoe gonna get Death Ray MK wanted. I mean, so far, I mean, everything's kind of, you know, it's kind of coming up Slobster so far, but not like in a insanely overbearing way. Just like kind of little chip here, little chip there. Successor has had some answers, but as it stands,
chip here, chip there, you down to 4 HP. It's,
I mean, that's how it works sometimes. Ballistic Bot for a little more inevitability, but the Fangs comes down, and there is a potential for some, you know, a decent amount of life gain to come through here. Twisted Fate can be killed, or, you know, a Zap or a Fizz, potentially. Slobster says it goes upstairs. Base is the place. Or not.
Then realizes he's got no Mystic shots and only one other point of burn.
Yeah.
Like, well, maybe Face isn't the place.
Right. Especially considering that technically Mystic shotting your own unit blocking the Mystic shotting the Golden Sister will technically be doing more damage than the Get Excited. I guess you can Death Ray your own unit too. The Serpent. I mean, Successor's down to 1, but I think he might still be favored here. Wait, where did the... how long has this Aphelios been in play? Have I just not been noticing this Aphelios this whole time?
I feel like it's been there for a minute, you know?
I feel like I haven't seen a moon weapon in a minute. And then, of course,
there's a Calibrum right there.
Well,
found one.
Found one. He chooses... well, okay. I guess this makes sense. The Longtooth definitely trades up. Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be 7 gained on the side of Successor. Fizz gone. Any sort of plan to level up Twisted Fate gone. Zap might not have to chump block. Yeah, Zap doesn't technically have to chump block.
Trying to keep TF alive.
Okay.
Yeah, could have stopped some lifesteal, but instead wants to keep the TF alive.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, like, the 3 being gained is enough to sort of put Successor out of the, oh, I can top deck something and win on the spot plan.
Yeah, I mean, Successor may have made it through the rough part here.
Yeah, 8 is pretty healthy, especially considering the hand that we see. And actually, for what it's worth, Successor also sees.
Finding the Death Ray right away is really the last thing
That's
that
not
he would have
great.
wanted.
Successor even just playing a Veiled Temple. Is there ever a way? I mean, what is Twisted Fate at?
I mean, he's 6 or 7, right?
Gotta be.
He's almost there.
It is
6.
6, so
I mean, he has to hit card draw, right? He's got to find some kind of draw.
Oh, he can threaten to kill the Aphelios for air quotes free.
Present strike.
No. And
Get
like
down
we noted before earlier in the match, Casa, no meld from Slobster. So there's not even the random oops, I win card in this matchup. Slobster going meldless. Successor with the Hush on the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Actually, this is kind of an opening potentially for Slobster here. Although there's not really cards that inherently draw at faster burst speed that don't require you to discard something themselves. I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, Rummage doesn't do anything here. Suit up.
Not gonna get you the draw that you need.
Yeah.
It might make a trade a little bit better.
Sure.
Just gonna let that all through.
Yeah.
Ignition gonna go down, waiting for this
Okay.
GF to level.
I mean, can Slobster grind through this with a leveled Twisted Fate?
I mean, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it is so powerful.
Get excited. It is more of a removal
That's a
spell at
pretty
this
terrible
point.
draw, actually.
Quite poor. Yes.
I guess it's not the worst, right? Because he gets the blue card with
Oh,
the
and we get
ignition.
ignition. Yeah. Okay. Casa, unless that that Hush was maybe a little. That Hush might have been a little sus, Casa. Oh, okay. I was wondering why this Poro Cannon was fleeting. That's because pick a card does not remove fleeting from a card.
I mean, we're gonna get all 3 cards as well
Yeah.
from the TF. It's going to get the removal it wants to get done.
Another Fangs. So now, I mean, it's gonna be what is off the top. Okay. That technically works, but doesn't really work
Yeah.
the way you want it to.
Two red cards away from winning if you go this way.
Yeah, but that is you're a far cry away from 2 red cards. When your opponent
2
is going to
turns.
be open attacking for 11 lifesteal.
We'll see where he goes. Looks like the dome is the prevailing option here.
Yeah, I mean, so unlike the last time we saw, he's taking the opposite route this time. Where in that Fiora Shen matchup, we saw him take the sort of play to not lose plan versus the play to win. This feels like he's taking the opposite route, but I actually disagree with the line here. It doesn't look like it would have mattered anyhow, but block's gonna come through.
Yeah, you have to block it all, I believe. Iterative to give draw. New ballistic bot for more ignitions. I think he's going to be able to grind it out, Blev. I think he's going to get there.
You think so?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Certainly possible. I mean, leveled up Twisted Fate is not an easy thing to get through. But at 4 life, is it actually going to happen? I mean, we're, what, a star shaping away from this being over, Casa? I mean, a star shaping gets you so much, right?
I mean, it has to hit Destroyer, right? Because there's enough elusives to block any Great Beyond or Immortal
Right.
Fire pickups. I mean, it really has to be Destroyer. So you definitely could
Sure.
miss when it just comes down to being one of the options
True.
being winning.
Felios can get you to Infernums, but again, you need to fade Gold Card. And because Aphelios' moon weapons are always at slow speed, Soggy Slobster's likely going to be able to have enough actions to get to Gold Card.
Now it's Calibrum.
Sure. Be expected. Calibrum got to be going into Gravitum, right? Yep. Dust Petal just to get the Gravitum. Gravitum onto Poro, onto Daring Poro. Gravitum going to be phasing into... I don't remember if there's another... if there's any more... Boxtopus. Zap is drawn, which is huge. Oh, I thought he just... Oh, that was blue card. I'm like, wait, what? I was thinking that he played Zap and that he drew Fizz off of Zap, and I got very confused.
They're buddies, you know? They're
Yeah.
friends.
I'm like, wait, it can draw champion spells, but also Fizz's champion spell is too expensive to get drawn from Fizz, so it made double no sense. Okay, Crescendum gonna either get a Boxtopus or get nothing. I think there's probably one Boxtopus left. There is
Gotta be,
at
right?
least one.
Yeah. I mean, that's a potential way to deal with Twisted Fate.
Gold card gonna hit the Aphelios.
Rummage is found, though. And the TF was just there for too long. I think Soggy's done it, Blev. I think he's grinded it out.
Certainly possible.
Unless it's star shaping into the Destroyer.
Yeah, I mean, which it certainly could be. But even so, well, actually, yeah, you'd have to sequence properly. But you could red card to pop shield into gold card still. But if the oh man, if the Aphelios is actually bigger than the Destroyer, but the Destroyer is still big enough to win through Overwhelm, that could be an out. Huh.
You see the rummage, but looks like stream is down. His successor's still up.
We're gonna try to get the end of the match. We're gonna try to get one of them up. This does tend to happen at the worst possible times.
Always in intense moments like this.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Successor's still up.
right. Successors on Hush. Oh, so now if we draw Star Shaping, get Destroyer with the temples, you'll still have enough mana and you can open up with Hush so that you can't get gold carded.
Yeah. It's a way in.
Oh, okay. So Star Shaping. Okay, Severum.
Oh,
okay, that is kind of like
worked.
Star Shaping. Opening. Oh, I thought he was going to cast on the portal. Okay, Twisted Fate shenanigans are off. Could just be going for the life gain here. Oh, you can go into Infernum. Gold cards off the table.
No stun available.
It goes through.
Infernum's there. The Hush. That was the big card.
Huge. And now I don't think there's enough burn left. There's already been too much cast. Wow.
No way. I mean, I think he's there. I thought Soggy Slobster had brought it all the way back. I thought he had it.
Right.
But exactly Hush into phasing Infernum. That is a way to do it. You said the Aphelios might get there. Right. And it just might. 8 health. I mean, what are the answers?
I mean, it's get excited, Mystic Shot, which I don't think is actually available.
And it's not available. It's not. We've seen all the Mystics.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen all the Mystics.
And we've seen at least one Get Excited, because it would be 3 Get Exciteds, which is not available. There can't even be a defensive mind meld because Slobster's not running it.
He's not running meld. There's no way. There's no way. There's nothing left
for
Slobster to have.
Could he have some series of burble fishes into enough death rays to kill Aphelios?
No, and that shark, while it looks terrifying, doesn't do anything in this situation. As Infernum has been phased.
Wait. You can replace your Twisted Fate now with a new Twisted Fate.
Full board.
Full board, replace Twisted Fate with Twisted Fate.
He just shuffled one. He played Twisted Fates, pick a card. I mean, it is possible that it's still there.
Yeah. So you can play Twisted Fate.
It has to be TF, and he has to be able, the last 3 cards have to be playable. With 4 mana. They have to be playable.
I mean, maybe. But I mean,
and it can't even be a TF over TF. He needs another unit. He can't get there.
Wait, you can't play TF over TF?
Well, right, because it's TF's pick a card in hand.
Oh, that's right. It still counts. Never mind. Even
if you could do it, right? Even if he could, he would have to be able to play all 3 spells at burst or fast speed.
Iterative on Zap does nothing, replaces the Twisted Fate, but it is not going to be fast enough. And the wink from LeBlanc coming out. The gigantic Aphelios. Okay, Rummage not going to do much here. Takes a look, and Successor gets to press the OK button and win at the end of the reset. I cannot believe it. Best of 3. Wow.
I cannot believe it. After all that, Soggy was bringing it all the way back. This is the match 1 recap. Soggy takes the 2-0.
Yep.
Gets the bracket reset. And then Successor takes the 2-1 to bring it back in the final series, being from the winner's bracket, having that set advantage. And he's able to pick up the win. Successor is going to be tonight's champion. We will see them both, though, returning to next week's fight night.
Yeah, I mean, we had our fair share of memes, Casa. We definitely had some times, but we take a look at the bracket here, and I want to say, Casa, it was all worth it because of that finals, because that was a great
That final was spectacular. It really was. It was a great final. And yeah, it's been a long day. Our brains broke so bad we forgot that champion spells exist. But at the end of the day, it's all worth it because even though we complain about the meta, about the fact that we are, Fight Night has always had great deck diversity, but recently it's been a little bit lackluster. When we get games like that, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. I don't even mind anymore. It is so incredible to see these two players go at it. And congratulations to Successor. I imagine he will be interviewing over on Tatado's channel. Seeing as how mostly going to be speaking in Portuguese. So if you understand Portuguese, you want to catch that interview, head on over to Tatado or so, and you can listen to his thoughts there. But thank you all so much for watching. It has been a great night from myself, Blevins, the rest of the crew here at Giant Slayer. We appreciate you guys sticking with us and hanging out, even when maybe you tune in and the decks aren't what you want to see. You still come and hang out with us and watch and enjoy some awesome games of Runeterra. And we hope that it was all worth it in the end. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you next week.
Bye, chat.